Hey, it's Brooklyn Lou, and I'm live again, hoping to have some interesting conversations. Specifically, opened up this discussion to anyone who wants to talk about the existence of God. So many people in the world are religious and serve God. I was a former evangelical Christian, and I love to talk about why people believe in God. Hey, Ambushed, how you doing today? Oh yes, the talking atheist, the Kentucky atheist. Yes, um, it'll be on September 13th, I believe. Already set it up. Hey, lone atheist, how you doing? Man, I got to get some energy today. I was hoping to have some discussions with some Christians about the existence of God. There's one guy who emailed me. I was hoping to see him here today, and he's a Reverend Doctor Gabe, and he emailed me, said he would like to chat, and I would love to see him on here today. Don't know if he'll make it, but I emailed him and said I would be on. I love to talk to the Reverend Doctors. That's always interesting. Got a little bit of a cough today. Drinking that energy drink to get the motor running. I don't know how people do it. When I see people do lives on YouTube and they get like 1,000 people in the discussion, I don't know how they do it. Could it be that they have that many people that pop in? Or do they have some sort of a system? I see some people pulling from TikTok, and I know that this Discord is popular, and I'm not on either one of them. But I wish I knew how they were able to generate so many people coming into a live chat, particularly those debate shows. There's so many people coming in there. Yeah, I do feel good about how things are going. That's for sure. I just think they're tricks, though, somehow. The people are bringing in people to live chats. I know something is going on. I think it has to do with uh, syncing TikTok and Discord all up to the YouTube, I'm supposing. And I'm not that tech savvy. I'm getting better as I go along, but I'm not so on there like in the gaming community. I see a lot of people bring a lot of people in from that type of community, but I don't do any of that. Little baby aspirin. So, lone atheist, you out there working today? Working those plants? And Brock, if you're out there, you're involved in gaming. I heard you say the other day. Um, is there like a big gaming community where they talk to each other and bring them into YouTube and stuff? I don't know. It just seems like some of these really big chat rooms are filled with people who are also interested in gaming. Yeah, I figure there's a lot of young people who are really internet savvy, way more than myself, and I think they know how to do things on the internet that I just don't know how to do. But I'm working it, and I'm very happy with the way the channel's growing. It's going great. One thing I was finding funny for myself was I was hearing a conversation about in the Bible. It is spoken that John was the apostle that Jesus loved. And it's so strange that it says that because Jesus is supposed to love all people, right? And he certainly loved the disciples, but it sets apart John. It says, John, the disciple whom Jesus loved. I just found that like interesting. Hey, I'm gonna be back in 1 minute. I gotta go grab a line that's blaring in the background, and it might be an important call. Be right back. All right. Was my girlfriend sending a message as well that I need to pick up some ham and a couple of items from the grocery store. She's at work till a little later. And we are waiting for this dog medicine to show up. Our dog has a heart problem, and the medicine is 1 day late. So we're worried about it. It's supposed to be in the mail today, but hasn't popped on yet. Hasn't come in. Hey, Kentucky Atheist, how you doing? Nice to see you. And of course, we're on for I believe it's the 13th, and I'll be there. Yeah, the dog medicine is more complicated than the people medicine. It's difficult to find it at any reasonable price. And then there's only certain places that have the certain size pills, and it gets to be a pain in the butt. And of course, my girlfriend absolutely loves the dogs, and she worries about them more than she would a kid. So the medicine's late, and she's texting and calling, and where's the medicine? Where's the medicine? But I do think it's coming in today. I'm going to wait till later. And if not, I'll have to go do something in the morning. Yeah, my dogs are old. I got two old dachshunds. They're one is probably like 14 and one is probably like 9. And the 9-year-old dog has heart problems, so it's on medicine for the rest of his life. See, there's my text again. I'm getting some weird texts. Oh my gosh. My son was texting me about Trump, wondering if he's going to die, because that's been in the news lately. And a buddy of mine texted me, has a redhead girlfriend, and he just texted me and says, the redhead is killing me. Not literally, but he thinks he's having some issues, women issues. And I'm just texting my girlfriend back to say, we'll get the ham. So when I'm done here, I'll go get some ham. So, does God exist? That was my subject today. But I know all of you atheist types don't believe God exists. But I don't believe God exists. But I was hoping to find some Christians who wanted to give their proof and their reasons that they believe God exists. "90 problems." Yeah. It is amazing me how many people try to prove that their God exists, but they fail miserably every time. And it's not easy to prove that their God exists because he doesn't exist. so so they go to philosophy and all this type of mental gymnastics, tricks, and that's what it's like for me to talk to Christians nowadays. It's like handling all of their little mental tricks and their approach and philosophy up the yin yang, because there is no proof or evidence of God. So they have to resort to all kinds of crazy things. but it's kind of fun to deal with it. It makes an interesting conversation. Yeah, and the main reason, if I had to have one reason that I do not believe in God, and there's a whole lot of them, but probably the main reason is he just isn't there. I mean, you know, God is never there. He's never does anything. And he's always 100% of the time just in people's thoughts. So I'm sorry. It's just not a good way to prove a God exists. Keep saying, well, I believe, and I believe. That's what it really comes down to, you know? Hey, Dark God 6, how are you? I like that, lone atheist. The dad who never came back. Right? It's true, though. The hero that I have, but you're never going to see him. You're never going to see him do anything, but he's my hero. Here we go. There's a Big Nick. How are you? Glad to see you on the stream. I opened this up, Big Nick, hoping to find people who do want to talk about the existence of God. I want everyone to know here, and you particularly, Big Nick, that I am open. I am really seriously open to change my mind. I've changed my mind many times through my life. So it's not something I won't do. I change my mind when there's a good reason for me to change my mind, and I seek those reasons out. I literally look for reasons that may be good and reasons that may suggest to me that I am wrong. So I'm always open-minded. There's the link, Big Nick. If you want to come on, I'd love to talk to you. Love to chat. You just have to click that link and it'll show up on my laptop and I pop you in and we can chat. And Big Nick, I will listen to everything you have to say. I will not cut you off, and I will really listen. When you're a Christian, you think that the Holy Ghost is within you, it lives inside of you because you're born again. And the Holy Ghost gives you all power and strength that you're going to need. He also guides you in all wisdom. So, with that in mind, come on in. Let's chat. Okay. The Holy Ghost can certainly whip my butt. So, no, nothing to be scared of. Hey, Jacob, 448, how are you? Big Nick, I'm not afraid of reading text. I don't have a Bible with me, and I don't do my lives where I just go to Chat GPT, or I go to Notes, or I go to other sites on the internet. I just talk off the cuff from my mind. Even if I forget something, you know, it just is what it is. So I like to just have communication, really. But I've read the Bible, so I'm not scared of the Bible at all. Um, have one way in the other room. My girlfriend has a Bible. She's a Christian, by the way, but she has her Bible on the other side of the house. She's unequally yoked. Yeah, we're not yoked. We're not married. So I don't know if that's unequally yoked. I would say not yoked, and she's in fornication. Ooh. So am I, Big Nick. I'm in fornication, right? According to the good book. But hey, Jacob, I'm Brooklyn Lou the Skeptic on YouTube. Big Nick. I do love the conversation with you. She should find a good Christian man to submit to. Well, guess what? She hasn't found a good Christian man. She likes this atheist man. Could be if the Christian men were so wonderful. maybe maybe she could find one, but we've been together about 8 years, and I don't see any reason why she's heading out to find a good Christian man, or that I'm heading out to find another woman, because we're pretty darn happy, actually. But we're not necessarily traditional. So I'm sure that is going to be a problem for you, Big Nick. But it's not for me. No problem at all. Big Nick, she does love God. Tells me all the time. Says, regardless of what I think, she's always going to believe in God. And that's okay with me. Just like it's okay with me that you believe in God. But it doesn't mean that I'm going to believe in God, because you have to give me something more than just, I believe in God. Okay. The I believe in God argument is not very compelling. Well, Jacob, I'm married in that sense. We do sleep in the same bed. I'm going to keep posting my link here in case anyone wants to come in and talk. Jacob, are you a, Christian or a Jew or a Muslim? I can't tell by your comments, but I think you believe in God, right? Big Nick, that's a question I never asked her. It'd be kind of ridiculous to ask that question to me. Do you love Christ or do you love me? Do you love Christ more than I? Really? That's a question I'm going to ask. Hey, Soul Sim, how you doing? Atheism is also a belief. Okay. Certainly have heard that before. Iceland, so cool. Jacob, I got to ask you a question about living in Iceland because I have read that there's a lot of real people who actually do believe in leprechauns. Is that your experience? Hey, Nikki Kern, Jesus saves. Okay. Would you like to talk about it? So I was right. Jacob, they do believe in leprechauns, right? That's not like just something I'm reading. I mean, I've read it's an actual fact that a lot of people in Iceland believe in leprechauns. Now, Jacob, I got to ask you, do you believe they actually saw leprechauns? Do you believe their eyewitness testimony that they saw leprechauns? JN, how are you grounding your epistemology without a transcendent basis above your own human reason? Isn't reason itself only subjective in an atheistic worldview? JN, if you want to talk, you can come in. All right. I'm not a, philosopher, but I can talk about anything. Jacob, I definitely will be making a video if I meet God, for sure. See, I don't have anything to run away from. If God wants to come to me and demonstrate his existence, I'm here. And if he did so, I'd be the first one to announce it. So know that if something happens where God comes to me and he demonstrates himself to me, I will be on this channel, my own channel, saying that that happened. So you can rest assured that will happen. Big Nick, you have no idea. No idea what you talk about. You don't know me. You don't know my girlfriend. You don't know what we've been through. You don't know who we are in real life, like in day in and day out. You don't know anything, and yet you comment about things you do not know. I guess that's why you like talking about God, because you comment about things you do not know, and you feel comfortable doing so. I actually don't comment on things I don't know. I'm able to say, I don't know if there's something I don't know. I don't pretend and make believe I know it. One of the differences, it seems, between you and me. Big Nick, one of the reasons I did this live chat today was I was hoping to hear from a reverend doctor, PhD, and a minister, someone who pastored a church. Okay. And it's really kind of different. But he was telling me, now I wish he was here to speak for himself, but he was telling me that he didn't believe God exists. All right. And I really wanted to hear his take on it because he is definitely Christian and definitely educated as well. But he's not here. So that's why one of the reasons I was doing this. And of course, I just like to talk to people, period. But another day I might have him on because he emailed me and said he wanted to come on specifically to talk about God's existence. So I set up this live and I emailed him that I'd be on. But so far, he's not here. Big Nick, would you like to talk? Like actually talk? Hey, Jacob, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm really, really trying to build this channel, not just for myself, obviously. I could talk to myself all day. I'm trying to build this channel to be a place where people can come and discuss the things of faith, the things of science, the things of everyday life that impact people all around the world. And I'm so excited about it. And I feel like I'm just so happy to have a channel that's doing, I think, pretty well. I mean, I never thought I would have 3,000 subscribers. And it's not been easy. I mean, it's not like it just happens, but I've been working it, putting out the videos and trying to speak with people and correspond with everybody. And I'm really excited about how it's going. So I appreciate anyone who subscribes. No, thank you. Okay, so we know where you're coming from. All talk. I mean, enough said. It truly is amazing to me, by the way. All right. I literally open up and ask Christians to come on and talk about why they believe what they do. And I am so open minded and I want to hear about it. But it's relatively few that even come on. It's like not too many because I don't understand. It's like there's this fear. It's like if you have the Holy Ghost and he's protecting you, what in the world do you have to be scared of? It's like what is the problem? You can come on and the Holy Ghost can give you all these special things to say and make Brooklyn Lou look like a fool and make Brooklyn Lou look horrible. And why not do it? Why not? I don't get it. I mean, I'm not scared of looking like a fool. I don't even care if I look like a fool. All right. You know why? Because I'm a grown up. When you're a grown man and you've gotten beyond all that bullshit about being embarrassed and being scared and, oh, I might say something that isn't representative of what I wanted to say. And when you got all that going on, you have insecurities. And if you have the Holy Ghost, my gosh, you should never have insecurities. I mean, I don't have any insecurities and I don't have the Holy Ghost. So what is the Holy Ghost doing for you, man? uh, Nikki Kerr, are you mocking? I have mocked God before. Yes, I have. And you know what? Nothing ever happened to me. The God never came down and struck me. I never mocked God and he came down and did something, right? Because he never does anything at all. He only is in people's minds and people have to yap about him. They have to talk about him. Because he never talks for himself. Ever. Um, Nikki, how do I know what? And please, if you want to talk, come on in. Here's the thing. There again is the link. Hop on that link and you can come on in. Hey, Gio. Gio, I want to tell you, you're absolutely right. The latest thing that I'm seeing when I'm watching debates in this arena, atheist versus Christian debates, is I'm watching people with their chat GPTs. And it's like, how could you possibly think that's an honest discussion? I mean, at least when you talk to me, you come and you talk to me. I'm not sitting there with a chat GPT and you say something like about God and I go, tell me the answer to this. And then I read it to you. I think it's pathetic, really. I mean, it's a crazy world we live in where you don't even have to have original thoughts anymore. But I can assure everyone who's watching this, you won't get that from me. I don't use Chat GPT. I've never even been on Chat GPT. I know what it is, but I've never even went on it ever. Hey, is fear of God? Because as I recall, I was told when I was a Christian, fear was not of God. So what would be the fear of coming on a chat and talking to an atheist? What would be so frightening about that? So, Big Nick, you got to ask yourself that. What would be frightening about that? You know, ChatGPT is kind of like a search engine, right? It gives you all of this different information and compiles it into an answer that comes from the internet. So I don't doubt it has a place. Certainly does. But it doesn't have a place to me if you're actually doing a debate or if you're having a conversation with someone, because then it becomes not original. And that's where I don't like ChatGPT. I don't I don't even care if someone comes on here and uses ChatGPT and wants to talk to me as ChatGPT. That's okay, but it's like it seems weak, you know? I mean, whatever happened to just man to man, person to person conversations? All right, I got Nikki here. I'm really glad someone's stepping up. Nikki, let me let you in. Hey, Nikki, how are you? You got your hold on. I'm messed up this. Layouts. There you go. Nikki, you got your mic off.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. You just had your mic off. Can you hear me?
Okay, so the Bible says the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom.
Okay, is that you or is that ChatGPT?
Now, I've never used ChatGPT ever.
Okay, good, because I don't either. But that's what you want to say, that the Bible says that the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. I'm sorry, you just go blank. I heard one thing: the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom, and then can't hear you now. Maybe you can try again. Maybe if you get off and try again, because I would love to talk to you. Nikki, I'm going to pull you off because I do not hear you at all. So that's just because I don't hear you. Okay. Your mic is off again. Right? And there might be something wrong with the connection. I'm going to pull you off, but please try again. Hey, Big Nick, why don't you come on and share the gospel, for crying out loud? I'm not getting you at all. I don't get it. Okay. You come on a stream. I invite people on to talk about the existence of God, or you could talk about something else if you want. I give you all the opportunity to speak. Right? I don't get it, but you'll sit in a chat and just fire off these silly things, and it's like, does that really like do something for you? Hey, Jacob, I also believe in charity, by the way. I think it's a wonderful thing. Oh, you're sharing the gospel. Well, I don't know. In the chat room, okay, because I don't have a lot of people here, but there's some. Should we let this individual stay in here sharing the gospel if he doesn't want to come on and talk? I mean, are you entertained by that? Because otherwise, I mean, I guess we can delete him off of the chat. Okay, Nikki's back. So, and Geo, if you're still there, man, I wish I could make you a moderator, but I even get confused on that, like how to make you a moderator. But we'll get back to that, and maybe I can make you a moderator soon. And Nikki, come on back in. You should be able to click the link. Let me post it again. Hopefully this will work. All right, Nikki, hopefully this works. How are you?
Hello, how can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you good now. Let's hope it stays.
Let's hope so, eh?
Yep.
Okay, man. So you read the Bible.
I have read it, yes.
What do you think?
Of the whole thing? You there? I don't know why there's this huge delay. Never happened before, but there's a huge delay. I have read the Bible, Nikki. My opinion of the Bible is that it's an ancient text filled with a lot of mythology, a lot of fiction, some things that are true. So it's a real mixture. It's a book written over like 1,000-year period of time by a variety of different authors, and it's complicated. That's just some of my thoughts about the Bible as a whole. But I can't hear you. I gotta put Big Nick. I gotta put you at
Hello,
least in
can you hear me
timeout.
now?
Yeah, I could hear you. Hold on one moment. Say a few things so we know you're going to be here.
Okay, so I'm a Bible believer.
Okay, hold on one moment.
No problem.
Okay, Big Nick is in timeout, and it's only because he just keeps saying the same thing over and over. All right, Nikki, let's talk. What would you like to talk about?
Well, let's talk about God, man.
Yeah,
You,
what about
okay,
him?
so you don't believe there's a God. You know that there's not a God, or you don't believe there's a God.
I don't believe there is a God.
Okay, so there's a possibility that there might be a God, huh?
Yeah, there's a possibility of pretty
Okay,
much
so
everything.
everybody that's ever believed that there's a God, they're all crazy, yeah?
No, they're not all crazy. No, and you could believe in something that's irrational, and you could believe in something for not very good reasons, but that
So why is it
doesn't
irrational?
mean
Why is it
you're
irrational? It's
crazy.
irrational because you've not experienced it.
No, it's irrational because you're believing something without an actual good reason to believe
Oh,
it.
there's plenty of good reasons to believe what people believe. I
Well,
mean, the
that's what
Bible,
I
the
like
Bible
to hear
itself is enough evidence.
about. No,
I
that's
mean, anybody who has knowledge of anything gets it from a book. If you want to learn
no,
anything, you get it from an instruction book.
no. Let's
Well,
look at
intellectual evidence you're talking about
let's
here. So,
look
I
at
mean,
each.
you mentioned science. Your science comes from a book, yeah?
No, science doesn't come from a book. It's reported about in a book, but it's not from a book. All right. If you
Well,
really
science
want
is
to.
knowledge. Science means knowledge, and we get knowledge from a book.
No, science doesn't mean knowledge.
Yes, it does.
Every definition that, well, you're using these words, you're misapplying the word. And I say that sincerely. I'm not trying to mock you, or you know, the word
Well,
science does not mean knowledge.
it does. Yeah, it does. It does.
Look it up.
Conscience.
Pull it up.
It, it,
Someone pull up the
I mean,
definition.
we could redefine words, but
No, no,
science
no,
means
no, no.
knowledge.
I'm not redefining words. I want to know what the definition of science is so that we can clear that up first.
Let's go for you. Well, you can define how you would
No, no, I don't
your
want to
definition
define
of
it how
science.
I want to define it. Nikki, I will not define it the way I want to define it. I want to define it the way it's defined in the language. So the word science, all right?
Well,
Now,
you know what semantics is, don't you? You know that the definitions change.
yes, and I wanted to use the current definition. Do you want to
Okay,
use
I'm
another
using a
one?
biblical definition of what the word science means. The word is in science is an ancient word, and a biblical definition of science is knowledge.
Where is science, the word science in the Bible? Where is that?
In the New Testament,
Give me a passage that we could look at.
well, I'm not going to use any lookup program, but I'll tell you what the words say. The New Testament says don't get involved in arguments about science, falsely so called.
Yeah, what chapter, what verse?
Well, you look it up. It says, I'm not going to use Chat GPT. I'm going to tell you what it says. It
Okay,
says,
but you see, when I
okay,
talk
it's
to somebody and we already have a disagreement about what the word science means,
okay.
right?
Well,
We have a disagreement. So
well,
instead of just harping on that disagreement and insisting we are correct, why don't we find out what is the correct definition of the word
well, you
science?
mean the modern definition then? I mean, because we're arguing over time. This is
Okay,
an important. This is an
but
important subject.
if you claim there's a
I'm obviously the arguments that we're having. I'm always going to be coming from a biblical definition of the words, and the biblical definition of the word science, which you weren't even aware was in the New
and
Testament,
I
which it
said I
is.
want to see it.
Okay, well, look it up. Type it into Google and type "science falsely so called."
Okay, I'm going to ask if anyone, because
Science falsely so called.
no. I want to find out. The first thing I want to find out is the word science that we translate science, is that word in the Bible? I'm unaware of it.
Yes,
And
I'm going
I
to tell
asked
you.
for the chapter and verse so we could look at it. Okay, 1 Timothy 6:20. JN, can you post that in the chat? I mean, you want me to hold on? I will try to go to 1 Timothy 6:20. Yeah, I'm reading it, 1 Timothy 6:20. Now, got to understand, I don't have that here, so I'm going to have to look it up. Hold on. Brock John, how you doing?
Doing pretty good.
You could really help me here because I know you know how to pull up words.
Uh, I
Right?
might not be the best at computers.
No, but the other day when we were chatting, you were able to bring in different
Ideas.
different pages. So this,
Oh, I know.
yeah, just so we could look at it. He was saying before
Also,
he left
I would have been
that.
here earlier, but my phone, I put it on the charger and I was borrowing my grandma's phone, so I didn't get the message because I'm not signed in on my grandma's phone. I would have been here earlier to see what's up,
So anyway, he said that in the Bible that the Bible mentions science. Now I'm unaware of that, and there's someone else in the chat, JN, which I totally am reading your comment. So I'd like if Brock can pull up that chapter.
What's it called? Which one?
Well, JN is saying it's 1 Timothy chapter 6 verse 20 is saying that is talking was using the word
I gotta
science.
type one Tiffany. Oh, Timothy.
1 Timothy chapter 6 verse 20. I see you, Nikki. Just hold on. I'm going to pull you in.
Verse what? I forgot.
This fella says verse 20. 1 Timothy chapter 6 verse 20. He says that's about science.
This could be a little inaccurate. Let me. I don't know. I looked it up and I got the AI, the Google Bard. So take it with a grain of salt. Take it with a grain of salt.
But let's go with just, let's say, the New King James version of the Bible.
So 1 Timothy 6:20 is a New Testament verse where the Apostle Paul instructs Timothy to guard what has been entrusted to you, meaning to protect the true faith and to avoid godless chatter and the opposing arguments of so-called knowledge that are falsely presented as wisdom but lead people astray.
Let me see. Yeah, but that's not the actual verse. Pull up the actual verse, like in Bible Gateway or something.
Oh, I wonder what this is. It's right there.
It's something that says what it says, right?
It's right there. Right when you said that, I found it. That's hilarious. It's funny. The Google Bard got it right apparently. Timothy, guard what has been entrusted to you. No, it's a little different actually. To your care, turn away from godless chatter and the opposing ideas of what is falsely called knowledge. Interesting.
Okay, so let me get Nikki back in because I'm supposing they're intertwining the word knowledge with science, even though it says knowledge.
Yeah,
And
I don't
knowledge
think
is not science. All right. Science, if you pull up the definition for the word science. What does the word science mean?
the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained.
Okay, that's what I know science as.
I mean, to be fair, it does say knowledge of any kind. It is a second, but I guess the first one is the original. It's the OG, so I guess we could go with that.
I mean, and I mean, I might have to just change and go with Nikki, but when I talk about science, it's the first one.
Look.
Nikki, you there?
I'm blue.
Hello?
You hear me now, Nikki?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, so
Hello?
I don't know if you followed what we were doing. We took
Yeah, it's the King James Bible you need to be using. I'm not interested in any of these modern fakeries. It's the King James version says science.
King James version.
Apps.
Okay, well, okay. The fact that what I was referring to, Nikki, Are you there? Yeah, he keeps losing the signal. And I'm sorry, Nikki. I'm not trying to get you off. Your signal keeps popping out.
Dang.
He's back again. Let me see. All right. Your signal or something keeps popping out, so I'm having trouble with you there. But I was referring to the definition of science as given by the dictionary from Brock, who was kind enough to pull it up. And I was reading the Timothy passage that JN proposed, and it doesn't use the word science. Now I'm going
King James
to go. Okay, now I'm going to go with that. You're going to equate science, which is a modern thing. It's a methodology we use.
Yeah, the
to
Bible.
test
The Bible is from 2,000 years ago. Science is from about 600 years ago, right?
Well, did you look? Because that's what I think. I don't. There was
Hello,
not.
can you hear me?
science
Can
in
anybody
this.
hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. So the King James Version uses the word science in 1611.
Okay, but how, Brock?
Does it? I don't know what.
How old is science? Put that in there.
Well,
Because I don't think in the Old Testament or the New Testament they were actually aware of science. It was not
oh yeah,
a
they
word.
were. Oh yeah, they were. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's used in 1611.
What does that mean? The concept of science. When did it come into being?
An
Well,
early version. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking
No,
to me.
go on.
So this AI, you take it with a grain of salt. It says the concept of science has roots stretching back to the Bronze Age, but it says these early efforts lack the formal methods, the formal methods of today. They represent initial steps towards understanding the natural world. So
Modern science. Yeah.
so they may have had ancient work in the
Okay.
Bronze Age.
So Nikki,
Yes.
I'm going to agree with that information. I am not an encyclopedia.
Excellent.
Okay.
Excellent.
So
So what we're saying is science.
what we have here is modern science, and then we have science that the AI is saying dates back to before Jesus. So if that's what you want to say, I'm not going to argue with you. Okay.
Okay, so we have science being, in my opinion, and the biblical definition as being knowledge. So how do we know anything? How do we know something?
Well, we know things by using our senses, right? And we know things by examining them, observing them, testing them to see if it is true or not. And anything that exists, like the conversation was about if God exists, that would imply that it has objective reality. So that's what existence would mean. It's something that has an objective reality. And anything that is knowledge would be obtained through an observation of objective reality. It must comport or be confined to what is real. Now, you may or may not disagree with that. I don't know. Does that make sense to you?
The transfer of knowledge, the transfer of wisdom has always been done by books, was my original comment. So this is the way that God has chosen to communicate with us, by a book, which is the Bible.
Okay, but what I'm missing, do you agree or disagree with this statement I'm making? Okay, and I'll examine it with you. I'm making it off the cuff. Okay, but do you agree or disagree with that knowledge of existence of anything in the universe has to be grounded in reality? Or do you think that knowledge can be not real?
Exactly. And that's exactly the point. And knowledge can be deceptive, knowledge can be a lie, or knowledge can be the truth.
Okay, but knowledge, when you say knowledge, are you referring to something grounded in objective reality, or are you, or it could be you're referring to something else? So I don't want to get bogged down in the definitions. So I'm asking, do you agree that knowledge should be grounded in objective reality? Does that make
Yes,
sense, or is that not a good thing?
yes, that makes absolute sense.
Okay, now what would you like to talk about, given that we agree with that?
Well, I'm trying to provide you with some evidence for God.
Right, now let's go into it. What is the,
Well,
you can't,
we have
you
the
can't
Bible.
just say
We have
we
the
have
Bible.
knowledge.
I mean, I agree. We got the Bible, but is it accurate?
Yeah, I mean,
The Bible
understand,
is
Nick, I'm not
absolutely
trying to
accurate.
make things hard for you. I'm just saying that we agreed on one thing. I conceded a point to you, all right, and now we agreed that if God exists, that has to be objectively real.
Amen.
So now how are you going to give me evidence that God is objectively real?
It's provided you with a record, which is the Holy Bible.
Can I add something? I just thought of something that I sometimes think about. So y'all two were talking about the definitions of certain words. Do you think it's possible to define every word? Because I don't think so. It would be a circular definition, wouldn't it? I hope that's not off topic. I just thought of it randomly.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. You do say you have evidence for God. And we do agree that evidence should be something
You
that,
are evidence for God. You are evidence for God. The world is evidence for God. God's creation is the evidence for God.
so everything is evidence.
So it sounds
Well,
like you're using there was like I think Arnold once said it was like a fallacy. I think.
Well, I
So
mean,
like where he presupposes creation. And
well, I mean,
not to say that it's not created. I don't know, but
well, no. Life comes from life. Okay. There is known existence of any life that doesn't come from life. Okay.
okay, so let's
maybe
even
we
go.
don't.
Hold on,
Sorry,
Nikki.
no.
I'm going to go there. Okay. Life comes from life. Okay. So now we agree on something else, right?
Amen.
So we're
So
getting
logically, if we go further enough back, there has to be a life giver, an origin of life. And
I'm going to go there. So we're going in the same direction. All right. Now, life comes from life.
So is it
Now what?
Hold on. Has he ever heard of abiogenesis, the hypothesis of abiogenesis?
Yeah. Now here's the thing, Nikki, and Brock brings up a good point. I'm conceding something that I don't have to concede, but I'm doing it for the basis of this discussion. All right. There is a whole theory of abiogenesis where life comes from non-life. I am not using that. All right.
well, there may be a theory, but there's no evidence. There's nothing in reality that proves that. I mean,
No.
I
There
think,
is evidence. It's just that the
I'm
thing
not
with
a-
abiogenesis is it's not a proven fact. I understand that. That's why
so
personally,
we're talking myths. We're talking myths and fables.
no, you're not talking myth if something is not provable. All right.
hold on. I'm
Or
not an
Yes,
proven.
expert, but
we
I
are.
could have
Yes,
sworn that there
yes,
was
yes,
things
yes.
that kind of suggest maybe there's a small chance that abiogenesis could have happened. I'm not like an expert. I haven't say the whole thing, but
Yeah, this is why I'm not defending abiogenesis, Nikki. So I'm just saying that Brock is right. There is an entire science that goes into life coming from non-life. I'm not
To
using
me,
that.
that's absurd. No, but to me, that's absurd.
Well, I'm not using that. I'm saying so
So
now
I
I'm
mean, the
at a
reason these
point
people
where
are
we
scratching around
agree.
at that is because I mean, people are scratching around to find out how we could possibly be here if there is no God. So, so we're talking. Well, okay, it must have come from a rock or something, or
I don't think abiogenesis says we came from a rock.
No,
I don't think
no,
it
it
could.
doesn't say that. All right. The bottom line, Nikki, is I'm not going to argue with you about whether or not abiogenesis is true or not true. All right. I'm telling you, I believe that in what I've learned is that it's based on real evidence, but it's not something that has been concluded, like conclusive. So being it's like that, I'm literally throwing it out and saying, okay, let's go with life comes from life, which is something we do know. We know that.
yeah,
So let's
good,
stop there and now proceed forward.
okay. So therefore, there has to be a life giver, and that life giver is God.
So,
Well,
boy, what a big jump that was.
Well, not really. No, it wasn't. It wasn't as much as the big jump as your theory there. We're saying that there was um, there's no proof for this crazy theory that these scientists are scratching around.
No. I literally said, come on, be fair.
Okay, I'll be fair.
I did not say I was defending abiogenesis.
No, okay.
Okay. So don't throw that on me because I didn't
Sorry, I
say
apologize. I
that.
apologize.
Right? I said the jump you're making. I mean, I could go with you and criticize, well, why does abiogenesis has not deposited a conclusion. All right. So I literally am throwing that out for the sake of my discussion with you. I'm being
Okay,
fair. All right.
okay.
So
So
so if
you're
you
aware
say
of the
life comes
biblical.
from life, you're not going to get disagreement from me. I agree with you. But you
Yeah.
went from that to jumping to, well, there's a God.
I
No,
And
no, no,
there
no.
you
Well,
have
I
went
didn't get a chance to
way,
sort of follow
way.
the
hold on.
thought through. But I mean, most people who don't believe in God believe in the Big Bang theory. The Big Bang theory. Do you? The Big Bang.
I
Like,
haven't learned much about it. Some people argue that the name is a bit deceptive, so
yeah.
I have to learn a
Here's
lot
the
about that.
deal, Nikki. Here's
So
the
you
deal,
believe?
Nikki.
So some people believe that nothing exploded and created everything. That kind of strange
Nikki,
idea.
Some people probably believe that. I don't think it's what Big Bang says. It could
no,
just be people forgetting the information wrong. But
no, Nikki,
But am I fair in saying that that's kind of that's what you would believe?
Nikki.
I
Yes.
I
don't know.
don't know. You're talking to a person, not a book. Okay. And you're talking to one person,
Oh, I
and Brock
apologize.
has joined us. All right.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there was a Big Bang. There's
Okay.
certainly a lot of evidence to suggest there may have been a Big Bang, and Big Bang is a misnomer because it wasn't a big explosion. That's not what
Yeah,
is meant by it.
I think they should have called it cosmic expansion, right?
Yeah, that's what it's. That's how I see it.
So
They
so
deposit that
can I
there
have a
was
minute? Can I
an
just have a minute or so?
expansion.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Sure. Yeah,
Can I just have
you're good.
There
just a
was an
minute or so?
expansion, but
Wait,
I'm not
can we
defending that, so I don't know.
Okay.
You know.
So the point I was trying to make earlier is that our beliefs are based upon knowledge and whether we believe that knowledge or not. Okay. And then and the knowledge coming from a book or from another person, etc. But we'll stick with the book. So whether or not you believe the knowledge that is presented before you,
Hello?
I hope you didn't go away again.
Hello? I think we lost him. Oh, his mic is muted.
Yeah, can't hear you right now, Nikki.
Maybe we should give him a minute. He might be busy. Someone could have walked in the room and asked him to do something, you know?
Yeah,
Where were we though? We were talking about abiogenesis. I think that could have happened, but I don't want to say I know what happened because I'm not an expert on the subject. I'm not an expert on anything in science, but I've learned more about evolution than I have anything else. So it's for me, it's like that. I know more about evolution than about Genesis and Big Bang. It's because those two other things are crazy. They're complex. Don't you agree?
I mean, my opinion on abiogenesis and the Big Bang and that sort of stuff, cosmology, is that it's an ongoing science. And at least it's a science. It's not a make believe or pretend. but I don't feel like there's an absolute conclusion of the Big Bang. Like it's not definitive.
The Bible is science.
Oh, you're back. Okay, I hear you now.
Hey.
So anyway, given the fact that I already told you, yes, life comes from life. Okay, we both agree with that. Now, are you proposing that because life comes from life, that is proof of God?
No, what I'm proposing is that if you take that back and think about it back in history and back in time, that how could you possibly go back and propose that at some point life came from non-life?
Well, I'm not proposing that. I mean, I am not making scientific declarations. All
Okay.
right.
So well,
You are the one.
my
You are
definition
the
of God
one
would be
who
the life
said
giver.
you have evidence
Yes,
that
the
God
Bible.
exists. So you're the one who is providing evidence, and so far haven't got any.
Well, that's not correct. You haven't got any evidence that you're happy with.
Well, let's go over the evidence as clearly as we can, and maybe I didn't understand it correctly. So repeat the evidence.
Okay, well, we have the Holy Bible.
Yes. Not evidence.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
All right. An ancient book or even a book written yesterday, okay, is not evidence of anything. All right. It's somebody writing something. All right. Whatever they write, all right, has to be verified and tested to see if it is indeed true. Otherwise, as you would know, we would believe anything, right? I could write something
Many
tomorrow.
people, well, they do. People believe all kinds of crazy things.
And you're right about that. And we agree on that as well. But nonetheless,
not everybody, right?
Nonetheless, somebody writing something does not make it true. You
I
agree with that?
Yes, but somebody, if what is written is true, do you not understand that the Bible could be evidence? It's not evidence for you. Well, it is. I mean, okay, so if you're in court, you can have a written testimony, which is evidence.
Yeah, but that evidence is already, I mean, if there's any good kind of justice system and somebody takes a deposition, which is written, right? They ask people questions, they verify who it is, they get all of this information prior to taking a deposition, and then they take the deposition, and that can be used in court. It also can be cross-examined. It's not just, oh, there's a deposition, that means it's true, right? You know.
No, I suppose that's why there's 4 Gospels. But I mean, the Bible was composed of many different witnesses.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's this person who wants the link to join the stream.
Where I mean, I'm going to put the link up again, and
the Bible is composed of many witnesses.
And did you see the Bible was
testimony?
Oh, I thought you said women. I thought you said it was composed of many women. I was like, what?
Okay, it's composed of many witnesses. Okay, number one. Okay, you talked about courts. If you went into a court of law, let me show you the difference. Okay. You go into a court of law and you say, I have a witness. And this witness wrote this. And they wrote it 50 years ago. Is the judge going to say, oh, okay, that's good enough?
It depends.
No, not going to
Well,
say
he
that.
may. He may. He may.
He
He
will
may.
not.
If he may.
No, a witness
If,
has to be cross-examined.
listen, you're playing games here because
No, you're playing games, my friend.
the Bible is evidence. It's just that you refuse to admit that it's evidence.
So, is the Quran evidence of Islam?
Who is this guy anyway? Who's the ginger kid?
I'm not ginger. What the fuck? I'm blonde. Can you not see?
I didn't know it was going to be 2-on-1 guy.
Nicky,
I came in to talk to the chap in the green top.
Nicky, I brought Brock
I'm just a recent friend of the channel.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Nicky, I brought Brock in for a specific reason, and that was because I do not pull up verses, definitions on the computer. He is so kind to do that. So that's how we got past the first thing we were disputing. And if you recall, I said, I'm going to concede that. Okay. And I have proceeded in our discussion to concede several things. All right. Things that we don't even know. I literally am giving it to you. But every time I ask you for something, you will not admit anything. You just want to stay with the same narrative. You do not alter it. All right. I said to you.
But you're talking in very general terms now. Come on. I mean, rather than trying to sum me up in a few sentences, you're asking for evidence, and I've told you that the Bible is evidence.
Yes, and I'm telling you why it's not.
I'm telling you, it is.
Okay, and if it's evidence, if you want to consider it evidence, it's bad evidence.
Well, no, it's not. It's
Yes,
only bad evidence if it's not true.
Again, you go in court, you say, I got some evidence. It's somebody who said something. And the judge is going to say, okay, let's get this person here so we can talk to that person.
No,
right?
what the judge may do is look at the people that have actually read the Bible and how that has affected them.
Nobody is cross-examining the authors of the Bible, and you know that. All right. So don't tell me or anybody else that is some big evidence. Okay, because the Bible is filled with a lot of garbage, and that.
Well, no, I disagree. In your opinion,
I just realized something. I used an argument against this guy and he called me a ginger. Isn't that ad hominem? My goodness. Some people are mean to me, man.
I love it. Yes, a ginger is like name calling.
I mean, I don't know what else to call it.
All right. For you, Nicky, for you to actually stick to the Bible is evidence for God is completely erroneous. Now, you could argue, oh, no, I'm going to insist it is, but it's not. So I'm not going to concede that because literally you're wrong, period.
I'm getting a lot of.
What? I can't hear him. He said something.
You there, Nicky?
Nicky, I can't hear you. Could you repeat that? Hello? Maybe he said somebody was in his room talking about something.
I don't know. But the bottom line that is absolutely true is you can't use the Bible to prove God any more than you can use the Bhagavad Gita to prove Krishna. It is just bad reasoning. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. I guess there's nothing wrong with being ginger, but he said it as if it was bad, so I guess maybe I don't know if it counts as a hot because I mean I don't care if someone's ginger. There's nothing wrong with being ginger, but he said it in a way like it was bad, so I guess he doesn't
Well,
like gingers.
I don't think there's anything wrong with being ginger.
I look ginger. Come on, audience, tell me. I thought I was blonde. I know someone was
I,
blonde. Has my hair changed color? Maybe.
Well, anyway, there's your first theist, I guess. But
am I
that
still
was
here?
that. You still there?
Hello?
Yeah, okay. So listen,
Okay,
knowledge
Nikki,
comes from books, as I said. If you
Nikki,
believe the knowledge, if you
I
read the
want
Bible
you,
and believe what you're reading, okay,
Nikki,
that,
I want you
yes,
to address one thing right now.
go on.
Okay? Like in the beginning of our conversation, I addressed one thing. Okay? And I conceded a point to you. Remember?
You've said this many times now that you've
Okay,
conceded a point.
because when I question you, you don't give a direct answer. And here's my question, and I want a direct answer. Okay? Is the Bhagavad Gita good evidence for the existence of Krishna? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so then there's as much evidence, and I would say no, but I'm going to give you again. Okay, let's go with your reasoning. So then we should believe in Krishna because Krishna is said to exist in the Bhagavad Gita.
I believe Krishna existed, yeah.
Okay. So
But he's not my God.
I guess you also believe that
Allah?
Allah exists.
I believe that Muhammad existed.
Okay, but Allah is the God who Muhammad came from, supposedly.
Didn't Muhammad say he had a revelation from an angel?
Okay, so even if you just believe in Krishna and you believe in Yahweh, you believe in two gods right there.
No, I believe in God Almighty and I believe in a false God. What you have in the spirit world are many, 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 many beings that wish to be worshipped as God.
Okay, but you said we could use the Bible as evidence. Did you not say this? Am I mischaracterizing what you said? You said we could use the Bible as good evidence that the God of the Bible exists.
Yes.
So I propose to you, can we use the Bhagavad Gita as good evidence that Krishna exists? And you said yes. So now we have equally as good evidence that Krishna exists as the God of the Bible. I am telling you it's both bullshit because it's not good evidence either way. But if you want to stay consistent, then we could go to God, to God, to God, where books were written and things were written.
No, listen, we can listen to the green guy, the guy with the green t-shirt who says it's bullshit, or we can listen to many, 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 many records that have been written down over the centuries and passed down to us and have had results in millions of lives. Millions and millions and millions of people have put their faith and trust in that book.
And millions of people have put their faith and trust in the Bhagavad Gita.
Well, maybe so.
Okay. As long as you recognize it's the same reasoning.
But the information within the book is not the same. You see, the Bible starts at the beginning and gives you a detailed analysis of creation, a detailed analysis of God, a detailed analysis to why you're here, the battle that goes on for your soul, and how you can be saved.
It doesn't give very much detail. The very beginning of the Bible says, in the beginning, God
That's
created.
all you need to know. In the
But that's
beginning,
not
God.
detailed. That doesn't
That is
explain how.
absolute.
Stop
Yes,
with
it does. Yes, it
stop
does. That
with the
explains everything.
detail.
That
That's
explains
not detail.
everything. In the beginning, God. Amen.
Oh my gosh. Okay, because you believe it makes it true. And that's the story of every Christian argument I hear. I
No,
believe it, so
no,
it's true.
no. Well, what about the
Yes, it
lies
is.
that you believe? What about if you believe a lie?
I accept that people can believe lies.
Do you believe a lie?
I guess we'd have to look at something I believe and then examine whether it's a lie. All
Let's
right.
do that right now.
Okay. Let's do it right now. I believe that I exist.
You know?
So, well, that was. Sorry, I'm getting feedback again. Just one second.
Hey, is Brojo gonna join? The person in the comments? Brojo?
I don't know. I mean, I want to have maybe maximum 3-4 people on here.
Oh, okay.
You could. I'm gonna pull off the quote about science.
I can just get rid of that.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, okay.
I have the lone atheist coming on. I'm going to let the lone atheist in, but then we'll stay with 4. And if anyone else wants to come in, just wait till someone gets off. Hey, lone atheist. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
All right.
That was loud.
I've been listening to this fandango of circular reasoning that the book itself
Yeah,
is the evidence of the book itself. Like the book is going to do something. Like you need more evidence than just a book
I've
that says
tried
that
to
the book
explain
itself is correct. I got books that say it's correct on the inside too. I mean, does that mean that's right?
I've tried to explain that.
And then you try to use the popularity vote. Christianity is the fourth largest popularity. Islam is the second growers. A lot bigger than Christianity. Does that mean they're more correct? They're more popular.
No, and here's the real
It's
like the arrow to that is most people do not believe in the Bible.
now in which Bible? Because they have different interpretations on the different
Yeah,
religions.
I'm
And then
just
the thing
saying,
is,
King James Bible.
well,
I'm
and the thing
saying
is, when you
in
bring
the
the metaphor,
Christian God, most people do not believe in the Christian God.
but then when
So
you
that
read,
popularity,
No,
when you read to them the atrocities that God
no.
commit, they claim it's a metaphor. But then they believe in Jesus' word like it's the true word. So is it a metaphor when God creates atrocities only? Or is it
No.
just the true word when God actually endorses slavery in the Bible, like
So
he
No,
does?
the whole Bible is true. The whole Bible
it's
is true.
only
So
it's only the
slavery's okay.
true.
God
It's
endorsed
only
slavery. Is slavery
You're
okay?
a slave.
Chill.
You're a slave.
Can we
You
chill?
are a
Oh, so
slave.
God. So okay. So we have
You
a
are a
slave
slave.
endorser here. So
yeah.
you're a
You're a
slave
slave.
endorser.
You're a slave.
So so God
You
endorsed.
like
But you
that
know that God
declaration?
also said that Israelites, the Jewish, are His chosen people, not Christians. Correct? If you read the Old Testament, the Jewish are God's
Nope.
chosen, not Christianity.
You're mistaken.
So you might want
You're
to
very
check that
mistaken.
one.
You're
And
mistaken.
remember, your God proved something into nothing, like you guys believe. We atheists don't believe something came from nothing. That's Christians. That's your magic. Your magic proved, poof, God made the world. That's magic. That's something into nothing. You guys believe
God
in
outlaws
poof,
magic.
something into nothing with no evidence with a book that you claim is the evidence of itself. That's circular reasoning. But that's a fallacy. Do you know what a fallacy is?
No.
Can you
Your belief. Your
can you
belief is a
prove the
fallacy.
Bible without any fallacy, please? Without the
Your
book
belief is a
itself.
fallacy.
Prove the book without the book. Go.
Okay, I will. I'm going to do it now. Give me a minute. Okay.
Without the book. No. Put your dumb Bible, put the fables down.
You've
Without the
not let me
fables,
speak. You didn't let me speak.
can you
You
prove
didn't
the
let me
book?
speak. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
If you know anything about computer programming, okay, computer programming.
Simulation theory. Come on, dude.
Checksums. Okay, they have checksums at the end of every line to make sure that no mistakes are made. Okay, the Bible was compiled over a 2,000-year period by many different authors.
It's in third
Okay?
person,
And it is,
and they've been confuted that
it
that
is
that
the King
John
James.
didn't
You
even
keep interrupting
write
me.
the book of John, dude.
You keep interrupting me. You keep interrupting me.
Because you're using lies. Like John didn't even write the
You've not
book
let
of
me
John,
finish.
man.
You've not let me finish. You're gonna let me finish.
Yeah, let him talk.
I'm waiting.
Okay. The number 7 runs throughout the Bible. It's 7 days in the week, 7 notes in the piano, 7 colors in the visible rainbow. Okay. The number 7 has been known for a long time as
They
a
took from the
divine,
Lord.
as a
Yes.
divine number. Okay. All right. Now, the King James Bible. Okay.
It was written in the
in the
1700s. So why
in
is
the
King James
1600s.
right and not the Catholicism Bible?
Okay.
Right.
In the
You can't even prove. You have
1600s.
to prove that first. Why one Bible is different than the next, and why they're
You're
right and
interrupting
you're
me again.
wrong.
You're interrupting me again.
Yeah, but
Look,
here's the thing is, dude,
Nick,
you need to prove which Bible is correct because you can't have multiple
Well, I'm just
interpretations and
about
be
to
like,
do
your
that. I'm
Bible
just
is
about
right,
to do it.
but the
I'm a
Catholic's
Jew, your
Bible is wrong and they're
Just
from
give me a
Satan.
second. Give me a minute.
hey
1611, King.
Nikki,
Six,
I want to
yes.
give you all the time for you to explain your position, but
Okay.
you must say you're avoiding questions
Can you
like
give me a moment?
crazy. All right,
Right. The
because
1611.
you ignored.
Please let me get to my point.
Okay, and then
Let's let him go.
He's talking
Guys.
about sevens in the Bible, so
go ahead.
let him finish. Let him finish.
Yes.
Okay. There are 7s running throughout the Bible. It is known to be a divine number. The King James Bible, all right, published by
Okay.
Cambridge. Okay.
Okay.
The number of words in the King James Bible is 7 to the power of 7.
Okay.
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 Now, listen. I'm talking the exact number of words.
See, but that you can equate that to anything.
No, you can't.
Yes, you
No, you
can. There's
can't.
books out there
No, you
with
can't.
7
No, you
pages
can't.
and
No, you can't.
7
No, you
chapters
can't.
and
I'm saying
70
if
this
this is
and
divine,
7 of
listen.
that. You guys like to make magic
People have,
numbers up that
no,
equate to stuff that has nothing to do with it.
Hold on.
No. This has everything to do with it. This
No, it doesn't.
authenticates the Bible as being divine.
You know who made numbers numerical, even just numbers to begin with? The Arabs. Before Arabs, there was no 7. There was no
God
number for 7.
created numbers.
No, the God
Nikki,
that you worship is the
In the
same God
beginning,
as the Arabs. It's the same God as the
in the
Jews.
beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Poof, magic out of
hold
nothing,
on,
correct?
Lonnie,
In
hold
7
on,
days.
Poof,
Why do we have?
magic, right?
hold
Why does
Poof,
on,
everybody
magic.
have 7 days in the week? Why
Poof,
does everybody
magic.
have
hold
7 days?
on,
can we?
Poof,
7
magic.
days in a week. 7
hold
days in
Genesis
a
on,
was
week.
proven to be
hold
false. You know that,
on,
right? Adam, Eve.
Nikki,
By who? By
Nikki,
you? By you? Or
Nikki,
who proved?
A
How
lot of
did you prove
people.
it to be wrong?
Nikki, and
Christian
lone
scholars,
atheist.
dude. Christian scholars even
Hold
say it's false.
on,
False.
Nikki,
Lone atheist. Wait, chill.
Nikki, and lone atheist. Be quiet for a second, okay? Now, Nikki, all right. We wanted to hear of the evidence that you have for the existence of your God. And now you're going into the number 7. And please, you know this is going nowhere at all. So if there's any other good evidence that you have, because you already suggested the Bible proves the God. And when I asked you if the Bhagavad Gita proves Krishna, you said yes, but then you backtracked because
No, I didn't
somehow
backtrack.
in your
I
But,
didn't
mind,
but
backtrack.
Lou, what makes his God more real to him than their God is to them? What
they're
for some
not.
reason you think your God is more to
They're
you is
equally as real. To
exactly,
these
it's the
people,
same
they are
because
equally as real. All right. But
No,
the
no, no.
point is that
yeah.
Nikki,
So
I want to
you're
hear, I
dismissing
want to
all those
hear,
Hindus? How can you
I
dismiss
want
all
to
that other
hear the
religion? Hindu is
evidence.
older than Christianity.
Hold
How can you
How
on.
can it
dismiss
be?
that?
How can it be older than the beginning?
It
How can it be
is.
older
It's
than the beginning?
2,000 years older than Christianity.
What
Look
is
In
up
it?
the
your history,
beginning,
bub.
Nikki,
God
Look it
created the
up.
heaven and the earth.
Look it
Well,
up.
hold on.
Lone
I
atheist.
want to
Wait,
talk to Nikki.
can
All
I
right.
talk to you too?
It's my stream, and I want to talk to Nikki for a second.
Okay.
All
Hello.
right. I don't want to hear because it's unproductive to hear about how the number 7 proves that there's your God is real, because that is weak it's garbage and it's going nowhere. Do you have anything else to offer other than the Bible and the number 7? Is there anything else?
Yes.
Okay, explain what that is. I will give you all the time to explain it, and then we can comment on it.
Everything I believe about God comes from the Bible.
Yes, and we already went over that the Bible cannot prove the
No, we
God.
didn't. Yes, no. You said that, but that is false.
No, that's
Yes,
not false.
that is false. That is false.
You are wrong about how reason works.
No.
Okay, you can make believe that it does, but you're pretending it's not true. And I explained it. If the Bhagavad Gita can prove Krishna, just like the Bible can prove your particular God, then they both cannot be correct. All right. So the idea that the book proves the God is fake. That's wrong.
No,
Circular reasoning.
You're wrong.
It's a fallacy. Circular reasoning.
I mean, do you understand?
You guys have spent far too much time in philosophy classes and not enough time reading the Bible.
No one reads the Bible more little than an atheist, dude. Literally, we read it literally. Unlike you do, you have to make metaphors for all God's bad parts, and then you make a wonderful story for Jesus' good parts. We read it literally. So when God really murders people in there, we say God is an evil son of a bitch because he murders and okays the murdering of people.
How many
God
times
cannot
have
murder
you read
anybody.
the Bible?
God, I've read the Bible many times.
Estimate how many?
Front to back.
Cover to cover. Not talking about reading a chapter. Cover to cover.
All the Bibles, not just one. All the books,
King James Bible.
Catholic and everything else.
Yeah. I mean,
but you just said you only do King James. So if you only read King James, you're excluding the Catholic Bible. So did you read the Catholic Bible too, or not?
The Catholic Church is mentioned in the Bible as the harlot. The Catholic Church is the harlot.
Okay, there we go. He didn't read any other Bibles but the King James. So there we go.
I read the New King James Bible to start with.
That's it. The Catholic Bible, you just said, did you read the Catholic Bible too? All the other books that are in there that excluded from the King James, or just the King James?
I've read the Apocrypha, if that's what you mean.
So did you read the Catholic Bible, or that's not a yes or no? Did you read it or not?
You have to define what you mean by the Catholic Bible. Do you mean
they have more books than the King James Version? You know this, right? If you know about Bibles, you should know this already.
Yeah, I do know that. I've just told
then
you.
Did you read the books that are in the Catholic Bible that are excluded from the King James?
Yes, they are excluded for good reason.
Did you read them though?
Yeah, I read one is Bell and the Dragon.
Holy shit, you're going around in circles. Did you read the books that are not in the King James Version, that are in different versions of the Bible? You just said earlier you excluded those books for some reason.
Hey, lone atheist.
I'm spitting facts.
Let me talk to Nikki for a minute. All right, Nikki, I'm going to ask you just a couple things. All right. One thing is, are you aware that the first King James Bible included other books that is not in the Bible you are reading?
Yes.
Okay, so it's the particular King James Version that you're reading.
As we have it today. It's been perfected.
Yeah. Okay, but you, in the beginning of this conversation, the very beginning, you didn't accept definitions of words that we use today. You said, oh, no, we got to go to the Bible definition of these words. All right. And that led to me making concessions that were not, I wasn't saying you were correct. I'm just saying for the sense of arguing, we'll move forward. All right. But you recognize that the original King James had other books that are not part of what you're doing. And I think that says something. The other thing is, if you're a Bible person, okay, the Bible itself says that God will confuse people. Okay. Yeah. So how do you know you're not confused? All right. Brock, can you pull up 2
Good question, Lou.
Corinthians?
But
Hold
listen,
on.
yeah, you don't need to pull it up. The Bible says, God says that He will send them strong delusion because they received not the love of the truth.
Did God
Hold
say, or did the
on.
people who wrote the book say?
Hold on. I want to look at the verse. 2
Look it up. It says
Corinthians 4
God
4.
says He will send them strong delusion
2
Hold
Corinthians
on.
what?
because they
Let's
received
read
not
it.
the love of the truth.
Let's read it in the King James. Let's read it in that version.
2 Corinthians what?
Chapter 4, verse 4. It's where God fools people.
Chapter 4, verse 4.
Yeah.
King James Version.
And let's read it.
See, if you're going to believe in God, believe in
What?
a God
Snap.
and that God, not versions of God that dispel other Christianity as false. It's either Christianity is true or it's false.
Go to the Bible Gateway, Brock.
Oh, okay.
King James Version.
And whom the God of his world hath blinded the minds of them which believe not, lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is the image of God, should shine unto them.
Okay. Who blinded the minds?
God.
Okay. So God fooled people. Is that correct?
He's not here.
Well, also God also said that He'd send lying Pharisees to His prophets or something like that. In one of the, I can't remember which verse it is, about lying prophets and lying scribes. How He was talking about lying scribes that was writing the Bible at the time. I mean,
Well, here's the thing. The Bible does say in a couple of places. I just pointed out one. There's other places. But it says that God fooled people. Okay. He messed and screwed with their minds.
hey Nikki, if you're out there, much love, no hate.
All right. And if the God is fooling and screwing with people's minds, then how in the world does Nikki feel that he
Well,
is
if you think
kind
about
of
it like this, if God's the one who's in control and He's all knowing, He should already know what we're going to do. So we have no free will to begin with. So He should already know that we're bad sinners. We've already sinned. So we're already sinners and He knows we're sinners.
Before he made
Where's
us.
the free will in any of that? He's already done predetermined what He
So,
already knows that we're doing.
so that
So
gets me thinking that there go my headphones. That gets me thinking that if we are sinners according to God, and God made us, and He's all knowing, He knows that we're gonna sin. It just feels kind of off. It's like, okay, so
and
He
that's what
made
I
us
mean. If He
sinners.
already knows that, then how can He damn us for something He already knew we were going to do? So basically, He's an evil God for damning us stuff that He already predetermined knows what was going to happen. So why damn us anyway? Why damn us for a belief that we don't have if He already knew the end conclusion? It's horseshit. It's a stick in the carrot, is what it is.
yeah, it gets crazy, and it's mental gymnastics and it's mental games. All
Yeah, I'd
right.
agree.
And I get all that, but it's hard to explain this to someone like Nikki, who is completely brainwashed and indoctrinated into this belief.
Well,
It is
I've
like
noticed a lot of apologetics. Apologetics, what they do is they'll try to define words. They'll be like, and it's just semantics. It's end of the day, all it is philosophy semantics. It's not like you're going to prove anything by a definition of this word compared to the old definition and the Greek definition and this definition. It's like now you're just comparing definitions and you're not showing any proof or anything.
no, I know.
It's
And
like,
lone atheist, that's how this conversation started. Okay. Because it started, and when I run my stream, I like to let people go as far as I could take it. All right.
right,
It's like
right.
I want to hear what they have to say. All right. And I conceded points only because I just wanted the conversation to move along.
Oh,
I
right,
mean,
right.
it was starting with this conversation started with the word knowledge equals science, and it doesn't.
I
But
know it doesn't.
they
No, it's
have
totally,
some,
totally different definition.
but
Like
they
it's
have some interplay. All right, and then he's using the Bible to say, well, when it says knowledge here, what it really means is science, all right, which I don't agree with, but I conceded
see,
it
and that's another
to
metaphor that they
move
try to use.
forward.
Right, right, and that's one of their, and like I was saying earlier, that's a metaphor they use. Like, oh well, it says this here, but it really means this, and you're like, no, that's what the Bible says, not what its meaning is. Now you're just interpreting it how you want to interpret it. That's all Christianity. That's all denominations. Like, that's the problem. You can't just determine it how you want to determine it. The Bible says this. Like I was saying, no one takes it more literal than or literally than us. And you read it like that, and you're like, it says this. Well, no, it means this. It's like, no, it says that. You just
No,
don't want to come to terms that it's saying what it actually says, or
when I
deny it.
read the Bible now, and I don't read it, like I really don't, but I mean, once in a while, because of debates and stuff that come up,
No, you
I'll
got to
pick it
refresh
up,
your memory. So,
right? But I read it for what it says. That's it. Because one, I don't want to argue about, well, it's this guy's interpretation of what it says. You know? I
well,
mean,
no,
I'm
and
just
that's the
taking
problem.
it for what it says. That's it.
Well, no, that's the problem that they come in with. It's like their religion interpretation, and then like I was saying with him, like how can you deny other religions and say that their beliefs and how strong they feel and their beliefs isn't real as what you feel? You can't just
No, no.
say, well, they're of the Satan all of a sudden, and it's like no, 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 you can't just come in and say that. Like, and then to try to use the popularity thing. Well, it's more popular. It's like Hindu is more popular, the most I think profound religion out there. So, I mean, if you want to get a popular vote, it's Hindus. Like,
Well, here's the thing: the popularity thing fails miserably when you include all of the different beliefs versus Christianity. Because
oh yeah,
Christianity is about 2 billion people in the world, and there's 8 billion in the world. So 6 billion are not Christian believers. All right. They have a variety of different beliefs.
right, like Hindu and Taoism, and
Muslim is very big.
yeah, that they're actually outpacing, starting to outpace Christianity in
Oh, yeah. They're
popularity
going to
wise.
overtake Christianity, and Christians are upset about that.
Well, if you take Catholics out, because a lot of Christians, think that Catholics are Mary worshiping pagans. If you take the Catholics out, Islam's actually bigger than the Protestant, actually mainstream Christianity. If you minus the Catholicism, if you add both in, then I'm getting these numbers from what Aaron Ra has said off of his stuff, but from what he said, and I just it seems right. I mean,
Aaron Ra does a lot of research. Okay?
yeah,
And he definitely doesn't just talk off the cuff, and
no,
just say things.
he's who I'm trying to learn my debate style and debate tactics from. Is him. Like I said, I've been emailing with him back and forth and asking him a bunch of different questions on how to debate Christians and how he tolerates their stupidity sometimes, where it's kind of like you catch them in a fallacy and they can't answer any questions, and you're like, you just want to pull your hair out, and you're like, I'm working on that part still, but
You're going to have a hard time. Let me tell you why. All right. Because they don't want to hear anything but what they believe. That's it. They do not want to hear anything else. So it's
nope, it's that armor of God.
It's like talking to a brick wall. All right. It's like
Oh, yeah, exactly.
I concede points just to keep the argument moving. It's like just to keep the discussion going.
And a lot of them will do that. I've noticed they'll switch, like if they'll switch topics. Like he went from Nikki, much love, but he went from multiple topics, from cosmology to the meaning of words to this and to that. And I've noticed it's just a switch of topics, because it's like, well, if you back them into a corner on one topic, they switch the topic immediately. Like, oh, you believe in something came from nothing. It's like, I've never met an atheist who believes that ever.
No,
It's always Christians who believe in
I
proof
don't
magic.
believe that personally.
Yeah, I've never met an atheist, even like Sean Carroll and all these physicists. They don't believe none of that stuff. It's not proof from nothing. It's like the Christians are the ones who believe in God, proof, magic,
Yeah.
the universe.
Um,
It's
And
and
here's
they
the
like to
thing.
focus their ills on the atheist. Like, oh, we don't do that. And it's like, yes, you do. You're saying crazy stuff. Like,
And here's the thing. If I believe something came from nothing, that does nothing to prove their point. Okay.
no,
Even if I believed,
no, and
something came
that's
from nothing,
subjective, and that's
that
subjective.
was nothing, that is not evidence for their belief.
No, and subjective evidence isn't
Yeah.
evidence. You can't use subjective evidence in court because you'd be laughed out of court. You'd be like, I didn't do anything wrong. I say I didn't do it. Like they'd be like, okay, see you later. Like it doesn't work like that.
No, I know. But
You
you see
need
what I'm
objective
saying?
evidence. Like,
Like,
should we let Nikki or Quintavious Sanford join, or
who's Quintavious?
I think he
Grave
posts.
walkers. I really would like to talk to grave walkers because he was in our last chat that I
yeah,
did,
bring them on
right? But I
if
don't
you
know
want
if
to come on.
he's going to come in.
It'd be cool to see different ideas. I like seeing different ideas. You know what I mean?
You know what's really like I find odd? I'm not frightened to be wrong. Right? If I'm
Mm-mm.
wrong, I can learn something.
I like to
Right?
be wrong because that, like you just said, Lou, you can learn something and better yourself that way. This way, you can replace your knowledge with the correct evidence and knowledge you have. Like,
Right. I'm not frightened of learning something. Right?
no, if
But
I'm
I
wrong, I'm wrong.
can't help but think with the most of the Christians I speak with, they really don't want to learn anything.
No, no. And like I said, kudos. I don't understand how people, I don't know about you, Lou, because you probably a little older. I don't understand how you deal with stupidity. Because I've been noticing as I'm getting older, I have less and less shorter reviews for stupidity. It's like the stupider someone is now, it's like I just want to pull my hair out more. It's like, oh my god, like do you do any research on your history? Or like people are talking before with Satan, and it's like you not know where Satan comes from. It's not just a Bible thing. It's Hasatan was an old before Zoroastrian religion. It was the Satan, the great Satan. It was hooking from there, and the Jewish, like and no one does any research on any of that old
No.
Babylonian, Mythonian stuff, because that's where a lot of the Christianity religion and Jewish religions come from in Zoroastrian, is Babylonian stuff, like in Mesopotamian type era. Like that's what all that, like the Law of Maharabi is where most of the Ten Commandments come from. If you read that, a lot of
Yeah,
those are
and
exactly
then
the same.
it becomes, well, I did my research. I read what a Christian apologist had to say.
Mhm.
That's not
Someone who
research.
supports my view, right? Right. Someone who only
Anyway.
supports my view, I'll read, not to discerning views. Like,
Oh, definitely. They're frightened of disturbing views. It's scary, you know.
and that's where the free thinking a lot needs to take place, is because you got to look at both views to make sure your position is correct, not just
Oh,
take one side and
absolutely.
be blinded. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely. That's why I opened my channel up to Christians, and I was a Christian for most of my life. I read the Christian apologists, the ones that were around when I was a Christian, and I've read the arguments and I've read the Bible. So I'm not speaking from absolute ignorance. You know,
Right, right, right. They think that atheists just come out of nowhere with no. They don't understand that most atheists are ex-Christians and ex-pastors and ex-Islam, because they've read the Bible, they've seen the bullshit, and they've gotten themselves away from it. And
yeah,
they don't understand that.
and
They think it's just some guy who believes in nothing. Like it doesn't work like that.
I don't even encounter many Christians that know the Bible all that well. I
Me
mean, once
neither.
in a while I do, but it's kind of more the exception than the rule.
They just know bits and pieces that sound good to them.
Yeah, yeah, they pick and choose. They hear the pastor give a sermon on a verse, or maybe two verses, and they go, "Oh, that makes sense," and it feels good. But serious Bible
Yep.
study? There's not too many that I encounter that actually do serious Bible study.
And when they do, they don't do the studies about God's atrocious parts. They do it about what Jesus said and what Jesus did and how Jesus did this. And it's never, well, God, killed these people. Like, I can't believe, I mean, Nicky was a great dude, but I was bringing up the slavery and he was like, well, God did it. And it was like, so that excuses it? Like, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Like, because God did it, that doesn't excuse the, atrocities you treat your fellow human like that. No
When
God is
God,
going to get me to
in
do
the
that.
minds of a Christian, God can do no wrong, even when he does wrong.
But no, to prove the Bible wrong to them is proving God wrong or proving God doesn't believe. So they have to believe every bit and piece of that Bible,
And they have to
everything.
believe God is good, even when the evidence suggests he's not good.
Well, a lot of them can't tell doctrine from deity. They worship the book instead of God as God rather than God and the book separate. And they can't tell the difference at all. And they just put this full, like he was saying, like the evidence is the book. And it's like, the evidence, a lot of the book has been, discounted by fellow Christians, not just other religions and atheists. Like, fellow Christians have said, no, Adam and Eve is impossible. No, this Noah's Ark never happened. No, there was never really a Moses because that could have never happened. There was no time. You don't know which Pharaoh it was that he was, at the time of the which Pharaoh. Nobody knows. Mark, the four Gospels weren't even written by those people. I mean, they don't even look at this stuff, and it's like, but they put their sole belief in it. And it's like, but you tell them this stuff, and they're like, oh, Satan.
I think
tough.
some of these people in the comments don't like us, so.
I want grave walkers to come in. And
I don't know.
I'm
That's
Do
Grave
not
Walker's
care.
Is he? I hope grave walkers.
I can't see any comments, so I don't have no idea.
Well, in my stream, grave
Hey,
walkers is talking, and I remember him from last time, and I would love for him to come in and chat, but I
all
don't
I gotta say is
know.
no hate like Christian love. They claim to love so much, but then they'll mock the hell out of you. You believe in this, and it's like you believe in talking animals. Like, so why are you gonna mock us, but then claim you love so much? Like,
Oh,
Christian love, like, come on with it. Come on and mock us like your lovely Jesus told you to, right? And like, dude, come on. It's hypocritical stuff. I see it. I can't stand
there's
it.
two types of Christians I meet.
I'm not trying to be
Christians
rude,
who
but I
love
think,
people honestly, and then the Christians who love their belief first.
Yep, that's a good way to put it, Lou. That's
Like
exactly a good way.
Can I say,
my
hold on.
girlfriend loves people, and that's why we're together.
Hold on.
Humanist.
I don't want to say that. I don't want to be too rude, but I think grave walkers cannot type very well.
Well, sometimes you gotta give him a little excuse because sometimes, like my phone, like you'll see in the text, my phone I'll type real fast. I got a really small phone because my wife ordered me a small phone. It's got small keys, and if you hit like L, it'll hit left of the L and hit the button next to it. And if you're trying to type like a fast, like you're in a conversation with somebody, and you're trying to type, it'll hit everything funny looking. So give him a little
Well,
slack.
I put in the stream again. I thought that fella wanted to come back, and if he does, I'll invite him back. If he comes back on, let's talk one at a time, because
Quantavious, we don't want people to head to perishing for it. What does it mean to perish for eternity? Like what?
You're dead. Perish just means
You mean
die.
perish?
This is perishing. So
I mean Jesus? You mean like Jesus said he's gonna crush us in the bloody wine press, and for not believing him? Like him? Oh yeah, that guy who's gonna just kill us for not believing. Yeah, let's be like him in hell, right?
See, Quantavious, I don't know if that's a good word to use, perishing for eternity, because once you're dead, right?
Well, the thing is that perish definitely means die.
Yeah, I mean to perish.
But this is,
Christians,
you will be perishing.
Ironically,
well, the person said you'll be perishing for eternity. So
yes, ironically, Christians
Where?
don't really believe in
the
death.
comments.
Everyone's still living somewhere, either in hell or in heaven, or purgatory.
Well, the funny thing is, a lot of the Christians' notion of hell is from Dante's Inferno. If you look at a lot of the newer Christian versions of hell, they took that notion of Dante's, you're going to go burn and this and that. It's like, y'all got that from Catholics who got that basically from Dante. Like, because if you look in the Bible, it really doesn't explain hell too much, I don't think, in there. Besides,
doesn't tell a whole lot. But
right, besides
there is
Revelations, I think.
There's a verse I remember that I don't remember the verse, like where it is, but it definitely says that there will be punishment, eternal punishment.
I think it was the Old Testament, Revelations, right?
I don't remember where it was, but there's definitely a verse that makes clear that it will be a punishment, not just, see, like there's a guy in chat saying it's just separation from God. But no, there's a verse that says punishment. Now, it doesn't say you're going to burn in fire, but punishment is punishment,
Oh, right.
And forever punishment.
Quantavious, would you like to join? Please?
Come on. Be awesome.
I'm bored. I guess I could always go.
Keep putting the link in there. See, like Gravewalkers says, hell is being apart from God. All right. There's a verse, almost fell off my chair. There's a verse that definitely says that there will be punishment. So it's not just separation.
But who says we'll be doing the punishing, Lou?
Well, the punishment comes from God.
But it says Jesus will be doing the punishment.
Yeah,
Jesus will be crushing the unbelievers into bloody wine press.
Who's God, right? Jesus is God.
Well, Jesus is a separate entity. A lot of Christians think Jesus and God are the same thing, but there's some Christians that are like, well, it's the Trinity. It's like, okay, well, you understand it's separate, but you still like Christians. Jesus, I don't know. I've seen a lot of misconceptions on Jesus.
See, there's a contradiction even with what Gravewalkers is saying. There's some people, Christians will say there's separation from God, but the Bible clearly says in the verse, I don't remember the chapter and all that, but it definitely says that there will be punishment, not just separation, there's punishment. So even that, the Bible contradicts itself,
Oh, it's kind of like if you look at the book of Job, that is the most silliest book of the Bible, one of the most silliest books of the Bible I've read. Like God keeps lightning in storehouses and wind and rain and snow in storehouses, and Job is just a wild book to read. And like if you're reading it literally, it sounds like he's Deuce almost in that book. It's like
Job is one of the most hideous depictions of God.
It is
horrible.
It's ridiculous. It's laughable almost. It's like he keeps what in storehouses? Like, okie dokie, but this guy's not a magic man from nothing. It's
the book of Job
beyond me.
Is so obviously fictitious. It's like, I mean, that's a book where if you just took someone and said, here, read this book alone, I don't think anybody would think it was real.
No, and a lot of them also conflate the Satan with the serpent, when the serpent never was Satan. They're different characters because Satan was cursed, or the serpent was cursed by God in Genesis to crawl on his belly and eat dust for all days. And in Job, Satan's walking around, and other books beyond that. And he tried to reason with Jesus. I mean, that's the worst thing Satan did, was try to reason with him. But I mean, you got, and a lot of Christians, well, some Christians will say they're the same. And then one of my friends who's a Christian, she argues up and down that they're totally the same. And I'm like, it's impossible, because if you believe in God and you believe in God's power is all knowing, then his curses should work like in the Old Testament. Like it can't be the same
Gentlemen,
person.
do,
What the
do you mind if I just jump in here really quick?
Yeah, what's
I
going
just
on,
got.
There's a
Ethic?
there was a bug
How
in
you
my
doing,
ear.
brother?
Pretty good, man.
So
How you
listen,
doing today?
I'm fantastic. I actually got back to work. I'm recovering from surgery, so it was really
Oh,
nice
I
to
hope
get
you get
back and
better,
do some
man.
producing
Definitely.
for a change. But listen, I just came on here really quick. I didn't want to crash the party, and I want to make room for Christians if they want to come on here. But I want to tell you guys something as your brother, okay? And I'm not trying to talk down to anybody here, but what people are saying in the chat and what I've noticed myself is that basically we're watching an atheist crash out session right now. You guys are not communicating well with your Christian opponents. You got to learn to let them speak before you start making your counterpoints. And I know we've all heard the arguments about 10,000 times, so we've already got our responses already. But if you're going to have a productive conversation, if you actually expect Christians to want to come up here and talk to you guys, you're going to have to learn how to communicate more effectively. And again, I'm not trying to talk down to you guys. I'm just telling you what we're all watching happen. And Nikki just left and he's in the chats right now chatting it up with people, but he doesn't want to, I'm sure doesn't want to deal with this because he just literally just got attacked personally. And
Well,
that's just
here's the
I,
thing.
so unproductive.
I didn't do
Objective.
I don't
anything.
understand.
Here's the
There's
thing.
no personal attack because, like I said, it's not him who's attacked. It's a lot of atheists do not like the Christianity. It's not the people of Christianity. It's the lies and the Christianity itself. It's the religion. It's not that we have much love for Nikki. I hope he has awesome times and keep on going trucking. I mean, and
No,
you're right. I mean, I can say for myself, I do have to learn to debate better. I can at least admit
yeah,
that part.
because
You know
what
what I
I'm
mean?
talking about is we could say I love you all we want, but if we don't show love, we don't show respect, those words are meaningless. And it's not just me who has observed this. I'm telling you, there's other atheists. And I'm an agnostic. There's other skeptics who are in the chat right now that are all saying the same thing. That it did not come across like you guys are just attacking the religion. It came across like you guys are attacking him. And part of that is
Well,
because you're just
no,
not letting him talk.
I
Well,
understand.
here,
I understand that.
objective.
Yeah,
Here's the
yeah.
thing. I don't pretend to be a scholar. I don't pretend to be a debater. I'm just a guy. I like to talk, and I'm from the streets. Okay.
Yep.
So when someone comes in and talks a lot of garbage, I tend to let them go because I want to, and I want to engage with them. But I really, ultimately, I don't care. I'm being honest. I really don't care because I am just myself. I accept myself. If someone gets their feelings hurt, oh well. So
No,
I was
I'm picking up what you're putting down, and I will also say, brother, it's your channel. You can run it however you want. But I'm just letting you know that for a productive conversation, if you want to encourage productive conversation, having one person at a time instead of the three of you. I know was
oh
here to
yeah.
just do like some research or whatever, but he was chiming in, and then Lone came in, and then he kind of took over the conversation. So then it ended up being the three of you guys all trying to attack this guy's arguments at one time. It just got really dysfunctional. And the other thing, hold on, Brock, please. The other thing I would say really quickly is, you guys are making good points. I'm not saying you aren't making good points, but because you guys are all over the place, you're not hammering down on one specific thing. So when it comes to something like the Bible, he's trying to use the Bible as evidence. You guys are all right that that's not how evidence works. And Lone Atheist even used the correct term. It's a fallacy that's called circular reasoning, but he didn't take the time to explain what circular reasoning was. He didn't stay on that. He just let the conversation jump over to numerology. So if you just hammer down one thing at a time, if you have a good point to make, like circular reasoning is a fallacy, explain that if you can't make your argument without a fallacy, just break it down step by step so the brother can understand where you're coming from. The other thing I would say is that when it comes to something like life from non-life, just simply explain to him by asking him how many organic elements are on the periodic table. The answer is zero. There's no organic elements on the periodic table, which means every single biological thing, every living thing is made up of non-living material. So life comes from non-life. That's exactly how it works, actually. So just basic,
Star stuff, but
thoughts like this and simple explanations, yeah, it can really go a long way to having a more productive conversation. And again,
Yeah,
I'm trying to
but
disrespect you guys. I'm just trying
does
to
it ever
coach
really
everybody.
matter?
Okay, can I say something?
That's
Look,
what I wanted to know.
I was the one trying to get them both to stop yelling at Nikki.
I'm
You're
just wondering. I've talked to Christians my whole life, and I was one. And I've talked to Christians as an atheist for the last 12 years, I don't find that they give a darn about truth. So I mean, they could prove me wrong, but I don't find that they really care much about truth.
Well, it was I can't remember the famous guy who said it now, but he said that conviction is the greatest enemy to truth, even greater than lies. Right. So when people are convicted of what they believe, that's the greatest enemy to truth. It's it's just really you're right. You're not going to talk people out of a whole lot of things, but the point of having, and again, this is your channel. I don't know what your ultimate goal with this channel is, but I would think that it seems the impression that I'm under, the reason I've been following you is because it seems like you're a sincere guy who wants to have sincere conversations. And it's not so much that you're going to change somebody's mind or they're going to change your mind, but it's for people who listen to these things or who take the information, if it's been given respectfully and intelligently, they can take that later. And when they're sitting by themselves, maybe they'll start to say, you know what? Brooklyn Lou or Lone Atheist or Brock, he actually made a really good point that I never thought of before. And that's how the whole thing works. You're not going to get somebody to come on here and denounce their faith. If you think that's what it's going to happen,
No, no,
it's
you're
absolutely not
completely
going to
right
happen.
about that
And
one.
they're not
I
going to come
don't
on here.
even. I would be shocked if that happens.
That'd be
Yeah.
what
And
they
they're
would
not
call
going to
a
come on here and
miracle.
get you guys to. Yeah, absolutely. You're not wrong about that, brother. And they're not going to come on here and they're not going to convict you guys to become a believer either. That's just not going to happen. But
Yeah,
it's one
I
step
don't
at a
see
time.
it.
It's like if you guys have ever adopted an animal that's been abused, what you got to do is you got to basically you sit that animal on one side of the room. You take a piece of bacon, you put it on the floor in between you,
Oh
then you
yeah.
go sit away from the bacon. They move to the bacon, and then you do this step of time and time again until pretty soon he's eating the bacon out of your hand. It's
See,
one
but
step at a time, right?
let me tell you something as an atheist, brother, that a lot of us get frustrated with is the goalpost shifting. And this is what a lot of atheists, this is where a lot of atheists get really angry and disrespected, because that's a disrespect in its own. If you're going to goalpost shift and someone asks a sincere question and you go, well, let's talk about cosmology all of a sudden. And did God do this? It's like, no, 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 no. We're talking about evolution. We're not cosmologists. Leave the cosmology out of this. God didn't poop anything into anything. Answer the question. We're sincere about the question. Answer the question. That's the issue we're having. Is a lot of people
And
they'll
you're
they'll
absolutely
goalpost
justified.
shift, and that is frustrating, because if you're going to goalpost shift and not answer the question, and then come back with a circular fallacy on something, and then just skip the question, then how can we move that
Yeah,
conversation further any more than that if you're not going to answer the question about the conversation? Because if you can't move
you're absolutely
forward if
right.
you can't
And,
answer it,
Right.
no, you're absolutely right, brother. And you're
This is what
absolutely
I felt.
justified to say
and
that.
that's frustrating.
This is what I felt was happening with the friend that was in here, and I have nothing against
Nikki,
him. Yeah, I have nothing against Nikki, but what I felt was I was being direct when he asked some questions, and I even had Brock come on to pull up, definitions, and I even conceded points which were very debatable, but I didn't bother debating them. I said, okay, let's go with that. All right. But when I come up and ask a question and he doesn't answer it in any decent way and then darts off to another subject, all right, I don't find that's acting in good faith.
that's disrespectful in
No, I agree
itself,
with you
because just
100%.
being that's
But
not
I wasn't
that's
actually. Yeah,
oh, go
no,
on
you're
there,
right.
go on there.
You're right, Lone Atheist. No, you're right. You're absolutely right, and I absolutely agree with you 100%. And I also admit that I was not here for the whole thing because I just got off work, so I just came in for the
Yeah,
life from
yeah.
non-life. That's about where I started watching. But as far as that goes, Lone, you are absolutely right and justified to be frustrated. I totally respect that. But again, I will still say that if you're going to try to have a productive conversation, you guys have to be able to develop a skill set where you calmly and politely and respectfully bring that conversation back to a single point until both people agree to move on to another point. And if you can't do that, then you have to respectfully agree to disagree and then move on. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be communication is a two-way
And then
street. And that's all I'm just saying. I'm just saying I'm just observing all this, and it just seemed like such a hot mess. And then the guy leaves, and you guys are
Well,
using
no,
his name to
he's still
criticize
out
his
there in
arguments.
the I see him in the chat, and
Exactly.
I
And I
have
think
no
that
problem
I'd
with
love
him
to see
coming
him.
on.
Yeah, I'd love to see him come back up here, and I'd love to see you guys actually have, because I think that Lone Atheist, when he came in, he had a very good point about the circular reasoning, and that wasn't being brought up before. You were saying that the Bible is not evidence, and you're right. You can't use the Bible to prove the Bible. That's circular reasoning. That's a logical fallacy. And Lone Atheist pointed that out, but he didn't actually explain what circular reasoning is. He didn't hammer. Instead, it got emotionally charged into how stupid it was and blah blah blah. And then the ad hominem started flying, and yes, Brock, when he calls you a ginger, that technically is an ad hominem. It's a personal attack. So I'm not saying that Nikki was not innocent in any of this by any stretch of the imagination either. He has a lot to learn, but it was just dysfunctional as far as what I'm seeing. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not here to lecture anybody.
Does. No one's a
I mean, let me talk objective ethics. I just want to tell you something just about myself. Okay. My channel, I'm doing from scratch. I started, and I don't think my channel is going to be one where it's completely intellectual or debate centered. All right. I think I have to, in order to grow, I think I have to combine little debate, little entertainment, even a little comedy. I mean, I've made a couple videos that were pure, just silly and for fun. And my approach is to try to give my thoughts out on the internet. And I'm not representing academia. All right. So, I mean, and I don't feel I have to. All right. So it's kind of like I'm shooting for a bunch of different aspects of the atheism versus Christianity thing, you know?
No, that makes a lot of sense. And as somebody who's actually owned businesses, so I do understand what you're talking about. What you're really doing is you have either two approaches here. Either one, you're running a business and you're trying to make some money off of this gig, or two, you're just entertaining yourself and hoping that you get people who are also equally entertained or going to participate. You can't have both angles going at the same time. If you're going to take it as a business, you got to take it seriously. And you actually have to come up with an identity, what you're trying to accomplish and how you're going to accomplish that goal. And you've got to be able to separate yourself from the competition. And when it comes to online personalities and atheist communities, there's about 2 million atheist channels that I could go to right now to get any flavor of it that you want. So
Yeah,
that would be my advice to
right.
you. You know.
No, I know that. And that's the thing. I visit a lot of different channels, all right? And I see a variety of different styles, a variety of different, approaches. And I think there's kind of room for all of them. I mean, there's atheist channels that are just purely entertainment, right? There's nothing serious about it. It's just entertainment. And then there's very high academic type stuff, all right, which I can go to and learn. All right. I can go to certain channels, and I go to a certain channel because I want to get more in-depth knowledge about a subject. Like I will go to Dr. Josh's channel a lot. I will visit Kip Davis's channel. Right. These are more academic oriented, right? But I also like to have a good time, So I kind of
I would look at people like the Kentucky Atheist who was in here, Joe. He's got a great mix of things. Captive Desk with Dave.
Yeah.
He also does a great mix of stuff, because you can certainly have a blend, but if you're not gonna, you got to find a way to separate yourself from the competition, because there's just too much of it out there.
I thought about that
Hey,
when I
Essex.
started this, all right? Because I come from a business background, right? So I have thought about it. And the one thing that I wanted to do with my channel was just to be authentic, all right? And that was going to be whatever it is, it is. If I lose an argument, I honestly do not care. I do not care, all right? I'm not a perfect debater. All right. I'm not perfect at anything. I'm just a dude. That's it. But I'm fairly well read on these subjects. I've been I was into Christianity most of my life, and I've studied science for maybe the last 10 years. So it's not like I know nothing about these things, but I don't want to put myself out there as an expert. I just want to put myself out there as a dude.
Go ahead, Lone. What were you gonna say, brother?
Oh, I was going to say thanks for the third person viewing it or coming on about the stuff, dude. About
No,
the
hey, I respect you guys for listening to what I'm
yeah.
saying and not taking it personally, because I'm not here to criticize and put you guys down at all.
No,
Like I said, I could
I don't
find
take
good
nothing.
points.
No. Nobody should. Well, no, nobody should take anything personally. That's especially about religion. I mean, a lot of Christians do. Unfortunately, they think if you're attacking the religion, you're attacking them, and it's like you can't. You got to separate the both. You can't just be like, well. But I do appreciate everything because, like I was telling Lou, I think right before you came on, I still got to learn myself. I'm kind of new at this, how to debate and then not overreact or what's the word
Well,
get too hot headed. I guess I'm Italian. I get hot headed quick, so it's like
no, but
I got
you're
I got to
right,
learn
brother.
to.
And you're right,
It's
because
all
there's a
learning,
couple
dude.
things that play into it. There's the first of all, a lot of you guys. So I'm an agnostic, and I've been an agnostic my whole life. So I don't have a deconversion story, but I listen to a lot of atheists, and based on what I've seen, is the significant majority of atheists and agnostics, for that matter, used to be believers. And so there is a real thing that's called religious trauma syndrome. It's part of PTSD, actually. And so you guys have an emotional connection to this whole thing.
Never
You've
heard
been
of that.
indoctrinated. You're leaving a cult. I mean, there's a lot of baggage that comes with that. So I totally empathize with you guys.
See,
But the thing is,
I'm a little different than most people on that. My family was religious, but I left religion like when I was about 12. I figured it was all crap then, and I became like a Buddhist. And I went to Buddhist temple, and it was a Buddhist where we didn't worship Buddha. We just it was your own personal what you did. And then from there, it was just I never was in depth in religion until I'd say about a year ago. So it's not like I know most people, like you're saying, most of them have that religious background. I'm one of those off ones that don't. That I've always seen. Okay, talking animals is kind of funny to me. When I was a kid, I was thought that didn't make sense. Or I loved science as a kid, and I always looked at science, and then I read heard stuff in the Bible, and I'm like, that's not science. Like that doesn't seem like it makes sense. Oh, we'll believe in God, and it's like after that, it was just kind of nothing. Uh,
yeah.
Most atheists, but you're
Well,
right. Most of them do come from that background, though. But
I
a lot.
come from an evangelical background. Right? I spent many years as an evangelical Christian. Right? I think at this point in my life that this religion is harming people, particularly in America. Right? So I can be emotional about it, but I'm not emotional about it like I don't like people. All right. My kid has been in ministry for years. Okay. I know Christians. My girlfriend is Christian. I
Yep.
say that all the time because I want people to understand. I'm not saying I don't like Christians. All right. But the
The religion,
Christian
not the
belief
people.
system, in the way I see it, is damaging. Now, it doesn't really damage someone like my girlfriend because she's not a fundamentalist. All right. So I even see differences in the types of Christianity. I mean, if you're just a Christian, I was brought up this way, I believe this, and that's the extent of it. I pray to God, it helps me to deal with life. I don't have any problem with that at all. And I don't get emotional about that. But when someone is going by the book and they're fundamentalist evangelical like I used to be, I think it's very damaging to them psychologically. So I'm actually trying to help people in my mind.
Well, you're absolutely right. And that's the other thing I was going to touch on, is that there is a harmful element to this religion. However, it's not across the board. There's actually something that's called, it's fairly new. It's not brand new, but it's fairly new. It's called progressive Christianity. So these
Yes.
people believe in evolution. They believe that the Bible has contradictions. They understand all of that, but they still have found a way to harmonize this religion. They pray to Jesus, they believe in Jesus, and all this other stuff, but they just don't adhere. They're not biblical literalists. They don't claim that there was a global flood or a flat Earth. A lot of the people
So
who promote flat Earth,
they're kind of like
a
Jews
lot
for
of people,
Jesus, then kind of.
I
similar to that.
I
But a lot
call
of
my
people who claim the Earth
girlfriend
is
a
flat.
cultural. I call my girlfriend a cultural Christian.
That's another
my
term
word.
for it.
I mean,
Yeah, so
when
there
I
is a more
talk to her,
progressive.
I say, because she'll say, you know, boy, you're getting into it with different people. And she doesn't mind that at all. Right? But she'll say, and I'll say, yeah, but I don't look at you like that. I'll tell her, you are a cultural Christian, and I have no problem with a cultural Christian. You know?
Well, you guys live in New York, and so there's a massive push for liberal politics and stuff like that. So you guys are going to be more friendly to marginalized communities, LGBTQ communities, things of this nature. So that's more in line with more of a progressive Christianity, and that's where the harm comes from the religion. And a lot of religions is when you start voting against gay marriage, or you start voting against abortion, or these are harmful things, in my opinion. And I'm not even a leftist. I'm actually an independent centrist. So I can find all kinds of things to disagree with from the left and the right, frankly.
Right,
But these
right,
are
right in the
issues
middle,
I
man.
just happen to agree with. Yeah, that's the only way to be. I know I'm agnostic and
Right.
I'm an independent centrist. So I'm just, but at any rate, Brock, I'm sorry, brother. What did you have to say?
I hope this doesn't come off as rude. We've been talking about this for over 30 minutes now.
You live, Brock.
Let me ask Nikki. Hey, Nikki, I see you out in the chat. Would you like to come on and continue our discussion? And maybe it can just be between you and I, and we could just talk
Yeah.
nicely.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hey, Lone Atheist, do you have a Discord?
No. Did
Okay.
you look in the chat how I told you how to look up my thing?
I think I'm subscribed to your old channel. One of them.
Let me see. Here's a.
It was, I told what you do would go in the chat, and when I type a message, hit the icon on my thing.
Okay.
Because you
All right, I'm
found the
going to
old
jump
channel
out.
today.
I
That's the only. That's what.
appreciate you bringing me up. I'm going to let you
Oh,
guys do
yeah,
your thing here.
Anytime.
All right, Essex. You have a nice day, brother. Just when I type something in chat, Brock, just hit like you know what the icon on my the name is. Hit the icon next to it, and it should bring up the whatever the thing is. I'm not in chat right now, but I'll exit out and type something.
Hey, did you guys ever hear of the power of not giving a shit?
Oh yeah, I got the book.
There is such a book. I didn't read it, but I did not read it. But I've been living that for the last 12 years. Okay. I honestly do not give a shit. I'm passionate about issues. I have my own thoughts. All right. But I could care less if someone likes me or doesn't like me. I don't give a shit.
You know, Lou, as I'm getting older, I'm feeling that same way every day, more and more and more. I don't give two shits less. My circle's small, and oh well.
I can tell you this. I have some experience, not that I am into music like as a player or a musician, but I love music. And the music business is part of the reason I learned that. Because you can make a song and it can be wonderful to so many people, and people will hate you. Okay. And they'll hate your song. All right. And it's like it just doesn't matter, you know. If you have people who respect you and appreciate you for who you are, that's it. I mean,
Yep.
you know,
Keep
doesn't
your
matter if
circle small.
everybody's happy with you.
Not everybody is, you know. There's opinions are like assholes.
Yeah, and it's just like, I mean, I learned that for myself. That's why I can do a YouTube channel, to be honest with you, because I don't really care if people like me or not.
Nope. No emotion off of me. It's a waste of my time and a waste of my emotion.
I mean, I appreciate everybody, even if you don't like me. Like I appreciated
That's it.
you know, our guy tonight. I
Yeah.
appreciate him.
And Nikki.
I have no problem with him. I don't have anything against him at all. All right?
No.
But if he decides he doesn't like me, I don't care.
No, and I understand completely where ethics is coming from. And like I was saying to you earlier,
you know, I got to learn to control that better. I'm new at this. You know what I mean? And I'm trying, and it's like I said, it's not attacking the person, because then you just direct attacks. That's not the way you debate somebody. You got to question, and the way, from what I'm learning so far, is answer the question, or we're not moving on, or we're done. You know what I mean? It's either the question is, what is this? Okay, and then like I was trying to tell, like I was telling ethics, like jumping to something else, like is almost like a, well, you're just as bad as we are type argument, or this is the, what about this? And it's whataboutism, and it's not a direct question answered. And if you're going to debate, or even have an evidence, have, you know, just proof or claim of something that's that large, that there's something up there, you need some serious evidence to back that up, not just the book says it's, you know, a real thing, and then jump to a different topic. It's like, how are you going to jump? You can't just jump to a topic and then not get frustrated with that person and be like, whoa, 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 answer the question. Like, leave the deity out of it. You've already came to the conclusion the deity is the gods, the authority fallacy. You already came to that conclusion, so you're arguing for it. It's like, answer the first question. What do you think of A by, you know, A? And then leave it at that.
Well, yeah, I try, when talking to people who disagree with me, I do my best to hear them out. I mean, I'm trying my best to hear them out. But you know, when I say something and it's disregarded and then just go off to, you know, I could call it like preaching. You know what I'm saying? It's like you try to say something and then you're making a point that you would like for them to digest. And instead of digesting it and speaking about that, they jump off into preaching. Well, the Bible says, and Jesus said, and it's like, come on.
It's quote mining is what they do. They quote mine the Bible, and they instead of answering the question directly. And that's what I was trying to tell ethics is when you're talking to somebody and debating them about the Bible, if you're going to not answer a direct question, you know, that in itself is dishonest. And to have that kind of dishonesty when you're trying to have an honest conversation about you know, the topic, and I can say that, yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm new at all this, you know, and my hot-headedness has got to be killed sometimes, because that's the Italian in me. But
Well,
I mean,
let's look at one point. One point was made, and I just think it's absolutely wrong. All right. Now, the debate should stop there until we settle if it's right or wrong. And that was, when you read the Bible, that is evidence for the Christian God. Like, I don't see that. All right. So until we get past there, why are we going forward? I mean, are you going to address, you know, how that would be good evidence for the Christian God? Now, I could even understand, well, it's a little tiny sliver of evidence, you know, that there was somebody who wrote about it. All right. Yeah, but that's not very good evidence. So
no, but
I would,
then right after, why bring up cosmology?
what I'm saying, it goes from one thing to another, and there's never any good evidence. All right. But that's never addressed. It just goes on and on.
Well, no, but like
Right.
that's what I was trying to tell that one guy in the chat. He wouldn't come on, and I'm like, well, if you can defend your God and He is almighty, you would have no problem defending him or being scared to defend him. So I think the guy
Yeah,
you muted. It was like you'd have no problems defending a God, especially one you have such a strong belief in. You would have you have convictions to defend him. You know what I mean? They can't. And
No, I know.
the ones that do try, I give them kudos, but no game.
Well, I mean, I want people to be able to try, but if they try and they just run away from a question, I make it a point not to run away from a question. I mean, if I get a question, I'll even concede a point. I'll say I'm wrong. I mean, I have no problem saying, you know, I was wrong about that. Right? But
I'd like to be right about stuff.
I don't encounter
guys,
Christians who ever say they're wrong.
guys,
Ever.
No, you're right.
We've been
What up, Rock?
talking about this for over 40 minutes now. Could we? So Brooklyn, I heard that you said you wanted to invite these people on, so I thought me and Lone were about to leave, but I guess not. Lone,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's anyone else that wants to come on. But
Come
Lone,
on,
I
people,
would
jump on. We want me and
I
Brock want to
Greg
watch.
Walker, but he
Lone, I
doesn't
would like to
seem
talk
to.
to you private about like biology, because I think you said you were interested in biology, right?
I have an interest in all science. Yeah.
No, sorry, I was talking to Lone.
Oh, yeah,
Do you like
he's
biology?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I have a game idea, and one of the most important parts about this video game idea is the wildlife that the characters interact with. And I want to make sure
Are you going for alien wildlife or
logical.
not?
It's alien, yeah, it's alien wildlife. It's on another planet. It's crazy. So, hopefully we can talk about that probably sometime.
Yeah, I mean, you saw my Facebook the other day, right? You got Facebook?
No, I don't have Facebook. I guess I could start a Facebook.
No. You got my
Well,
email, right?
Let me check.
I was gonna say the only way that I can think of, because I just got Facebook, like I said, on my other phone, and
What in the world?
I did have X, but I erased
there
that shit a long time ago.
This might take a second. I'll have to search through the whole thing. There we go. Let me.
So, it's one of the Venus flytraps.
Oh, I made a typo. Let me go back. Let's see here. I found your. So is your email Jimmy Stargold or is it
No.
on it?
No, that one I forgot to email password to. It's Vampire Hunter D 357.
Oh, say it slowly.
Vampire Hunter.
Is there no spaces?
No, just all together. Vampire Hunter D 357 at Gmail.
Thank you. I hope we can do like a video call like this, but in private. We can talk about that.
Yeah, dude, that'd be awesome.
That'd be so lit.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Say these days, so lit, bro.
I guess that's what they say now. I'm out of touch with times. I'm like 44, and I'm like, damn, I still feel young. Like,
some things people talk about these days, I don't get either. I'm only 21. It's kind of funny.
you're young. How old are you, Lou?
62, going on 63.
You're the same age as my father.
Really?
Yeah, that's a good age.
I had two kids, but they're not quite your age. My oldest is 36, I believe now.
Okay.
Yeah, 36.
Okay. You got two boys, 2 girls.
You're cutting out again. I'm sorry.
I have a boy and a girl, and I got 3 grandchildren.
Oh, you Grandpa Lou, huh?
Yeah, they don't live in the same state, but yeah.
Okay. Rock on.
So like, I remember something though. My grandpa, he's a great grandpa now because my cousin had some kids a couple years ago, so he's a great grandpa.
I think it's funny. I've got friends who are grandpa parents now, and I'm like, damn, like you're only like 45, like
You don't
too young for that.
You don't have any kids.
I got 4. I got 2 twin girls who are almost 20, a son who's almost 18, and my daughter just turned 16. My other daughter. I got a bunch.
Does any of them happen to be religious?
No, none of them. None of them.
I have one religious, one not religious. So
my mom tries to bring them to
church, but I tell them it's just lies when they go, and not to pay it any mind. Do it for grandma, more or less.
You know, mine both were brought up the same way, but they're different ages. But one was always into church, and always a big part of their lives, and the other one never liked church. So that's one is not
My niece,
religious at all, and one is.
my niece is like that. She loves church. She loves going with my mom, and she always asks me why don't I go, and I just told her I don't want to be lied to, and she just looks at me funny. I don't get into it because I don't want to overstep my bounds, with my sister or anything. I just kind of change the subject.
Well, that's the best way to be, really, because
Yep.
like I have grandchildren that are Christian only because they're brought up Christian, and I mean it's not my kids,
Right,
and
right, right.
I know they're being brought up well, although I totally disagree with that indoctrination.
Yep, I agree.
Hey, Quintavious is here.
What,
Quintavious, how you doing?
Quintavious.
how's it
I
going,
think it's
Quintavious?
Good. What's good?
Oh, you can. I thought you didn't have a mic. Please just.
Yeah, I have a mic.
Oh, okay.
What's going on, man?
How are you?
What's going on? How y'all days been going?
I'm
Good, good,
okay.
Chief.
I
That's
drank
good.
an energy drink, so I got some energy going.
Yeah, I just got done eating a watermelon. I was so hungry throughout the whole day.
I love watermelon. I used to eat that a lot when I was a kid.
Is that the
Yeah,
watermelon?
right. With salt on it. You gotta put salt on it.
Salt on watermelon?
Oh, watermelon.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, watermelon,
Everybody likes
yellow
watermelon.
watermelon.
Everybody likes that. I
Yeah,
do.
I forgot those
That's even
existed.
juicier.
I should try some yellow watermelon. That must be good.
They're good.
So how I should start this? Um, so what make y'all not believe in like Christianity? Like what made y'all like part ways from it?
So I questioned God's existence. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was kind of dumb. And then later on, I thought, well, I guess I don't have a reason to believe, so I'll just be neutral. So
The
I'm one of
Bible.
those neutral atheists.
The Bible made me not think. Made me atheist.
Mm.
So it's not like I can say for sure there's no God. I just don't know if there's one. So I'm agnostic atheist basically. That's all I can say.
And for
What
me, I was Christian many years, but I did like a 3-year personal study, and I decided I no longer believed it. That's kind of what happened with me.
Okay, okay. So yeah, I'm a like follower of Christ. I know before I gave my life to Christ, I I was like young. Like I'm 21 right now. Well, not 20, but I'm 20. But I'm finna turn 21 in like next Monday. But before I even gave my life to Christ, I really didn't really care about like Christianity and stuff because I felt like it was like boring and stuff.
Mm.
But because I was one of those people like that really wanted to have fun in life and just really didn't care about Christianity because it would just felt like a rule type of thing where I had to follow. And so I just kept pushing it away. And I was one of those young men that fell into like was struggling, um, like having a porn addiction where I was just struggling into like not overcoming porn and stuff. And I was very addicted to it. But as I was into that stuff, I started having like sleep paralysis and just different types of attacks from demonic spirits. And so, right when I gave my life to Christ, I was blessed to have a wife. I'm married now, and I'm
Mm.
starting to um,
Interesting.
just build a lot of knowledge and wisdom um, than I ever been before.
I'm
But
glad you're doing much better.
yeah, I'm doing way much better than how I was when I was younger, growing up. But
I
I
just
I, I just want to say Christianity is not like a religion. Um, as I'm learning, because I'm still a young Christian. I'm still learning.
Is it a relationship with God?
Yeah, it's a relationship with God. It's you building a relationship. God
I
wants
guess.
us to have a relationship with Him. More so thinking like it's just a religion thing.
Does anyone want
I guess
to
it depends how you
comment?
define religion,
I
though.
mean,
Go ahead, Brock.
I
doesn't
forgot
isn't
what
that
the
what it comes
definition
down
was.
to?
I
Yeah,
forgot
it
the
comes.
definition.
It
There's
comes.
multiple, but I forgot them all. Sorry.
Yeah, it comes down to us building a relationship with God because He was the one who created us. He was the one
I meant
who
religion. Doesn't it come down
gave
to a
us.
religion, anyways? That's how Christianity is a religion. I mean,
I
what
mean,
Christian denomination are you?
It all depends how you define a religion. That's all I can say.
I can't really answer that. I can't really answer that, to be honest. I can't really answer that. But what I know,
So it's like, is there a certain church you go to?
um, well, I do go to church, but it don't really have like a title to it.
Okay, so
It don't really have like a
your
title
basic
to it.
church, like your basic Sunday school kind of church. Then
Eh, basically, I can't really answer that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't really. It's just a church that preaches the gospel, preaches the word to people. Just give them an
okay,
understanding of what the Bible is really talking about and who God is.
So, since you're 20, that means you're basically my age, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
So, this might be a little off topic, but do you play any video games?
I do. I do. I
Did you
do.
see me? Were you there yesterday or the day before when I was playing Pac-Man on Brooklyn Stream?
No. Well, the funny thing is, this is my first time actually finding y'all channel. Um, Today I've been trying to hop on people's lives that like don't believe in God. Like earlier, I was on somebody else's live because he didn't really believe in God and stuff. So I'm basically just trying to look for people to debate with or
collect
preach the
knowledge from
gospel.
different areas of
Hold
the
on.
internet.
Hold on. Who was
Yeah,
that guy?
just preaching the
Whose
gospel to
stream?
people.
Whose stream did you go to yesterday or today or whenever?
It's this guy. I think he's his name is Ian, but I don't know if y'all know him. He
I've seen Ian.
I think
Does
he
he
was
have
on
Does he have a
live.
funny YouTube name?
I think so. Yeah,
I've
I think
seen
so.
Ian Quintavious.
Really?
I know
Yeah,
who
I
you're
mean
talking about.
I've seen him
I don't.
debating. He brings in a lot of people. The debate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he brought in a lot of people, and I was trying to get on his live today to talk to him about it because he was one of those ones that don't really believe in God exists. So I was just
Yeah.
trying to.
Yeah.
So Quantavius, do you think there's like a chance that part of evolution is true?
To me, I feel like I don't really believe in evolution. Really,
There's
I don't
two
really.
things I could have sworn that they were there to evolution: the process and then the history. If you have no process, then there's just no history of evolution, really. I
But are
don't
you a young
know.
Earth creationist?
No, you're talking
Do,
to him. Sorry.
yeah. Do you believe? Yeah, Contavious. Do you believe in the Earth was 6,000 years old, literally, like or they interpreted it the Bible says, or is you an older Earth creationist?
6,000 years old.
Okay, so you're a young Earth creationist.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. No, I was just wondering.
Hey, I'm gonna go get another iced tea. Quintavious, I'd like for you to hang out because I know you're looking to talk, and I do want to talk to Christians today. So when I get back, maybe we can chat.
Okay, okay. I'm still gonna be here.
All right, I'll be right back.
Keep forgetting I got water right here.
But yeah.
What made you find Christianity again?
Well, I know before then I was a spiritual person. I was so curious on like what was like the purpose of life, why am I here? I was just so curious and trying to like deep dive on like I don't know. I was just so into like researching like why are we here? well, like, why are we doing this? And I was just so deep in like spirituality before Christianity. And then, my family, some of my family, they Christians and stuff, and they kept pulling me on to give my life to Christ and everything. And so when I took that opportunity, I just went for it. I was just a
Okay.
curious person.
Have you tried any other religions or just Christianity?
Uh, just Christianity. I'm not really like I don't really dig into like different religions. I'm still learning all the other religions like Buddha and Hindu and all the other religions. But all I know deeply is Christianity.
Have you read much of the Bible or just like skimmed it?
Well, right now I've read mostly the Old Testament and some of the
New
Gospels. But
New
right now
Testament.
I'm like when I went like right now I'm like starting from the beginning and just studying it and taking notes on like
By
the
gospel,
meaning on every description, like meaning what the scripture is talking about.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. By gospel, you mean the New Testament, right?
Yeah, the New Testament. Yeah, like Matthew, Luke, John, and all those.
Because
Yeah,
I think my sometimes my mind goes so fast. I think random stuff is hilarious. I heard that there was some
yeah,
for the. I didn't know if this applied to Christianity too, but I remember for Islam there's the Quran. Then there's also other books for some reason. And they weren't all put together in one book. I don't know. I just my mind was racing so fast for a second there. But no,
yeah.
it all
I
makes sense
apologize,
now.
bro. I am so nervous right now.
Hey
I
man,
get nervous
It's
when
like,
I'm on there.
don't worry, man. This is my third time on YouTube itself, so I feel you.
I get
yeah,
nervous too.
yeah. This is like literally my first time doing this.
I
My
feel
first
you,
time
man.
on, I think the first time I was like doing like a live on air on YouTube was like with Kent Hovind and Donnie and oh my, that was so
It's kind of like
much.
public speaking because you're in front of a bunch of people and a
Yeah,
bunch of people, and not even that. Like if you're big, you're in like 3,000 people. That's like a small stadium or something like full of people like watching, and you're like like it sucks, but it's easy to get over, man. You'll get over it once you do it more and more. I'm starting to learn how to like get over the the nervousness of coming on, and I don't want to jump on no big channels right now because then that's like I said like 3,000 plus people, and they're gonna be like staring at you the whole time, and
So nervous.
you fuck up,
Can't get
internet's forever.
Hey, I see Blaster Master. I just don't see your you coming in on the stage. So I can now I see. I'm gonna pop you in.
Where'd you go, Quintavious?
could it, could,
Yeah, where's Catavius?
Did we
Where'd you
lose the
Contavious.
go?
Christian?
get your
Oh,
butt
there
back
he
here.
is.
There he
Okay.
is.
Hi.
Blaster
Okay.
Master, what's
Get
up, man?
back.
Okay, I'm back.
Good
Montavious,
afternoon,
get back.
guys.
Hey, if you guys don't mind, I wanted to talk to
Yeah, no
Quintavious.
problem. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was like,
man.
I'll be,
I'm gonna go.
I'll be,
I'll just
make sure not to
mute
dogpile
and
here.
I'll try to go do something else real quick.
Yeah, I want to talk to Quintavious because he's so sincere and he came in looking to chat, about belief and all that. Quintavious, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. My connection is back now.
All right. Did you get on with Ian, or you just weren't on, or did you talk to him?
I didn't get a chance to talk
It's
to
that
him
time
because
again.
I was one of those people that was requesting to get on the live. But
Yeah.
nah, I didn't get a chance to.
Yeah, he's got a lot of people on that live. I've watched them, and the thing about my lives is I don't have a lot of people on here. so so you came, at least I'm gonna give you some attention.
Right.
So anyway, you're 20 years old and married. That's young.
Right.
So congratulations, and I hope your marriage works out. I hope it goes a long, long time. That would be awesome. All right.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
It's hard when you're young.
Yeah,
I mean,
it really is. I'm finding the hard way right now.
yeah, it's not easy to be married when you're young.
Just push on through, man.
Yeah, yeah. And I hope your wife is all in like you are,
Oh yes, for sure. Yeah.
because you both have to be all in for it to really work. So glad to hear that um, you're a young Christian, right?
Right. Very. Yeah. Yeah.
How long have you been a Christian?
Uh, a year and some change. It's been a year.
Okay, and when you became a Christian, and I was gone getting the drink, so I don't know if you said this, but like, how did that happen? Is there a reason you became a Christian?
I chose to be a Christian. Like, I know. Well, I think I did say this where before I decided to become a Christian, I was like so spiritual because I was very curious about how life is really is. Because I kept asking asking myself, what is like the purpose of life? Why am I here? Like, why are we here? And I was just so spiritual, trying to do all this research and stuff. And so, some of my family, they like a follower of Christ. And so they got me into in Christianity. So I just decided to just accept Jesus, and yeah, that's basically what happened.
But you had family that were teaching you maybe a little bit or showing you a little bit about the faith.
Showing me a little bit.
And when you did become a Christian, was it a dramatic experience or was it just something you thought about and said, "This is what I want to believe," or "I do believe," or
Uh
did you have like a dramatic conversion or no?
it's just something that I thought about believing in.
So it wasn't like an event you went to where you were overwhelmed.
Nah,
Hmm.
no.
Yeah. So you came to it by thinking about it.
Yeah, by thinking about it.
All right. And what was it that really that where you decided that that's really the truth? That Jesus was who the Bible says he was, and that you had to accept him, repent of your sins, and live for him. Like, what was it that particularly convinced you of that?
I'll say the teaching from the Bible. I'm very into the Bible. I'm a very follower of the Bible and what it says. Um, and I don't know. I do a lot of research. I'm still doing research about it. Um,
I'm
on
still fresh
YouTube,
out
I
the
do.
box.
Yeah, I do like a lot of it. Where um, a lot of people, where I've seen a lot of people encounter Jesus, his presence, where people have near death experiences, um, or where little kids they end up having visions of seeing Jesus. It's just a lot of stuff that I get into, plus the Bible, and that's really what made me well convinced that you know
Do you
Jesus
find
was.
it? Do you find that this belief is helping you in your life? Does it make you happy or give you peace?
Yeah, it gives me yes, it gives me a whole lot of peace. I know before it's a lot of stuff that I've done before being well before I gave my life to Christ where I was those ones where I was falling into deep depression.
Mm.
I was going through suicidal. Like literally I was on the edge of ending my life. But
Mm.
um I know I had which is my wife. She was there um through all the mix of it and was there to calm me down, was there to get me through those suicidal thoughts and that depression. And I don't know, it just I don't know, I just feel like me giving myself to Christ helped me a lot to get over that depression, suicidal thoughts. And I don't know, it gave me a lot of peace. It gave me a lot of happiness and peace where I don't have to
Was
really.
is your wife also a Christian, or was
Yeah,
she a
she
Christian before you?
uh no, we both became Christians at the same time.
Okay, so you both kind of agreed on this, and
Yeah.
it's helped you your relationship
Yes.
with
Yes.
one another.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I want you to know I don't find anything wrong with that, any of it. All right. And certainly would love for you to be happy with your wife. And it is difficult when one person believes something and the other person doesn't. It makes it difficult, although it's you can do it. Like I have a girlfriend of 8 years and she's Christian and I'm not. But I think we're old enough to negotiate that. I think it's harder when you're young if you both disagree on something uh, so fundamental about life, you know? So
Right.
I want to tell you, I'm happy that you're you're doing well. I'm happy your relationship is doing well. All right. And if there's anything I would offer just to think about would be, do you suppose that there are people other than you outside of your world that might have also went through struggles and have found their way out using other means other than God? You know, let's say maybe therapy or, you know, psychology. Do you think those people exist?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
I
because
feel like I feel like right now I feel like people um I see it as people are going through a lot of problems in their life, like trauma that they face as when they was kids, well younger. And I feel like they just need to be delivered. That's what I feel like.
well, you think that like, see, I know a lot of people who have had a lot of problems, right?
Right.
Lots of problems. When you get older, you've known a lot of people that have all kinds of problems.
Okay.
But what I'm suggesting is that people come out of these problems for a variety of different reasons and using a variety of different thought processes. All right.
Right.
Some may become Christian, and it might change their understanding of the world, and it can help them to become happier people. I don't doubt that. Okay. All
Okay.
right. In fact, I know for a fact that that happens. So I would never want to be a person who takes that away from you. All right. But it would be nice if you can see that other people have come out of similar situations and similar psychological places that do not believe in a God or the God that you have believed in. You recognize that, right?
Yeah, I recognize that a lot. I really do. And to be honest, to me, I respect that. I'm not a person that would judge. That's something that I'm learning is not judging. I completely respect other people's belief. I respect that people don't believe in God, and I'm not here to bring people down.
Yeah.
But to me, because it's like when I hear stuff like that, it's like okay, if so, then like, because my question is, because I had a perfect question for Ian, and I was asking him like,
You could
if
ask
so,
me and I'll give you my answer.
okay, I okay. So
Won't
my
Yeah,
be
ask
question
us.
was,
Quintavious. It won't be Ian's answer, but it'll be mine.
hey, but my question that I have for Ian was like, okay, if you don't believe in God, because it shows w- how the evidence that I have is like I feel like God exists is because of I mean the nature that's all around us, the air that we breathe, being able to wake up every day and really get up and do the things that we do, and we are granted to have another day to breathe in. And I don't know, it's just small, like different stuff that shows that God is real, God exists. Um, I don't know, it's just so many evidence that I can use to uh, give proof that God really exists, God is real. And
Well, what would be like a specific, like when you look
The
at the
best.
Earth, you
yeah,
look at the Earth maybe, and you say, well, a God must have made this, that sort of thing.
yes, that sort of thing.
Could
I
it be?
kind of
Could it be nature without God?
Yeah, that'd be a question.
Just nature by
no.
itself being miraculous, doing its thing without a creator?
Well, if nature didn't have a God, then it wouldn't have a life. It would just be just a regular
Why
thing.
not?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
But
Uh-huh.
Here's the thing, Quintavious.
Hmm.
It's funny when you said that. That's my girlfriend's reason for believing in God. Like in a
Right.
nutshell, you know, there's maybe other reasons, but her biggest reason is that she looks at the earth and the universe and the stars,
Hmm.
and she can't imagine that that would be there without a God making it, right?
Right. Right.
So that's what she believes, and I respect that, because I mean, if that's what people believe, you believe that. But I don't know if you know that that's not necessarily true, because when things are true, we have to give the reasons why it's true. And just saying, well, there's a bunch of stuff out there, therefore there's a God, is kind of jumping a little bit. Can you recognize that, or is that just weird to you?
No, I can recognize it. I can recognize it.
I
so
mean, I
you
can
Um.
grew
make
up
an
you
analogy.
grew up in Christianity, correct? With a Christian background, like
Uh.
completely.
No, not completely. I have.
But
Um. I know my parents. They wasn't like a follower. They're not like Christians. They're not Christians at all. But I know I have like grandmas that are Christians that got me into like
okay,
the faith.
Well,
Um.
I
Well,
look at your.
Quintavious,
Right.
if you have a specific question, like, I understand that you believe this, okay?
Mhm.
And I never take anyone's belief away. I just would like you maybe to consider, sometime, if that's actually true, okay? Because belief, we can believe things, and they may not necessarily be true, okay? And a belief in a God can help people. I don't doubt that at all. So I don't
Okay.
want to
Okay.
be like someone who spoils your party. You know what I'm saying?
No, no, not at all. Not at all. Not at
All
all.
right.
Well,
Because if
to
you're doing
me,
well and you're 20 years old, the most important thing that I think for you is that you do well and that you're mentally stable. Okay.
100%.
And if this belief is helping you get there, I would feel funny taking it from such a young man. So it's
No.
like, I
No.
really not. I mean, I could answer your questions, but the reason
well,
I'm
maybe.
not believing the same things you are is I don't have a good reason to believe them. Okay, and for me, a reason to believe them is not because it made me feel good, or because I was a Christian for many years. Okay, and I was married for many years. I'm divorced now, but my ex is still a devout Christian. All right, and I have a kid who's in ministry. Okay, so understand, I don't want to spoil anyone's belief, but the most I can tell you is that I have not found any good evidence for the belief that I used to have. And that's why I'm an atheist. So,
Okay. Okay. I can respect that. I can 100% respect that.
I'm just
I mean,
curious. Besides Christianity, have you looked into any other just religions to compare? Compare one to another to see if that maybe fits a little better for your beliefs, or have you tried like another thing that I looked at is what you can do is look at a list of fallacies and see if you can apply those to the Bible, which you can, but it's it'll
I
help
think
kind of not even sway your decision. It's just that like, have you looked at anything besides Christianity, or just Christianity?
you're cutting out there a little bit.
To be honest, not really, but I can say I've heard other religions, like the other religions that I brought up, like Buddha and like Hindu. I heard about those two religions a little bit, and where like I think it was Hindu where I've heard that they worship other gods, like 3 million
Yeah,
gods.
that's Hindu. Buddhism. Well, the type I used to be had no gods. It was just yourself, basically meditation, and you didn't worship the Buddha. But it was Hindu who the gods is what you're talking about. Exactly.
Right, right. I
There
don't
are all
know. I
kinds of
just
cool gods.
well, for me, to be honest, I don't know. I just to be real and just to be honest, I feel like I don't know. It just I'm not really comfortable into like going into those like other religions like Hindu, because to me, like I said, I'm a firm believer in what I've been taught, what I've read, where there's a only true God and one God and not no other God. But that's what I believe. That's what I
Can I
believe.
can I ask you something? If you like found out that like Christianity wasn't true, if you just found out for some way and you decided, hey, I no longer believe this, you could still take the things you learned from there and apply to your life that gave value to your life and helped you with your life. You could still
Yep.
take those things and apply them, right?
Uh,
Like compassion and charity and stuff like that without
Mm-hmm.
Christianity.
I can say yes. I can say yes.
Because I worry
But
when people are like, oh, this belief is giving me power, and if without it, I might not have any more power. You know what I mean?
right,
Because
right,
that to me means that like you are on a razor's edge. If you lose belief in faith in your belief system, your whole life could crumble. You
right,
know?
right. Exactly. Yeah.
So that's what
I
gives me concern more than anything. Because like for me, I was super religious for a long time, and I understand how it can give people comfort, but I can also see how it can really cause a lot of harm through that, right? Because people aren't really dealing with things properly.
yeah, yeah. I I can agree. I can agree.
Yeah.
Um, I feel like to be honest, I feel like without like Christianity or without even having faith, because that's what really Christianity is really all about, is having faith and believing in Jesus Christ. Um, I don't know, it'll just change you in a certain way, like accepting Him. Um, yeah, I'm just so nervous. I can't really get
No,
out
don't
what I
worry,
really want to
man.
get
You're
out.
okay. Don't worry.
You're
It's
doing
like I
good. You're doing
understand.
good,
You
brother.
you're on like the in the hot seat here with three of us
Yeah,
here.
don't worry, Quintavious.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
all
like there's
good.
no wrong answers here.
All right, you're
You
doing
know what I
good, my
mean?
man.
Right,
There's no
right.
wrong answers. So it's
But
fine.
I know when I got baptized, because I know they mentioned this when I was accepting Christ and I was learning about Christianity, and I know that when you get baptized, the Holy Spirit falls in you, falls upon you, and He gives you that wisdom, and He gives you uh, that power to do what Jesus did, basically, as they talked about in the Gospels, where you can heal people from sickness, cast out demons from people, just do miraculous things. Um,
Well, let's take that for example. Do you think that that's actually true? Do you think people are like healing people with prayer?
yes, I believe so.
Why can't we demonstrate that via science then? We should be able to measure that if that's actually true, right?
Well, the thing, you have to have faith. That's all about it. You just
Yeah,
have
So
to
well,
have
we
faith,
can
faith.
so
do it
faith
with people that
magically.
have faith and measure if they get cured from, heart disease or something like that. We could, don't you think we've probably done that sort of thing before?
I mean,
There's research out there that maybe has researched that sort of thing. What do you think?
Peer reviewed papers.
Yeah, like done even by Christians.
Yeah, Catholic scholars, Christian scholars, even just regular Christian scholars.
mm, to be honest, I can't really answer that in a proper way. But what I know, just to give y'all a good answer of what I know, is that you know what Jesus did. As it talks about in Luke, Matthew, and John and everything, what he did, where he was doing all these miracles, doing just just showing the glory, what saying God, has for people, and just curing people from sickness, healing them and everything, casting out demons. But that one, well, what he mentioned is, it's not because of the miracles that I'm doing. It's because I'm just showing you, uh, well, not showing you, but showing you to have faith.
Right,
That's the word I'm trying to have.
but
Just
the
to,
Bible is saying that you should be able to do these things today, right?
right, yes, yes,
Yeah, so we should be able to demonstrate these under laboratory conditions, no problem.
right, yes, no problem.
So I'm telling you, don't take this the wrong way, but people have researched this, including Christians,
Hmm.
and they've tried to show that prayer has an effect, and it has been shown to have the same effect as chance, and sometimes even
Not
worse.
trying
Because if people know they're being prayed for,
to
they tend to
be
have like it's like I forget what they call it. It's like
Placebo.
yeah, or it's like performance
auto
anxiety,
deceptive
basically.
is what it is.
They have a performance anxiety, and the people that are prayed for will actually not get, they'll get sick, though they won't get
Yeah.
better than the people that are not being prayed for. So they've done these sort of tests about prayer and stuff, and we can show there's even been $1 million prizes for anyone that can demonstrate anything supernatural out there, and those were lasted
See,
for like 30 plus years.
Yeah.
not to be mean, but for me, faith is auto deceptive into fooling yourself that
Yeah,
something is telling you something in your head that's not really true, or your own version of God is right because the Bible says so. But a lot of faith is very auto deceptive, and a lot of these people Christians who think these faith healers are actually healing them won't take their medications, and grandma will end up being dead because of she believes in the faith
yeah,
healer rather, or the faith of Jesus, and the auto deceptiveness of her
yeah.
believing in it.
Or I remember reading an article recently. Someone was like, "Oh, I was praying over my grandmother and or my mother, and I stopped giving her diabetic medicine, or insulin,
Mhm.
and she died."
Yep.
And
And there's a lot of
Octavius.
instances of people praying, and then a priest coming in and then trying to pray for the family like they have a direct line to God, like the family's prayers don't mean anything. It's
Yeah.
Octavius. Let
Here's
me
a good
just
point too that I like to point out is that the reason you don't hear from people that when prayer is unsuccessful is because a lot of time they die.
yeah.
So you only hear from the
Quintavious.
people where it's successful. So you have one group only reporting. The other group isn't reporting because they're dead.
And
nothing to report on.
Quintavious.
Yeah.
Blast the Master is referring to a study that I had looked at quite a long time
Templeton
ago, I think.
Foundation.
The Templeton
Mhm.
Foundation. You
Yep,
could
I know
look it up
exactly what you're talking about.
on the internet. All right. Now, there's two things. One is what he said. The study actually showed that there was a slightly negative to the people who had been prayed for. And the other thing is there is placebo. And that's a known factor.
Correct.
You know
Yep.
what placebo is, Quintavious?
No, not at all. I never heard of it.
All right. What it is, and this is real, it's not like this is proven
Yes,
actually.
yep.
All right. It's if you believe something, like you believe a sugar pill, that's how they came
That's
up with
perfect
the
analogy,
name
Lou. That's
placebo.
exactly it.
There was a sugar pill that they would give to patients that were suffering from illness. And after giving them the sugar pill for a week, the patients would report that they were doing better. Now, the sugar pill had no medicinal value, so it did not heal them, but they reported that they felt better. Okay, because the mind is a very powerful thing. And the placebo effect is real. Like they have proven that people will report feeling better. And it's not everyone, it's a percentage of people will report feeling better, even though they took a pill that had no medicinal value. So the healing thing is something you gotta, be careful of, because people do go off their medicines. I know firsthand of that. Okay. I know personally people who have went off their medicines and had terrible, terrible consequences because someone in church told them and they believe that they were healed. Okay. I know personal people like that.
I've seen
Right.
it. I've seen it
And
too.
just be careful with any of that. That's my only advice on that.
Okay. 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 I completely respect
What are your
that.
thoughts on that?
Mm, well, how I feel about it, because I know some people. I mean, some people. How to put it? I know for me in prayer, I know I'm kind of struggling on prayer where I have about it like doubts. Sometimes when I pray, I have doubts, and that's why I feel like people that's doing these prayers, that doubt runs in their mind a little bit. And I know what I've heard about is if you have doubt, if you just have any doubt about what you're doing when you're praying, that stops you from actually uh, getting that power to heal that person from that prayer, because you don't have that belief, you don't have that faith, that you can be able to do that. And so I don't know, just for me, I don't know if I answered your question the right way. It's
Mm,
just to me, you
Well,
know.
I think I'd like you to address the fact that there's no documented research that demonstrate that prayer has any effect beyond placebo.
Okay. Okay.
Like, there's no medical instances of people being able to pray and help people. Otherwise, we wouldn't have hospitals. We'd
Yeah.
have churches.
They'd be able to clear out children's hospitals and amputees easily.
Yeah, that's a good
Quintavious,
one.
I
Like,
would love for that to be true,
yeah,
that people go and they pray and people get healed. I
Yeah.
honestly would love that, but I have no reason to believe that.
Yeah. Well, I know it's this guy that I watched where he prayed over somebody that was in like a wheelchair, and
Mm.
that he was dealing with some injury. And I know when he um, prayed the demonic spirits that was on him that was causing all these problems and the pain that he was going through. He prayed over him, and then all of a sudden he got out of his wheelchair and started
Actors.
walking.
A lot of those are paid actors, man.
well, the
They pay
placebo effect,
they
like the
they
power of
they pay them
suggestion
before they
works
go
too.
into church, and they pick out who they're going to be, and then they go pray over him, and then hallelujah, he's up walking around dancing on the floor without his cast on.
Or, or it was a guy that could walk and he just needed a wheelchair just to get around faster,
It's
something like that.
Quintavious, be careful. There's a lot of fakes out there.
A lot of
out of
grifters,
false
man. That's called
prophets,
snake oil.
false prophets, and what Christians would say.
Yeah,
Right.
that's where like the harm comes in for me. It's like that's
Hmm.
where all the harm is,
The
man. Like
deceivers,
when
the
you
one
get
that
into the
deceives the
like
people.
when you get into like the faith healers, those are the ones that are robbing people blind and then telling old ladies not to take their heart medicine. They're telling them to give them money, their heart medicine that they would pay for the heart medicine. Give them that money instead.
Well, they get
And
rich
then
as
those
hell
old
off of
ladies
them.
go home and die.
Yep, that's pure evil.
Hey, Quintavious,
Yeah.
I would like for you to come back another time. All right. Think of some good questions. All right. I'm going to, there's someone here who I actually set up this stream for. All right. It's
Okay. Okay.
Are
Dr.
you kicking us all?
Lou, I'm gonna jump off, brother.
Well, I'll let maybe one person could stay on if you're quiet. I set this up for Reverend Doctor, and he's a Christian. So
I'll just watch.
I just
I'll
want
just let
to
you have the
I want
stage,
to
man.
engage with him honestly and fairly.
Right on, right on.
So, but Quintavious, I'm going to let you go, and come back another time. You're invited here, and you're welcome.
Okay. Can I say one thing before I leave?
Go ahead.
Um,
Last word.
I really appreciate y'all having me come on this panel. I really appreciate it. This is like my first time doing this. Never been on other people's panel.
Yeah.
This is literally stepping out of my comfort zone because I'm a shy person. I'm just a shy person, a quiet person. So this is literally stepping out of my comfort zone to do this. But I just want to say before I leave, Jesus loves y'all. God bless, and just thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to.
All right, and you're always welcome.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna say thanks, and I'll catch you later too, Lou.
All right.
All right. Peace.
Ambushed, I see you. Just give me a moment. I'm posting a link for someone else, but Reverend Doctor, come on in with that link. Hey, Ambushed, how you doing?
What's up, man?
All right, here you good. So what's up?
I just saw that you were still on, and I knew that you were supposed to have a guest. And while I was waiting, I heard
Yes,
they showed up.
and,
So
and he just showed up.
I will.
All right,
sit
it
here
wasn't.
and listen to you
It
guys.
wasn't his fault, but I was
Right.
trying to, get to him, and he had asked to come on, and he's a Reverend Doctor Christian, and
Cool.
certainly want to make room for him. I said he could
Absolutely.
pop on, so I wanted to
Well,
have him talk.
yeah. Oh, for sure. And I would be interested in hearing what he's got to say. If you want me to bounce out, I can, and maybe hop in after if he wants to take some questions, or do you want me to stick around?
Do you know how to become a moderator?
I do, but I don't. I don't know how. I don't know if I could. Yeah, I don't. I know how to do it. I don't know well enough to walk you through it without seeing it.
Yeah. So,
but we'll get.
You could hang out, but I'm
Yeah.
going to talk to. He's
Sure.
in now.
Yeah, I'll mute myself for sure.
All right. Hello, Reverend Doctor. How are you? I can hear you. Can you hear me, Reverend Doctor?
Testing.
Hear you. I hear you.
I hear you too. Good. Very good. God bless you all.
Hey, by the way, I made this stream for you, hoping you'd come in. All right, but I know it's been a long time.
I was out and I just sat at the computer and I looked at the email and that was very early. I expected, something for next week or something.
Oh, I'm not like that busy, I mean, if I have something interesting to do, I'll make time,
Okay.
So I got my girlfriend coming home in about 45 minutes to an hour. Usually she could just walk in the door and, doesn't matter. But I wanted you to explain whatever you want to talk about. And I want at least first introduce yourself, who you are.
Okay, well, you already introduced me. I'm Reverend Rosado. I've been in ministry for over 30 some 40 years actually. and I'm here in Florida, like you say. I was a New Yorker for 40 years or so.
Yeah.
So I wanted a change of scenery. And so I have a group of churches under my belt, I guess, and I'm a senior pastor at this point. I still manage from Florida, and every so often I go to New York and Pennsylvania, where the other churches are, and visit. I'll be heading up in October. And I've been starting, some of you may have seen some comments I've made online, some places. If you get around the atheism groups here and there. So some of you may have heard of what I've been teaching of late on this. And simply, I've been dealing with atheists since 15 years old. But
I appreciate that.
Back in those days, for any old fogies out there may remember that back in those days, you guys used to send out an envelope with hundreds of sheets of mimeograph of all the contradictions in the Bible and this and that and reasons for atheistic belief and whatnot. And as a 15-year-old, I would sit down and answer each of those pages and send it back. And that's really what started me in apologetics from that early age. Other things, I went through other things at the early age too, which made me do that, which made me able to do that. But I won't get into that now.
And may I ask you one thing?
Yes.
You're a doctor, meaning I know it's not medical doctor.
Right.
I didn't think you were a medical doctor.
I started. Yeah.
But
we started a university, part of the church ministry. We've started to put our educational resources together, and we have an educational effort going on. Our church is mainly, our ministry is mainly education.
So what would be your field of expertise?
Well, I do cognitive mentoring is my particular field. I'm a psychotherapist. So I help people as a, psychotherapy began with the minister. So I basically have, contributed to the field in creating what I call cognitive mentoring therapy. And so we help families, individuals and families with that. It's a little bit like cognitive behavioral therapy and whatnot in the secular route. But we do use, faith, and we use biblical, resources as well. But it's basic common sense. A lot of people just lack common sense. Well, if you would call that common sense, but they just don't know how to put two and two together. Some things don't make sense to a lot of folks. And so, so we help them along. We publish some, publications that we use. They're in-house. All the stuff is in-house mainly. It's what we call a core technology for the church, so that we use it for our schools and our training, ministerial training, and things of that, workshops in the community, stuff like that. So that's basically what it is.
I want to tell you first, I don't prepare with notes. I'm not into that stuff. I just talk, all right? And it's very
I'm the same.
to me. All right.
I'm
Good.
the same.
Good. Appreciate that. All right. And I definitely do not speak for anyone else but myself.
Right.
I don't speak for atheism or atheists, but I do speak for myself, and I am an atheist. I'm a former Christian.
Okay.
Right. I don't know if you know that, but I was a Christian for a long time. Speaking of New York, just before we get started, I don't know where you were in New York, but did you happen to know Pastor Kevin out in Long Island, New York?
Well, I've been in I've been in Queens, so that's where I.
Yeah, but I'm talking about out in
I wasn't out there in Long Island.
Yeah, because I had a very dear pastor there.
What ministry what's the name of the ministry?
Calvary Chapel.
Okay, I've heard of that.
but it's
Yeah.
a specific Calvary chapel,
Right.
But he was a very dear pastor that I had when I was a Christian, and a very good man.
Very good. I used
And
to do mailings. I used to email. I'm not email. Back then it was mailings. I used to do mailings to a lot of churches in New York City. So yes, I did run across that name, I'm sure, on one of my mailing lists.
he was involved with Teen Challenge as well.
Right.
That David Wilkerson ministry.
Right. Assembly of God, and I was also a part of that ministry, Assembly of God.
Yeah, he came out of Assembly of God, never had a problem with Assembly of God, but then he started this Calvary Chapel, and he's still pastor there. He's been there a long time, and he's one of a couple of people that are Christian that I really respect because they truly live the life that they preach about,
Fantastic.
Right. Now, I want to say the topic, which I made for you, was, does God exist? So let's start there. Does God exist?
Well, that's a good one. I'm doing a documentary, by the way, Evidence for God. And that is the main issue in it, is one of the main posits. And I think a lot of people are on both sides, like you say, a lot of people in religion and all this, a lot of this problem ensues or is framed by the language, the words we're using.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that is that let's assume that there is a God. Our language would not be able to encapsulate, the true nature of a creator God. I mean, basically, you have to look at it as if we're still in kindergarten compared to a creator God.
Mm-hmm.
So how our language and even our comprehension, even though it may not seem that way to us, is basically Google Gaga in relation to the knowledge and and where God is at, assuming there is one, right? So it's a little bit what do you call it, overreaching, that we put so much weight on our wording, because a lot of us are put a lot of weight on the wording to make assumptions and determinations, is particularly in relation to if there is or is not a God, and particularly and exactly if God exists or not. Right. So the word exists. I have 3 parts to a seminar that I gave that's given on this subject, and is core of the documentary that I'm working on. But so I'm not going to bother anyone with showing you the slides or anything, but you can bear with me. You can look it up, Google it as we're speaking and whatnot. But the word exists. Words have meaning. And a lot of people don't understand or don't put enough weight or appreciation into the meaning of a word. Mm-hmm. And as over time, words lose their original meanings, right? Mm-hmm. So the population begins to shift. Mm-hmm. From original meanings, for better or for worse. And I think oftentimes it is worse. We get more, free from meaning and start using words in our own different ways. And some of those different meanings or loose meanings become mainstay. They become popularized. Mm-hmm. We have in today's modern social media world, you have LOL. Where did LOL come from? It's a shorthand for, other words. but then we don't use those other words. We just say LOL, you know.
Mhm.
And so the words begin to shift, they begin to move. And what happens is that, like things like the documents, like the Word of God, the Bible, the words then lose their original, you know, inference,
Mhm.
their original color.
Mhm.
And then we have obviously a document that we're using our modern language appears very silly and stupid or childish, whatever have you. So there's a lot of these things that go on. But more importantly, I don't want to get into a debate or a discussion on Bible and stuff. There's a whole different can of worms there. But the issue of existence has a definite meaning. And the issue here is not religious. It's not religious at all. The problem is the definition in the Webster dictionary, which I think that most people on both sides of the aisle don't bother looking at the Webster dictionary. They use exists. Oh, that's what is it? Show me proof. Show me evidence that God exists. But if you read the Webster dictionary, you would realize that asking for evidence that God exists is ridiculous, because the word exist automatically excludes God. Automatically. Because God cannot exist.
Okay, now I want to stop you right there.
Oh, put the brakes on.
Yes. I want to stop you right there because I hear everything you're saying and I don't disagree with you. All right. I mean, obviously, words change over time. I mean, sometimes my girlfriend is from Colombia and she's not as good with certain words as I am. So sometimes I'll tell her a word and I'll say, yeah, but that was an old word, you know, because we really don't use that anymore in that way, you know. So obviously I can relate that words change. And the biblical meaning of a word can obviously be different than a word or the dictionary word we might use today. No disagreement on that at all. Right? But it's astonishing to hear a pastor say that God does not exist, right? Now that I'm sure a lot of people are going to give you a lot of flack on that,
Right.
right? You know, they're not going to be happy with that.
Right.
So when I say exist, from my perspective, I'm thinking of existence not as a concept, not as an abstract, but I'm using the word exist to be something that is objective reality. Now, I could use the word differently than you, but I'm saying in this conversation, when I say exist, I'm meaning something that is objectively real. Okay. And reality or real and existence, all right, these words can be used interchangeably, all right, for the most part. Now, I'm sure there's nuance in each word, right? Because you seem like you study words. And yes, there can be nuance in these words. Someone might say reality and they might be slightly different nuance than if someone says existence, right? In the course of this live, I had the first conversation was about the word knowledge, and we were a little off on what we were referring to. Okay. So to be clear, I think, well, I'm using the word existence to mean having objective reality. So I got to ask you, put you on the hot seat. Do you believe that God, right, exists in that way?
Well, there's not a hot seat because, again, you stumbled into another word.
What word is that?
Reality.
Yes.
So again, it's not religious. I'm not giving you any terminology from a religious perspective. The terminology, the way I'm dealing with it, is according to the Webster Dictionary. Anyone can open the Webster Dictionary and find what I'm saying. If you look for the definition, now there are many definitions, of course, because of the transitional nature of words and how people use them. When you're looking at a dictionary for this type of topic and subject, you have to look for the archaic meanings or the original meanings of real, right? And for our example, the same thing with existence. But if you look for that, you see, you need to get an unabridged dictionary and see all the meanings. And you'll finally get fourth or fifth down the list, because always the modern use is first. The ones on the top are modern usage, which can change drastically. But the original meaning of the word real and reality is found in the Webster Dictionary unabridged, which means the big fat ones. And by the fourth or fifth definition, you will see a curious thing. If you are an atheist and you engage in a lot of debates, you have accused Christians or theists of circular reasoning. And it may come to a surprise to your listeners and to everyone I deal with, is that the dictionary defines real and reality as anything or a thing that exists. See?
But again,
but let me finish. But when you go to existence or exist, the same dictionary, it will tell you, again, the same search, it will tell you a thing that is real. And so therefore the definition of existence is circular to real.
I got you.
Real is circular to existence.
Yes, and I got you on that.
Okay,
and I understand the point, which is not the easiest point, but I get it. Okay, but we're talking about definitions being circular, right? Not necessarily arguments. I mean, a circular argument is known to be false or fallacious, right? I mean, it's not a good way to reason. But a definition, it's pretty much called a synonym, right? I mean, that's like a label that people would put on it. They'll say, well, it's a synonym. It kind of means the same thing. But careful people who use the language are going to use one word over another because they're trying to convey a particular nuanced meaning in there. All right. But again, I'm being clear that I'm using the word existence to mean has objective reality, is objectively verifiable, is testable, is true. All right. That's how I'm using the word. And I probably in this conversation might interchange that with reality, because I confess I use both words and I use them both kind of interchangeably. Right. But I get your point about the definition being circular. Right. But the definition is not atheist or Christian or Muslim. The definition is just, it's from a dictionary that's cultural and societal.
Right. However, the words had beginnings and they do have original meanings.
Yeah, and I'm good. Right. I agree with you.
But now look at the issue here. The words have their meanings, and right now you say you're using it interchangeably, which doesn't cause me an issue. But you have to understand that by doing so, you are trapped into that circular reasoning. You may not have circular reasoning, but if the definitions that you're using interchangeable, you are forcing and engaging in a thought process that has to be circular because the definition is circular. This goes into the structure of all your framework of thinking.
let me say
That's
this.
that's the problem with the words. Go ahead.
Let me say this. I'm not going to disagree that people use circular reasoning, and the definition does have a circularity there when you bring in reality and existence. I see the circularity there. But again, some people would just, that's a synonym that's used interchangeably. So I'm being upfront with you. All right, I'm telling you, when I use it, this is what I'm referring to. All
Right,
right.
But what I'm
Because
saying is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's simply you need to realize in either way, you can stay with one word or the concept. My point is that necessarily you are limited in your capacity to comprehend. And I'm not speaking in terms of education or really understand. I'm speaking literally. The word comprehend means like to grasp the place, and I'll use that word freely or liberally, the place where God is. You're not able to get there using those words. And it's interesting that if you look at the King James Bible, which we'll get a little bit, it doesn't have the word exist in it. And the reason that the word exist isn't in the King James Version, the original 1600 version, because the word exist did not itself exist until the 1600s.
I hear you.
But it's interesting. I look at it as an interesting, I would, right, as a minister, that the King James Version was published before the word exist existed.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a vital point.
Okay,
where
now
that goes towards if there is a God.
okay, now
Right?
it's really interesting.
that the timing was right before the word exist would find itself into the official
Well,
Bible. Right?
it's very interesting because the first conversation I had today was about the word knowledge and the word science, and I conceded a point. Okay, because if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So you don't have to worry about that. All right, I don't just insist I'm right if I'm wrong. All right, so I conceded a point about the word knowledge and science that I didn't have to concede, but I wanted the argument to move forward. All right, and that word science was a word that didn't exist back in the biblical days. It was more knowledge, and knowledge was considered kind of science, right? So there's this kind of what you're describing. I don't have any problem with any of that. All right. The thing that I want to get to, which is aside from these words, right? What is the reason that you can give that you believe that God is? I'm careful I don't want to use the word exist.
No, is it right? What you
Right.
use the biblical word. You use the word that the Bible has, and that is that God is.
Yes. Now, what do
You
why
got
do
it.
you believe that?
But remember what if God is, what does that mean? What is God?
Right.
I'll help you along because again, I'm the way I thought about this. God is the original is. So if you're
Okay.
looking at so everything else is derived from that is. And those who know the Bible, you remember the tetragram, if you remember that, the tetragram, where God says, I am that I am.
Right.
Yeah, so he says that, but a lot of people don't ask the question, you know, from whose perspective is God saying, I am that I am?
Right.
And you would agree that God is speaking from his own place. I am that I am.
Yes.
But we need to ask the question from our perspective,
Mhm.
what is God saying? And
Okay.
so from the listener, God is saying he is that he is.
Yes, and I've definitely read that verse. I remember
Right.
it well. Okay. So it's not new to me, right?
Right.
The thing is that you're using the Bible, right? And you're saying, well, if we to take this Bible to be exactly what it says it is, and if we're to listen to the Bible, to me, what that verse meant when I was a Christian, it meant that God didn't have a beginning or end, and that he just always was. All
But
right.
why? But why?
Well, it's
That verse
because it's
telling you
because
why.
it's just a claim to me now.
Okay,
At
I
this point, it's a
understand that.
claim. It's
I'll
like I
accept
don't
that.
know.
Well, yeah, but he is explaining why that he had no beginning, because things that have a beginning are only in our objective reality.
Mhm. Yeah.
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 Everything has a beginning,
Yes.
right? Everything has a
Yes.
beginning,
Yes.
but that is our own objective reality. Now, the issue here is that the Bible has the key written by cavemen. I don't know how these guys figured it out, right? But listen to this. In the Bible, God says, it says in the Bible that God is not, he created all things. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the right way to say it to you. God says that he created all, all,
Right.
things, which means that he is not a thing.
Okay.
So therefore, he is outside
Mhm.
of our objective reality.
Okay. So would you agree, given what you just said, would you agree that God cannot be tested? We cannot verify his existence? Would you agree with that statement?
Not 100%. Testing implies existence.
Yes.
Scientific, yeah, but then it's a thing. You can only,
Yes.
even science will tell you,
Yes.
we can only test things.
Yes.
But the God in the Bible is saying very clearly, he is not a thing.
Okay. And I don't have any problem with that.
So, but yes, if you're trying to establish or base a belief, pro or con, on the existence of God or the provability of God, then that is incorrect.
Okay. So how
Because
are we?
it does not apply.
Okay. So I got to ask you then this to try to figure out exactly what we're talking about. All right. Is God something in your thoughts? Because if you say that, I'm with you. I think God is in people's thoughts for sure.
Now you're making us gods.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yes, because you're placing God in us instead of us in God. Maybe we are God's thoughts,
Yeah,
since
but
he is
we would
since
have
he
no
is the
way.
original is.
Yeah,
He
but
is the
we're
original is, and everything else is a copy or a version or a, as he says, in his likeness and image, what he says in Genesis, that we are made in his likeness and image. Maybe we are in his mind.
maybe. So what
Right.
does it prove? Nothing.
But it proves that the conversation, or the determination rather, on the ising, is there a God? is not to be scientifically based. It's not to be, using our words that God exists or he has to exist or else he's nothing. That is not correct. And it is correct, actually. He's no thing. When I say nothing, and I hear you guys, God is nothing. I agree with you.
Don't worry about the chat. Talk to me.
Right. Okay, yes, I see it flash. Because God is no thing. He's
Right.
not a thing. Even the Bible will say, so Christians will get upset at what I'm saying because they're not understanding the English language.
Okay.
Nothing. It means he's not a thing. Even the Bible teaches you that. Of course, he's not a thing. Genesis 1:1, the first verse of the Bible tells you he's not a thing because it says that in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Which means everything, the universe, everything. And without him, later on in the Bible, you read, without him, nothing would be created, nothing would be, nothing would exist. So everything that we call existing and real are things that God made, period. Our objective reality is what God made. Now so I'll let you ask the next question.
Right.
Because you seem reasonable.
I'm open-minded all the time.
That's right, but reasonable, because some people are open-minded but closed to the possibility just because it's God.
Well, here's the thing.
Go ahead.
All right. I'm not closed-minded. I try my best to not be closed-minded. All right. But what I gathered so far, and you've laid it out, God does not exist in the way that we define these words today. All right. God is not real in the way we define these words today.
And even the original words,
Okay. And God is not a thing in the way we define these words today.
Or ever.
So therefore, the next question I have to have, and it just, obviously you know what the next question is. What is he? What is he?
He is the is. He said, I am that I am. He already explained it with that one sentence. Now, we would have to be gods or higher, supreme, more superior than God in order to materially answer your question, to know, what is God, right? Because you would have to have dominion. That's what's all science. Science is testing you. You need to have control. You need to be able to manipulate the test and to be able to come out with facts and figures and data. You have to be superior to what you are studying. But in this case, in this scenario where God is the creator of all things, we cannot possibly be able to do that. So that is an impossibility. We are simply fish in a fish tank. And it's impossible for the fish in your fish tank to have supremacy over you and to be able to know everything and understand everything about you. Right? They can only form a religion based on every once in a while manna falls from heaven.
Okay, now.
So now you're getting into this.
Again, following you and trying to understand. All right. If God doesn't exist in the way we know him today, and he doesn't exist, or he's not real in the way we know today, and he's definitely not a thing. All right. I asked you what he is, and your answer is, well, he is. Okay. That's just philosophical nothing. I mean, that doesn't explain anything to me about the God. Nothing.
Right, but since God is no thing, it's supposed to sound that way to you. If you were a doctor,
does it sound that way to you?
Yeah, no, because God said no thing. he created all things. The concept here is that if God creates all things, he is not a thing himself.
Right. I've already accepted that.
So, but science can only and knowledge can only be of things.
I accept that as well.
Okay. So then the question, like I said, the question that you're posing is still based on the framework that God has to be a thing. What is God then?
No.
See?
I said not saying he's a thing, not saying he exists, not using these words. You should be unless you just don't know God. Do you know God?
How do you understand? How are you going to tell me, explain to me, what is it that you will understand that's not a thing, right? That doesn't exist, that is unreal.
Right.
What is it that I can communicate with you?
Nothing. I think you're hitting a brick wall because
I'm not hitting a wall. I'm not trying to hit a wall. The wall is
I'm saying
you're
I
wrong.
do not. To me, what you're saying is very nebulous. It's like very, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what I asked you a question to try to understand. Do you know God?
God is what he said he was, how he says it, how he describes himself. And yes, and I am known of God.
Okay, in the Bible,
which is the most important thing. It's not important that we know God as much as that he is known, he knows us.
Okay.
Okay, so that's very important.
Okay, but I'm asking a serious question for me.
Go ahead.
So maybe you can give me a direct answer. All right. You know God from the Bible? Am I answering that correct? You speak. Do you know God from the Bible?
That is a good question. It is a typical question, valid. And I knew of God from the Bible.
Okay.
Okay, so that is my exact and precise answer. I knew of God from the Bible, that means from churches, from preaching, from teaching, that I knew of God from that. But knowing God did not come from what I heard.
Okay.
Okay, so now I'll answer, how do I know God?
But that's what I'm asking. Where did that come from?
That came from my personal searching. My personal searching and my verification, personal verification. Okay, and that means interaction. Because you see me as I am. I was this way when I was 8 years old. When I was 8 years old, I had a very scientific mind, scientific method. I didn't even know what the scientific method was. But I knew I was strange. Okay, that I can tell you. I was a strange kid because I was wondering about things that everybody else walking by, and they didn't look at, these things on a fence and didn't wonder. They didn't perplex them. Me, I would wonder about things like that. So I was worried about myself until the day in school. I'll never forget it. As you can see, I'm old and I'll never forget it. Elementary school, when I first learned what the scientific method was. And I was flabbergasted and relieved, because that's when I realized there's nothing wrong with me. I was simply in a scientific mind framework. That's the way I thought. I reasoned things. I looked at things with testing, and verification, not just living life day to day, not realizing why things are happening and what's going on. That's what makes me the psychotherapist I am today. Very good. Not that I'm blowing my own trumpet, but because I have a deep understanding of the human nature and how things work and why things are the way they are. So yeah, you hear what I'm saying. You see my posit. I'm a minister, but then you can bet that all the other ministers are against me, right?
I
in this
think some
area.
may be because
Yeah,
you're saying things that would
but
throw
I'm
them off.
standing. You know that I'm standing on on a different place.
I appreciate you for being honest
Yes,
and honest to what you feel and believe.
that's
All
right.
right. I have no reason to think you're telling a story that isn't dear to yourself.
Right.
All right. I understand that.
It's the
But
same thing, Lou. I'll make it more clearer to you because I know these are big questions that many atheists have. And your show today and this subject, I'm sure the other stuff you do is great too. I found you by the other stuff that you do. But your question is so important to many, many, many people.
yes,
Yes, and so that is the thing that we have to be careful in a sense, right? To be a little bit more what do you call it, cognitive of the way things are. I'm not defending the Bible. I'm not defending religion. All of these things and all those arguments, I don't.
yeah.
But we have to pay a little attention to some details here and there. That's pay a little attention, and you'll notice that the God of the Bible. Everybody in that book that is dealing with the God of the Bible is personally dealing with the God. They're not religious.
Right.
So
Right.
a lot of people who are churchgoers and a lot of former churchgoers, I don't mean to imply you or anything, but they had a religious what do you call it, experience. It's a religious thing. But the people in the Bible, the what's being told in the Bible is not religious. This is interaction. These people are having an interactive relationship with the God that they say, because they're claiming too. They think that they believe. So they're claiming they have a relationship, communication with this God, supposed God that supposedly is.
Okay.
And everybody in the Bible. So it's curious. It's interesting that nobody questions why are we in this and that religion today.
Well, let me ask you this.
The Bible really is not promoting religion. It is
let me ask
promoting
you
a
this.
personal relationship. Go ahead.
You're a psychotherapist, right?
Yes.
So you're definitely into the mind and how the mind works for different individuals. All right. If somebody believes something and they feel that they are having a relationship with something, does that make it the fact? I mean, are you saying everything is in our brains that we just, if I were to have a relationship with Krishna, I'm a Hindu and I have a personal relationship with Krishna, would you, as a psychotherapist, think that is a positive thing, or would you say no, that's not a good thing?
Well, it depends on its effect on you. As a psychotherapist, I have to consider the things that have meaning to an individual. It doesn't matter what it is. If it has meaning to that individual, then it's significant for that individual.
For that person, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
We have a young man in the chat, Quintavious, and it's interesting because I was talking to Quintavious, and we were having a conversation, and I purposely did not want to take his faith away from him. All right, because I could see it was very important for him, very important. All right. So I'm not saying that it's not important to a person. All right. Obviously, there's some people who believe in Krishna, that Krishna is very important to them. And they do report having a personal relationship with him. And I was asking, do you think that's a positive thing as a psychotherapist, that they are having a relationship with Krishna?
Well, no. Well, now you're mixing things together. First of all, they say it. They claim it.
Yes.
They believe it.
Yes.
But a relationship has a definite meaning to what it is. It's not a belief.
Right.
You have a relationship with your significant other, So
Right.
is that a belief or is that a real relationship?
To me, that's a relationship.
Right. So when you tell me about when I speak and I say with God, you need to have a personal, interactive relationship, I'm not talking about belief. The Bible is not talking about belief either. Belief, I wrote a book, it said belief is not enough. Many people believe many things.
Right.
Right. And it doesn't make it right. I had a Muslim guy, used to eat sandwiches at his place. I had a print shop in Queens. And I would go there for lunch. One day I walk in and he's talking with this other Lutheran guy. And he comes, well, isn't that right, Reverend, that everyone's entitled to their own belief and that's okay. And I looked at him and I went like this. He says, how can you say that? Everyone should have their own, you're entitled to your beliefs and the other guy should be entitled to their beliefs. And I look. So then he said, explain that to me. And I said, I asked him, how much is 2 + 2? And then he said, well, there's 4. You laugh. That's an easy question, right? Mm-hmm. And I looked at him and I went like this. And he said, how can it be? He went through the effort and the strain to show and prove that 2 + 2 = 4. Well, then he begged me, well, then tell me what it is then. And I told him it's 5. And he said, how can you say it's 5 after all the proof? I said, because I believe it. And you see, and he had a crack up and laugh. And he told me, you got me. Right. As a Muslim, he said it was a significant. But in any case, yeah, that's my point. Many people can believe many things. Yes. But I'm not talking about belief, fantasy, dream world, la 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 land.
What is it?
Right. I'm talking about a true relationship. The same ones you see in the Bible is back and forth, to and fro.
Okay. Do you talk to God?
Do I pray to God? Of course I do.
Talk to him like you would a person who you have a relationship with.
You can't. I'm not going to sit here and be talking to God like I'm talking to you, because that God does not communicate like we do. We are speaking in a physical world, in the physical matter.
So right? How do you determine what God is saying? Except you go to the Bible and you say, this is what God said?
No, those are people who are religious.
Okay, how do you do it?
No, because God speaks to your mind. What they would tell you, what God is speaking to your heart, is really the mind. Everything's the mind. Heart and brain is here. So God speaks.
I agree with you, by the way.
Yeah, God speaks to your mind, as they would say in church, to your heart. But everyone is different. It's not like everything's the same, and God communicates with each person differently because each person is different.
Well, I'm asking you because this is something I have thought about a lot, and I'm going to tell you why, give you some background. All right. I was an evangelical Christian for a long time.
All right.
And I used to think I was talking to God, and I used to think God was talking to me. And again, these words, I mean, I don't want to get into what the word talk means and all that.
Right. Go ahead. You were
doing
some, right.
Communicating, all right. But what I came to understand for myself, and again, speaking only for myself, was that these were thoughts. That's it, thoughts. Now, if someone wants to say that God is thoughts, I have no argument with that. All right, maybe God is just thoughts, but it was thoughts. He didn't actually, speak where I heard, my eardrum moving.
Things, your things. Go ahead.
I didn't see him, right? So he wasn't in my senses. He was something I thought about. Now, if you are saying that God is a thought, we have no disagreement whatsoever.
No, but then you don't have evidence, right? All you
No,
have is a religious belief, which I
I have
already
a belief and a
which
thought.
I
I have a
explained to
thought.
you is not what I'm talking about.
Well,
No true believer, true Christian, true. I'm not talking about everyone who claims to be, who spends all their life in a church without truly knowing. They will not understand this. They don't know this. There is a personal interactive relationship. It isn't talking to the air and just thinking or hoping that someone answers back. There you go. When I was a kid, 8 years old, I figured all this out. And I said, if there is a God, he has to do what he did with David, what he did with Abraham, what he did with Adam, with Noah. He needs to talk to me, or else I cannot believe it.
Right.
You understand that? 8 years old, right? So you need to realize something, that with this scientific mind that I had even at that age, I made sure, and we had testing. Now the thing is that I verified. First of all, there was verification on the veracity, on the authenticity of the source, and then you give me something to do. So I can, like he did with Moses. You want to see me? Well, I'm going to show you. What I'm trying to tell you is that every believer, every person who believes in God, you have to, at minimum, insist that there be interactive, true relationship, or else you are wasting time in a religion that is just flirting with your ears or what you feel good, your emotions and whatnot. You're just wasting time and contributing to future atheists. So I don't mean that to hit you over the head, but the point is, if you don't have anything real, anything that is authentic, then you'll end up as an atheist. It's going to happen. What do you call it? Unavoidable. It is the logical progression. Because you have nothing. But look, let me ask you something. You tell me, if you would tell me about your mother, I'm not talking about your mother, but I don't know. I don't know.
Don't you be talking about my mother.
Yeah, don't you talk about, but I don't know her. God bless her, and whatever, rest in peace, whatever. I don't know. But I'm just saying.
I'm joking.
Okay. But the thing is, I don't know. I don't have that personal relationship, right?
Right.
But you have it. And that is to you and for you, that is the most important thing. Okay? Now, you may not be able to convince me that your mother was so nice and so this and that, and she cooked a mean pasta, whatever. You may not be able to convince me, but for a fact that is true. You know it. You understand? So,
yeah, but you said
you
something.
You could never deny your relationship. This is my point.
You did say something that I want to call you on and have you explain. Okay. We started this, and you've said numerous times that God is not real in the sense that we use the word real. God is not existing in the way we use the word existing from an English dictionary. All right. But then just a minute ago, you went on to say, well, I have a real relationship.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So are you misusing that word?
No, I'm just communicating to you the authenticity, the interactive reality, right? Interactive, because that is real. I may not live in an aquarium, but if I move the water in the aquarium, that is a reality for those who are in the aquarium. So that is what I'm talking about. That The relationship is real because it involves me, and that reality comes and impacts me. That becomes real. Okay, so that's the reality part. It's not on his part; it's on my part.
Okay.
Right?
Now, I mean, we could talk about this forever, I guess, but I guess where I'm stuck, and I think I have a reason to be stuck. Okay. All right. I don't think it's unreasonable. All right. I'm stuck in trying to follow this. All right. In the sense of it's like you're describing a relationship with a person who is not real, who does not exist. And the only thing I could think of, it's just the way I can't think of anything else other than you're describing a relationship with your own thoughts. That's the only way I could see it.
Good, and that's a very good point that you're making. And so you want to know why it isn't so with me, and that's
Yeah,
because
I would like to know.
part of the scientific method is that you have proof that there be a test. The test has to have results.
Mhm.
So unless you think that I am a magician, the things that God did are the proof that I saw and needed.
Well, I don't know what he did.
I
'cause you
know,
didn't
but I
tell
don't
me.
know your mother. It's the same thing. It's the same issue. But let's accept that you have a mother and that all the things that you would describe of her are true. Let's accept that because you know it's your experience. And then accept also then mine. And I realize that at least I'm speaking of things differently than many people that you may have known of, and even your own experience. So at least give me that little shadow of worth of the doubt, the benefit of that doubt. You know, wait a minute.
I literally am giving you the benefit of the doubt.
Okay,
Right?
but that's all.
I'm just asking for clarity, and maybe the answer is I just can't understand.
Right.
But what you're
But I
proposing
understand that I did testing. In part of my communication with God back and forth, there was, like I said, authenticity. There were things that authenticated who he was. Okay?
So again, back to the beginning of this discussion, is God testable? You said you tested God.
Yes,
right?
he is testable. You need to know how.
Oh, it
Now,
can't
if
be
you go
like
ahead.
if I were to tell you, I mean, and I think you're not gonna think this is a good way to test God.
Go ahead.
And I guess God needs a special sort of test, because if I were to test God right now, and I say between you and I could even say, Pastor, pray right now that God would come here in my room and he would do something, all right, real, like let's say knock my microphone off my table, okay? And that if he did that, he passes the test. You don't mean that kind of test, right?
No, because you would say that it was the wind from the open window,
No.
the cat that stirred in the room. You would
Pastor,
find. Listen, let me tell you
I
something.
just said I would not do that. I will
Yeah,
literally not do that.
but you're not understanding a very key point. And let me explain something about reality. Reality is real, right? So if you've had a fish tank before, Lou, anybody keep fish?
I've had. I mean, I never personally did, but I've lived in houses that had.
Okay, so you can imagine having a fish tank, right? Or even a bathtub. You've taken a bath, right, Lou? I'm only fooling with you. Now, so you're outside of the bathtub, right? You fill it with water, hot water, but you want to test it, right? So what do? You dip your hand into reality, to the hot water. And you get what? You get wet. When God does something in reality, he gets wet. In other words, science happens. The wind blows. the science only sees the wind. It does not see God. It doesn't see the hand of God.
No.
It only sees the wind. It only measures the wind pressure, the barometric pressure. Right? That's what it measures, the heat, the cold, because this is our bathtub. This is reality.
Yes.
So if an outside force comes in, it can only move the real things in our environment. So anything you see, like you say, testable, moving, and whatever, you would have evidence. You can have a scientist come in. Well, Lou, don't believe that, because this was a wind, it was an earthquake that happened, and this and that. They will find a scientific reason for that to occur. So what no one is understanding is that that's the way it has to be, because when God is a perfect God, perfect. It means that everything he does is perfect, complete. God sticking his hand in the bathwater is more than the perfection that is there. Even you putting your hand in the water will be more than what's supposed to be there, right? So all that can happen is that the water gets moved, and then the science comes in and measures, oh, there's a current here. The water is moving. That's all the science is going to see. See, so that is, so every time God does something, it's going to be scientifically, based. So
Okay.
it really, there is no way that you're going to see what you call a miracle, because that's what you're asking about.
No, I'm
I'm
fascinated.
saying there's something that obviously is God, not reality. But the problem is that when God created reality, he created a perfect state. And so anything that God does in reality is going to be science. It's going to be provable that it had a scientific cause. Simple as it can be. The Bible describes that, it tells us that even the angels control, the wind, control the natural forces, right? The forces of nature. They're controlled by angels, right? But what has science ever seen an angel? No, because you cannot.
Okay.
Right, because again, they are not, and I know the other issue. I understand the positive; they're not there, right? So it's just science.
I don't see them because they're not detectable by.
So let's go to a biblical example for the case that I'm going to tell you. That example comes in Moses. Moses visiting, asking for the people to be set free from Egypt, from Pharaoh. And you see that Moses does these tricks with the staff and this and that. And then you got the plagues of Egypt, right? So science has pretty much proven that most of that stuff is science, right? There were a volcano had blown up in Cyprus, and that created the situation that the locusts and the hail and all that was actually a volcano that happened in Cyprus, right? So yes, there's always going to be a scientific reason for things happening. So the question was, then how do we know that God did that? It's the timing. The time. God had told Moses, this is what I'm going to do. Now, Moses was a man, a regular man. He had no way of knowing. There were no newspapers, no internet. So there was no way of knowing that a volcano had erupted in Cyprus and that would cause the 10 plagues to come. The timing, Lou. The timing. Because after he left Pharaoh, the things started happening. So that's where you see God involved. It's the time. Time in the Bible is so important. And as a creation that God made, it's part of time and space. It is very, very intertwined with reality and with
Okay.
existence.
Okay.
So yeah,
But
so
we
that's
already
where you see time. You see it there. You see it in the waters of Bethesda, the healing waters, and you were talking about healing the other time. But it wasn't. It was the timing. That's the point.
okay.
Okay, that's where God has to be shown. He has to show himself when he says something's going to go and it happens. The timing, that is where you see the miracle, if you will,
Okay.
of God.
Let me
Not the
ask you
things
this.
themselves, the
Let me
timing.
ask you this. Okay. And I'm just going to reiterate, God does not exist as we know it today. He's not real as we use the word today.
Right.
All right. The number one question I have for you after that is he's not, and you would agree he's not, we don't see him, right? So he's invisible. All right. Is he detectable, and how is he detectable?
By
How can
sign?
I right now detect God? That's what I want to know.
Well, God in the Bible, he describes certain things. One of them is that if you are a believer, a true believer, every believer is infilled with the Holy Spirit of God. So a true believer in a true relationship with God always has God present, indwelling in the form of the Holy Spirit in them, right? So, and that involves communication. It involves day-to-day interaction. It involves, like you would call, well, this is just your mind thinking to make a left turn instead of the right way you always go. But then you make the left turn, and then there's an accident on the right, on the road you usually go on. Timing. See, timing. And there's a lot of people that experience certain things like that. And they don't have to be believers because we are all children of God. God is involved with everything here. And there's times for us to die. And there's time that we're not supposed to die.
Mm-hmm.
And believer or not, Christian or not, if he needs you around still for another 20 or 30 years, you're going to be around. You don't have to be a Christian for that, because God has planned the future, right? The future is already set. So you need to be around. You need to do this show, Lou. You see, because it's important, even for God. And you say, I'm an atheist. I'm talking against God. Well, you're saying that God doesn't exist is not a problem. God says, yes, right. Good, Lou. Tell the people I don't exist, because that's materially, scientifically correct. And even the Bible agrees with you. So you're not wrong. You are not, assuming, if you assume there is God, you are not offending God. You are actually doing God's work. You are teaching the right thing. God does not exist. It is correct.
Okay.
It's like the
So
problem.
there's some things we agree on.
Yes, I don't have problem. Atheists, listen, I'm the best friend of atheists because I'm putting things in the proper perspective. And many atheists, maybe you are a Christian. I'm not going to say this is you, and I'm not trying to patronize you at all or anything, right? But many atheists they're still Christian. They're still theists in the sense that they haven't offended God by saying that God does not exist. It's not blasphemy. It is the fact. But
Okay.
God is not offended. That's good. This whole atheistic movement is really part of what God is doing. It is not anti-God at all.
Well,
So
again,
I know that throws a lot of you guys, but it's actually, if you think about everything I've said so far, you'll realize that God is orchestrating everything here.
Well,
And it's all good. It's all true.
I see that you're refreshing to me because you have a different take than most of the people I speak with.
Right.
So I don't, I think it's refreshing. All right. But I haven't seen any demonstration of what you believe. All right. And the other thing is, you talked about the Holy Spirit, right? So I don't have a Holy Spirit. So how in the world am I supposed to know the things you know? Because you apparently have a Holy Spirit telling me something.
But the Bible tells you it isn't necessary, because Abram was his original name. He didn't have the Holy Spirit either. But he was able to sit down and reason, because he was raised. It's a funny thing that he was raised in a family of idol makers. So they had all the gods there, all the gods that existed. His father made, his family made, and they knew all the liturgy. Yet Abraham sat down and he communicated with something totally, that wasn't a thing either, but I say something for your benefit, but with another entity totally different than any God known to man at that time. And the thing is that God responded to him. See, it wasn't just his imagination, because look at what that God told him to do. He told him to go jump off a cliff. I'm paraphrasing, but if you left your country in those ancient times to walk through the desert, that was to certain death. That was a suicide mission, right? So for him to leave all he had, all his family and all that, to go chasing a thought, a belief in a God, when his family knew all the gods and made all the gods. So something that was totally, totally different for Abraham. And so my answer to you is that everybody has to make their own connection. My experience is unique to me, and as I said, it's unique, and at the same time, it's peculiar. But because I have still a scientific mind, a scientific way of reasoning things and looking at things and testing. So, and God knew this. God knows this. He knows who you are inside. He knows who you are, right?
Well, I'm fascinated with one thing, all right? A lot of things, because you're very different. But I'm fascinated with you're saying, you mentioned science, like you have a scientific mind, right? But yet we know, well, tell me if I'm mistaken, we know that science is something that is examining things that do exist, that do have reality, all right? And you're talking about something that doesn't exist and has no reality, and yet you're saying, well, it's still there. It almost seems to me, and I'm just saying, and I'm going to say it just because I feel to tell you this.
Say what
it
you
almost feels like you just want to believe something. It's like that's the only thing I'm getting out of this.
Okay,
you
but
want to believe something really badly. That's what I'm getting at.
You're looking at it from your perspective, and that's
fine.
Of
course.
Oh yeah, but remember what your perspective is. It's the same one that I have about your mother. I don't know her. I have to accept what you're saying and the relationship that you have, right? But if you're talking about the individual, you got to understand there is a way, but you have to have great understanding in science in order to do it my way, the scientific way, because you have to then understand enough to realize that if God created the heaven and the earth, he created science. So there is the framework. Science is the framework for reasoning God. That's
Okay.
what it is.
Last thing.
It's not exclusionary, right?
Okay, I got one last thing, and then I'm gonna have Seth come on because he's been watching. And
Yeah, sorry,
he
you guys,
gets-
and sorry, Lou. You've been on for 3 hours before I got here. I'm sorry
before
about.
that, my
Yeah.
mind is. Now let me.
Okay. Yeah, I'll entertain
Um,
anyone with a question.
I want to ask you one of the simplest questions that you're ever
Okay.
going to be asked.
Go.
All right. You do understand that I don't believe everything in the Bible, right?
All right, and again, it's not about belief; it's about understanding. The Bible is a teaching work.
Okay, but you understand that when you talk about the Bible, it doesn't amount to much for me.
Right, but I'm not using the Bible as an authority. But if we were to talk about Superman or Batman, what would we need to communicate with them? What would we be talking about?
We would be
have,
talking about a fictitious character.
but
That's
but what
we'd be
facts?
talking about.
What are the facts? What are the descriptors?
There's just
What-
writings. There's no. He does not exist. There is no Superman. There is no Batman.
But to have a discussion, we have to use the writings.
Well, yeah.
You hit it. Okay, that's it.
All
We're
right,
having
one
a
last
discussion. We're having a discussion.
Yes.
About the God of the Bible, which has writings, and that's all we can do, right? Is go by the writings now,
and
but
it's
also
not-
accept
it's
the
not
point.
Persuasive to me.
It doesn't need to be persuasive. The only persuasion that you need is your personal search. I'm not going to persuade you. It's not my job to persuade you. I can only persuade you toward a religion, religiously, convince you toward a religion, or not. I can convince someone to be an atheist. You understand? As a psychotherapist, I can convince anyone of anything.
Well, I don't think so, because I'm one of those rare people that actually thinks for himself.
Right,
And
that's
I'm not
good.
saying everyone does that, but I do.
But that's your strength. That's your strength, right? So
I actually think for myself.
Right,
and it literally does not make sense to me that there's something that does not exist as we know it today, and something that is not real as we know it today, right? And to me, I have no reason to believe that, other than it might make me feel good. It might do something that is positive just by having the belief.
Well,
but
that's a
literally, for me, I'm content with who I am.
Right.
I'm totally content.
And there's no reason not to be. Again, God created the world for you to be content in. So it is contentful. If the world is as God is, then it is as God is to a person. It satisfied the need for a God. The world is your God. You were birthed from the earth. Your future is in the universe. Your beginning and your end is in the universe. So there's no difference. There will be no difference in how you look at things. And it does not offend God at all, because he created it that way. That's, it's like when we look at the Bible gives you little funny details, like the temple, the tabernacle, I should say, not the temple. Temple was made similarly. But in the tabernacle, when you walked in, the tabernacle was closed off to most of the people. But those who would walk in, there was a place in the back. It was the Holy of Holies that no one can go in except for the high priest, and that only once a year, right? Or at least in the temple. So, again, you're not supposed to see God. You're not supposed to know he's there. Your world is surrounded by a veil, a curtain, and that's fine.
Okay,
because inside that world, you still are glorifying God. When you enjoy your life,
am I going to heaven? That's a good question for you.
Well, the question is, are you going to heaven? The issue is that every man, according to the Bible, you get the doctrine there, according to your conscience. What is in your conscience? but you're not going to go to hell because you believe that God doesn't exist.
Okay,
Because
so
that is true.
would you say, this is really intriguing to me.
Yes.
Would you say that I, as an atheist, can go to heaven?
Yes.
Okay,
Because
cool.
yeah, because the people who make errors are not excluded from heaven. Heaven is not based on if you're right or wrong in terms of your judge, what you thought that you knew. It doesn't, can you imagine that? Do we have to pass an IQ test to go to heaven? You don't. It has nothing to do with that.
Well,
But
you're the first Christian that I've talked to in a long time that said I could go to heaven. So
because they
Hey,
assume that when you
I'm
say
with
that
you,
God
Doctor.
doesn't exist, that you should go to hell. This is a mistake that many Christians do, and I have a battle not just with atheists, but with Christians too, because they have this hard-headedness and insistence that God exists, and they don't understand the same things that atheists don't understand. As a matter of fact, atheists are using the old Christian teachings as a basis for their atheism. So that is the battle. That is my battle. I'm battling two sides at the same time.
Well, I appreciate you, being different and being original. I like that.
Well,
all right.
There's a reason for origination.
I don't, and you're a gentleman, and I appreciate that.
Because you make this platform, good. It's because of you, and that's why this is coming out here on your platform. You're the first platform that I'm engaging this topic on. Everything is my own workshops, my own seminars, my own documentaries, that I'm still working through. Because again, I do what God, in my interactive relationship, what God brings to me on the way. And this is your platform is what came to me. And God said, hey, get on that platform and discuss this issue. And why is this issue important? It's only because many atheists are confused, like Christians are, same thing. They're confused on the same thing. There are many religious Christians. I teach on that and preach against that all the time. This religiosity of Christians and other religions, right? Not just Christians, but, I believe in authenticity, in the true worship. As the Bible says, God seeks the true worshiper in spirit and truth. What does that mean? That there's a whole lot of fake worshipers. They fill up a lot of churches, and all of them say they're Christian. All of them say they're saved. All of them say that they're going to heaven, but God does not call them a true worshiper.
Does anyone, one last question, and be brief, because I want to bring on Seth to talk, because he has some questions, wants to talk to you. All right. But my last question is, does anybody go to hell?
That is an interesting question. Does anyone go to hell? It depends what you call hell. And if you're going to go by the Christian, the main Christian thought that hell is a fiery place for all eternity,
Place of punishment. That's all I mean.
Place of punishment for all eternity. That's actually erroneous. Even in biblical, basic Bible, it's an error. The lake of fire is the correct place of eternal torment. It's called the lake of fire. It is not hell. Hell, literally, in the King James Bible, is a hole in the ground. It's the grave. Now, there's thought we can be philosophical about this and that, but it's generally thought that people who live that are bad, that are in their nature is just bad, and nasty, that they die and they torment themselves, that it's their own hell, that they create their own hell. So some people say that and believe that. I only tell you what the Bible says. In the last days, that when God flushes the toilet, I'm paraphrasing my version of the Bible, he's going to flush down the toilet, and that's that. The devil, the angels, and anyone else that after all is said and done, and all of life's teaching, because everyone learns the same lessons in life, you still didn't get it. You understand? And so, and that is what it is. But when Jesus, you got to realize something. Everyone has to realize this. When Jesus died on the cross, he didn't die for a few people. The Bible says clearly he died for all the world.
So would you then say you're like a universalist type Christian?
No, I wanted labeling me is a dangerous thing. They'll come out and bite you. You don't want to label me. Again, that is religious labeling. And I already explained that religion is not what I'm about. We're talking about true, authentic interaction. So what does that mean? It means that, hey, sometimes something that a universalist, discovered, uncovered in their relationship, in their walk, may be true.
Mhm.
And something maybe a Catholic way back when, Francis of Assisi, yeah, it could be true, that part that he said, and a little here and a little there and a little. So, it's that's it, and it doesn't matter because, again, we're not supposed to be preaching a religion. We're supposed to be preaching the truth. And as Jesus said, you shall know the truth. He's talking to who? To Jews. Oh, they didn't know the truth already? I guess not. Because Jesus said, and you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. He didn't say the Muslim faith, the Christian faith, the Jewish faith. They were already Jews. That wasn't helping. He didn't say a religion would set you free, or a certain church, or a certain. He said the truth shall set you free.
So I am seeking truth.
That's right.
You are seeking truth. So we have that in common.
Right.
We might disagree on what we think is true right now, right? But we're both seeking truth, and that's a positive. So we have some common ground, right? And
I'm not sending you to hell.
That's good. And you have you put an emphasis on the Bible, obviously being in ministry and all that. I don't. All right.
I can't talk about Batman without referring to a movie. I didn't read the comic books, but I have to go by the movies. You need to go by something. If there is a God, he's communicating some way to generally.
Well, when you're talking to people who don't put a big emphasis on the Bible, it's a different conversation because there's, I'm not putting an emphasis on the Bible. I don't even consult the Bible at all. None.
Right. But also you have to realize that when I started the conversation, that we started this discussion, I hinted toward. We didn't go deep in there because I really don't think we're able to go and explore more about that conceptualization, the concept. Even the Webster Dictionary tells you that any discussion about God has to be conceptual, right? Because the Webster Dictionary knows that God does not exist. Existence does not belong to God, does not describe God. Right. And reality is not, God is not subject to reality or to existence.
We agree on all that.
Right. He is over and above all that. He created those things. So, and that's where we're limited to. And our scope of understanding is limited there. But we do have power to conceptualize. So if you're abstract thing, like you say, philosophy, but there's also concepts. What's different about concepts is that they're scientifically based. They're mathematical, right? The 2 + 2 = 4 that I refer to. These things can be mathematically compared, right?
Science goes a step further, though.
Go ahead.
Right? It goes one step further than that. All right? Concepts are purely a mental thing. And it's, again, not a thing.
Well,
not a
not in the
thing.
case of God. It can be things,
But
but not in the
concepts are something that emerges from our brain.
right. But
Okay?
but true concepts, reasoned concepts, they have to follow scientific facts and basis. Because because the concept is not what you're talking about. A concept now, you're talking about crazy ideas. Crazy ideas can be a concept, yes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But you don't have any conceptual validity. That's the scientific term, conceptual validity. And those things are concepts that are scientifically have a basis in scientific structure and reasoning, but don't have to be true. They don't have to be proven true. And that differentiates from concepts that are totally baseless. So we do have a way to test for conceptual validity. And in some definitions of evidence, that is included. If something has conceptual validity, it is evidence. So it can be used as evidence. So that's the only other caveat.
I look at it as simple as concepts can be true or they can be false. And falsifiability is a big part of science.
Right,
Okay?
right.
So to me, you can test a concept scientifically. All right, I agree with that. But a concept itself, if it's untested, it's certainly not scientific in being true. All right, my goal in life is to establish as much truth as I can.
Right,
Right?
but
It's
again,
not
but remember that
how
God,
many things I can imagine. That's not what I'm out after.
but the God of the Bible is not talking about imagination. See, the problem is that you're not differentiating the concepts with the claim, because the claim is defining something for you here, and that is that it places God as the creator of all things. The concept is, can a creator be part of the creation? Because when you're saying testing, you want to test God as a thing.
Mhm.
What Webster Dictionary tells you, and I'm telling you, you can only test God as a concept. And then what I'm also telling you is that if God created science, the stuff of science, then through that structure, we can then hypothesize. This is a scientific term for not knowing the facts yet, but we can hypothesize based on conceptual validity.
And a
so
hypothesis has to be tested.
Right, but a hypothesis for what? For things.
Yeah, but it also has to be falsifiable. And
It's only in relation to things.
Yes, I agree. I'm not saying otherwise.
But realize that God is telling you, if God is, he's telling you he's not a thing, so he can't be.
He's not falsifiable.
This is called, let me give you the term. In all of this, it's called epistemic bias. Epistemic bias is when you are forcing the answer or the evidence to be within your assumption, your conclusion. Many Christians are accused of doing this, of being biased epistemically. But realize that if Webster Dictionary is true, then the reality and existence defined in them is exactly that. It is epistemic bias. It's telling you so. And I think you need to be intellectually honest to come up and admit that, yes, if I insist on reality and existence, then I am being biased.
And right? I respect you for being honest in that, because that to me is refreshing again. Right. But very refreshing to have somebody who is a believer, long-time believer, that will say, that when we look at these words, God is not fitting in there. All right. Because
they're
he's
man's
not a
words.
thing, and he's not existing in the way we use the word, and he's not real in the way we use the word. The only thing is, I just don't believe what you do. And that's
Right.
pretty much it.
But it's not an issue of believing me. And that's the issue.
No, not believing you. I
No,
don't
no,
believe in what you believe.
it's not an issue of belief either. It's an issue of reading the dictionary and understanding it. If you read the dictionary, understand what exist means and what real means. Okay, and then we are speaking about a conceptual, a concept for validity. You have to then accept the fact, as the Webster Dictionary, not religion, the Webster Dictionary, that you cannot have these assumptions or come to force these conclusions or the insistence on evidence and whatnot. You can't. But also you cannot eliminate it either. Now, that's why I say that instead of atheists, I think most atheists are truly agnostic. You really should look at what agnosticism is, because in fact, I pointed out, in fact, most atheists are agnostic. They're not atheists. I think people adopt the word atheism as it's like the new word. It's a label, just like religious labels, the same thing, And so we want to identify ourselves with groups and whatnot. So that's all that is. But in fact, most atheists are agnostic.
I'm agnostic. I consider myself agnostic, but an atheist in terms of what I believe. All right. I think a lot of Christians are agnostic.
But realize that agnosticism does not exclude you from God. And it doesn't make God throw you into hell. You realize that. So when you ask the question, you understand why that is. You understand how an atheist, agnostic, can still end up in heaven and say, "Holy crap!"
Well, would you agree that there are Christians who are agnostic?
There are people who call themselves Christians who have an agnostic point of view.
Yeah, that's
there. Yes.
Let me let Seth come on, and anyone else want to ask questions, put them in the chat. And I appreciate you, Reverend Doctor.
It's okay. I'm here to help.
Hey, Reverend, how are you?
How you doing, Seth?
I'm good. I've sat here and listened. I've enjoyed your kind of laying out your background and things. I have a question for you specifically. When you were talking about, you growing up very scientifically minded, understanding the scientific method and kind of basing your, the way you saw the world through that lens, even at a young age, right?
Without knowing it, I didn't know at the time, but
right. But that's how your brain was working back then.
Yes, indeed.
So having that grasp on that, I guess, framework of understanding things, how did you determine that the God of the Bible, because I've heard you reference throughout the God of the Bible, how do you reference, or how did you come to that specific conclusion out of all the varieties of the thousands of gods there are?
Okay, because the God of the Bible, the one that I interacted with me, brought me through that understanding and explained himself or revealed himself through that framework.
And is there any, and again, this is just listening to what you were telling Lou, is there any way at all that we can see this outside of just an experience that happened to you? Is there anything tangible, anything demonstrable that would convince any of us that the God that you have found, that is the one true God, is in fact the one true God out of all the options?
Well, it's only one way, and that is personal, interactive experience. You need to connect. Now, how do you get there? You get there through depending on your makeup, your internal self. What would it take for Seth, inside Seth, to know that God is? And that's a question that I don't think even you know.
I don't.
Okay.
But an
Thank you
omniscient
for
God
that
should.
honesty.
An omniscient God should, and he should know exactly how to communicate his authenticity to me to save my damnable soul that is on, at this rate, according to this framework, is headed straight to hell. But again, that is something he could do and chooses not to.
I don't think that's true. Let me explain something. I guess it didn't land when I meant when I said that God created the heaven and earth. All of you are in his creation. All of you are dealing with God every single day.
Well, and okay, so Lou he sort of gave you this presupposition that okay, this God, I don't believe that what you're saying is true. I'm trying to figure out how to understand that your God is the right one, because like you were saying, you have a scientific mind from a young age. I'm asking from a scientific perspective, out of all the thousands, how was it yours? I understand what the Bible says. I understand what you believe. How do I wrap my head around it?
Oh, because you're making a distinction or a distinctiveness on different gods. Now realize if there is only one God, there are no different gods. And all the gods are the one God. It's just that everyone had a different opinion of the same thing they will see.
Right. So how did you, Reverend, determine that your selection was right?
I didn't have to select. There's no selection to be made.
So the Christian God, the God of the Bible specifically, but not just of the Bible. It's not Islam, which is also a biblical text, right? It's not Catholicism, which is also a biblical text. It's specifically Christianity.
No, those are religions. You're talking about religion. I'm talking about interaction with God.
I'm talking.
It doesn't matter.
I think I need to understand who your God is. Is it Yahweh, the God of the Bible?
He's referred to Yahweh, but many have referred to him in many different ways. Let me point out a Bible story that will show you this. The Tower of Babel. It's a story.
Yes, it is.
The people who constructed this tower, they were pagan, right? They weren't worshiping Yahweh. They had their own gods. They built this altar way up high in the sky, and they were invoking their gods.
Right.
But who was the God who came down upon them?
In the story, it was the only true God. Yeah.
Exactly, because there are no other gods. People cry out to whatever God they have. There's only one God listening.
And but that, just to be clear, that is the God that you happen to select. You got the right one right?
It's the God who interacts.
And I'm just wondering how you came to that conclusion from a logical standpoint.
He interacted with me personally.
Okay.
I did not select. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I didn't come. I say, "Who are you?" If you're there, you can hear me. I'm an 8-year-old kid. I'm not an older religious minded person.
Is there any possibility? And I mean, no disrespect by this. I was a Christian for 25 years.
Go ahead.
Is there any possibility that you've grown up your entire life holding on to this fantasy stuff and just don't really know how to walk away from it? Is that at all possible?
It's not, because when I say that I tested a scientific method, the testing,
yes,
that means things went on. Things were demonstrated. Like
yes, I love it. Please tell me those things.
Yeah. Those things, again, I'm not going to tell you the things because, again, no. I know you want to do that, but that's the issue. No, because the issue is that every person is different. So the things that were significant to me and meaningful to me may not be meaningful to someone else. But the concept that God can tell me that next week at a certain place that this and that will happen, and someone, identify the individual, will do a specific crazy act were I to me or with me there to see it, and for that thing to occur is what? A coincidence?
So, well, if this is a revelation from God, which is what that's what you're
It's not
taking
a
as that.
it is a prophetic utterance of God, and exactly what he said that he would do occurred. And it was complex. It wasn't no simple
Right.
little thing. It was
I
complex.
believe you. I understand. I
was
believe you. So, and you think that was God, right?
Exacting.
And that was to you. That was God speaking directly to you and having that interaction. Am I following?
Before then, God had proven that he is the one interacting with me.
Right.
And that was proven by God. And on top of that, God showed my person as God. As God, he could show you yourself, the real you inside. Okay. And so that is something that I don't think any or most men never encounter in their lives. But when I can tell you that when it happens, you know that this is not a thought or made up or anything like that. So I was given many proofs.
Okay.
Right. So that is what it is. Now, again, my mother, you don't know her, but I do have a personal relationship with my mother.
Right. Well, everyone knows that because we all understand how mothers work. So to equate mother and God is a complete non sequitur.
I'm equating having a particular relationship.
You're saying if I have you don't know my mom, I have to accept this relationship. But then you're asserting that the God is now just a thing we should all accept as real.
Not a thing.
When even in your own description, it has been a concept. You've called it several times. God's just a concept.
We can only discuss. I say what the Webster Dictionary says, that the discussions can only be had conceptually, and that's because we have our
is God tangible or conceptual? Just so I'm following, because it's very, very convoluted.
No, God is neither. The God is. God is.
That is the most okay. I'm sorry. That is the most nonsensical thing I have heard in a very long time. God is.
It has to be.
Then why in the fill in the blank would you ever take it as fact and believe it? It is nonsensical. Why did you come to this belief that this way was specifically the right way? I'm trying to understand. That is a nonsensical statement, sir, and I think you know that. Okay, God is because he is.
You're ignoring what I told you. Now I know it's uncomfortable, but you have to.
There's nothing uncomfortable. It is
because you're ignoring it. You're ignoring the fact that I explained to you very carefully that God proved himself
to you.
Okay,
just to you. No one else can experience this.
I'm not. No, you can, but it has to be personal.
But it's different to everyone, and then the conversations only are conceptual. So really, it means whatever you want it to mean.
No, it doesn't. It has definite meanings.
Well,
the word concept. No, you don't want it to have the meaning. I understand. Listen, Seth, let me tell you something. It's clear. It's clear to me. I mean, you got to talk to me. I remember.
Right.
I understand where people are coming from. So I understand it's difficult for you to have this conversation, especially with the stuff that I'm talking about. I understand that. I'm not here to fight with you or to debate with you. It's simply what I'm saying is that the issue with God has always been a personal, interactive relationship, not religious, because religion has taken people and got them lost. Okay, it is a obfuscation of the facts related to God in terms of God's perspective, the I am that I am. So all of the religious gobbledygook is what has everyone confused.
Right. And I think that we can all agree on that.
Right, we do. We should. Like I said, atheists are not the problem. They're not the problem. Christians
No,
are not the problem either, but
religion is the problem.
yeah,
That's
well,
the issue.
right, and that's the only thing
Yeah.
that's causing you right now an issue with dealing with the conversation or the topic as the Webster, not the way the Bible says or my church says, no, as the Webster dictionary says it has to be conceptually because of what God said. If God creates all the reality there is, that means that you can only discuss conceptually.
But if he doesn't create all that and all of it is bunk, then none of what you are saying has any merit. So you're wanting me to concede that God did create these things, and I am simply saying I haven't been convinced of that through testable, repeatable, demonstrable evidence. Therefore, I don't believe what you're telling me just as much as I wouldn't believe if you told me that you had a leprechaun living out in your,
it's not an issue of belief. Again, like I said.
Well, listen, if it is not an issue of belief, what is it that you will not believe?
Conceptual validity. And remember,
will not believe?
Both you and Lou, I think, had expressed the term falsifiable.
Correct.
Falsifiable. Okay, so that's the test where you gotta get to. But of course, this is one concept that you cannot falsify. That's the problem that you have.
It is the problem.
So,
you found it again.
But what's your only option? It's agnosticism.
I don't know. Correct. And Reverend, with all due respect, there is nothing wrong with saying, short of any type of actual evidence, it's outside of this conceptual, personal thing that only I can understand, I don't know, period. Then you move on. Right. Maybe I'll know one day, maybe I won't. But to base your entire life around it, and even, out of your own mouth is, I really, you just have this experience, this sort of feeling, and
it's not
you
a
just
feeling.
Know. And it's
I didn't discuss feelings. It wasn't feeling. I do know what a feeling is and what belief is.
Okay.
And each time you say that, you are labeling it something I was very careful in pointing out that it wasn't.
Clarify what you said so I don't put words in your mouth. I'm not trying to do that.
For you, it's a belief. You see?
What is a belief?
What I'm speaking of. That you feel that that's what I
even
believe.
You would, you take it on faith, right? I mean,
I saw what I saw. I experienced what I experienced.
Okay.
The test, the timing. That's the only proof there is the timing. See? Yes, the complexity of the test. You guys, have any of you done tests, scientific tests? See,
we can do one right now, Rev. Hey, we can do one right now, and it's this easy. You take a pot of water. You take a pot of water. You put it in the freezer, and at 32 degrees, all three of our pots will be frozen. That is testable. It's repeatable. It's documentable. It is science. That's science. We can all do that. Just so for the record, we can do things that we can all observe right now. That's how science actually works.
But you're speaking within the scope of reality and existence.
Because that's where we live. We live here in reality.
I know.
What you are asking is to take a supernatural aspect to our reality and superimpose it as if it exists. And
I'm not asking you to superimpose. We're here to discuss.
You are. Because we don't have any evidence for it. So we have to.
No, we do have evidence. Conceptual validity is evidence. Now, the problem is that you are displaying inability to speak conceptually and on this subject. That's an inability that you have, or you have epistemic bias, that everything that exists is real, and then what's real is existing, without even understanding the word itself. Have you ever seen the word itself exist?
Listen, I'm not worried about the word in Webster's dictionary. I'm worried about what all of us seem to agree on is reality around us. We all get burned at 212 degrees. The boiling point is going to burn. Water freezes at 32 degrees. We can demonstrate all these things. So those are the things that most of us build our reality around.
Right.
When you introduce a concept,
praise God,
it comes in and you want us to take it as, no, trust me, this God is real. I have questions.
No, I'm not saying that. No, I don't say that God is real. No. See, you have to understand.
Reverend, me and you agree more than I think you realized.
Yeah.
No, listen, I appreciate your time. I think there are other people that were going to ask questions. I know, Lou, you had stuff to do.
Right.
Yeah,
Reverend, I appreciate you. Maybe we'll talk again soon. And Lou, always,
hey,
man.
Seth, thanks a lot.
You.
I have.
If Lou wants to put up with me again.
No, I'm refreshed by the.
I enjoy conversations.
I appreciate
I really
it.
do.
I appreciate.
Hey, y'all both have a good night. Appreciate y'all.
All right. I got one other fellow wants to come in.
All right.
A's philosophy. I've spoken to him, but I really don't remember like his philosophy.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hey,
oh, sure. Hey, how y'all doing?
All right. How are you?
I'm doing fine. No offense to either one of you, but I was actually more hoping to converse with Seth about his ideas.
Well, you could talk to me. I'm the angry atheist here.
Yeah. Well, I've talked to you a number. I mean, not that I don't want to talk to you again, but I've kind of had a conversation with you, Brooklyn. I was just kind of wondering because just being honest, I was kind of busy, and I saw your channel. I haven't been able to watch anything before like half an hour ago. So I'm not
you missed
sure.
a lot. You missed a lot.
You missed a real lot.
yeah. So I don't know what's been covered and what hasn't. So something I bring
everything
up
since the beginning. You have anything else?
So basically, yeah, been there, done that. But I don't know where to go. Like, I'm a Christian, but I have some different views on things. Like, I don't think inerrancy is something people need to hold to the Bible, biblical inerrancy and things like that. I think that what Jesus taught makes complete sense when you're talking about just basically that God exists and God has basically commanded us to observe his laws, his rules, and we're supposed to obey them. Like, I don't know, that's the system that makes the most sense to me. I don't know if either one of you has any initial comments. I mean, that's pretty general and basic and doesn't really give any details, but that I'd start there.
Well, I think the Reverend kind of doesn't see it exactly the way you do, but I'll let him speak for himself.
Okay, so you're a reverend of. I guess do you like run the Sheepfold Church? Is that a church you?
Sheepfold Church, Pentecostal, but
okay.
Not like any other Pentecostal you've ever seen.
Okay, tell me about. I mean, I'm sure this is probably stuff you've covered already, so it's going to be boring for Brooklyn, Lou. But give me an idea of what it is your church is all about. Your Pentecostal church.
Well, we didn't cover the church. It's really not relevant, except that I'm its pastor, for better or worse. So it's really not relevant. But going to what you're speaking of, I think Seth was talking to a little bit what you were saying, so that's why it's important for you to speak with Seth. Yeah, because you're talking on a religious perspective, mostly, and what we were discussing, the fact that I don't base anything on religious perspectives. What I'm coming from is what Jesus said, like. And you shall know the truth. He didn't say you shall know Christianity, you shall know Islam, or you shall know this church or that church. He said you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. And he was speaking, of course, to Jews. I mean, if they don't have the truth, then what? So, and also when Jesus says that the Father seeks true worshipers, meaning that there are many others who aren't true worshipers. They go to church, they go through the movement, through the motions, I should say, but they're not true worshipers. And basically, what we've been discussing, because you can see the video afterwards, is authenticity of the what you would call the Christian experience, the authenticity of the relationship with between God and man. And that's basically what we were talking about, and how that falls outside of the scope of our ability to deal with or to comprehend within reality and existentialism.
Well, anytime you develop a system, it will ultimately become a religion because what you're saying is that, there are certain truths about God. So, there's God, there's whatever truths God wants us to know. Uh, you could call it something other than religion, but religion is a term for people have used to express their idea of man's relationship with God. So,
No. But
I
all
mean,
of them
it's
don't have
semantics,
one.
really.
But all of them don't have one, and that's the difference. That's the reality. You have a religion when you don't have a relationship with God. All you have is religion, rules, follow this, follow that, and then you assume that that's your relationship with God. That is not a relationship with God. That's a religion. So
But
that's the difference.
there are things that God wants us to do, right? Like God doesn't want us to just
Do
live
you
any old
did
way.
God tell you personally to do that?
I mean, I didn't hear a voice in my head, but
You don't
uh,
have a personal interactive relationship. You have a religion. So the problem with that, now think about that. God is just, isn't he? So why would God do something and leave it up to regular human imagination to base his reality on? Or it's not real, but to base that interaction on? It can't be. He can't be just if he's doing the same thing that every other religion and pagan is doing. It wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be
so it isn't fair. It isn't fair of God to not give every single person on earth the same divine revelation, is what you're saying.
you know what the divine revelation is to everyone on the earth? It's called science. It's
Okay, I can
called,
agree with that,
yeah.
but there could be instances where
Remember,
God. So you're saying that there's basically, even in religious philosophy, there's the idea of general revelation and special revelation, where general revelation is the universe we live in, and we can learn about God by observing the universe in which we live and the laws of nature and things like that. But also, there's probably instances where maybe some people have been given for whatever reason, God has given them access to divine knowledge.
yes, but
And
knowledge
maybe God
does.
has. I mean, so the question is, why would God operate that way? Like, why would God only talk to some people and not everybody? Is that kind of the hang up?
Not with me. That's not what my hang up. I don't know about Brooklyn Lou or Seth. Maybe because Seth was having an issue of how is it that I get to determine who the true God is, and he's out there left out in the cold. Something like that. I'm not putting words in his mouth, but it was some sentiment just like that.
Yeah, I heard him say that. To
Yeah.
me, like, if God reveals something, that's not you making out what you believe. It's an objective truth, every bit as objective as water is wet, and there are some people who dispute that. But just colloquially, if God exists, that's every bit as much scientific as anything else we've observed.
Yeah, but the problem is that what my posit is that God does not exist. The Bible doesn't say that God exists. I think that's a mistake that many Christians make.
The
And
Bible does wait. The Bible doesn't say that God exists.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so when it says it's literally the first verse of the Bible is in the beginning God created. So how do you get around that?
Where do you see exist there? I don't
So
have to get around that. Where are you putting that in? Because
let me
I
ask
don't
you
see
this:
it
if
there.
God doesn't exist, how can God create something?
Existence, ex ist. You know, if you most people here may not know
Okay,
German.
yeah.
Ex ist means out of what is.
Okay.
God said, I am that I am.
Okay.
In his own perspective.
Okay.
For us, somebody says, I am that I am. How would you say it in your own words? Oh, he is that he is. That's
Okay.
what God said.
So actually, when God gives his divine name in Exodus 3:14, some people have translated that ego eimi, or I am that I am, as the eternally self-existent one.
Does not exist in the King James
So
Version.
God, are you trying to say that
You
God is
can't
just
say that God said exist if the word did not exist.
Okay,
This
so are
is
you
the
trying to say
problem.
that God is simply a self-existent being that doesn't come out of something else? It just is. It is what it is.
Our concept of existence is based on the bias that we have because we were created out of the universe. We are stuck in the soup, in the context
Uh-huh.
of being created. So we cannot imagine how can something be without having a beginning and without see,
Okay.
but that's the assumption we're making based on our existence. But God in the Bible is saying he is eternal.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying the word exist implies that God had a beginning when God really doesn't have a beginning
He did
and
not
just
come out of. He did not come
okay.
out.
Well,
Existe means that you came out of. That's what
I
existence means.
I understand
Exist.
the etymology is interesting, but I think when most people say exist, it's just something that is real. Like God is a real being. So you believe God is a real being, is what you're trying to say.
The Webster Dictionary will disagree with you. This is not religious here. This is the dictionary. The
Oh, I'm
Webster,
trying to say when you say okay, so you believe God is a real being, right?
no, no.
No, what? No.
Because
Okay.
when you say real, you are implying existence.
No,
That's the
I'm saying that that in reality, God is a part of reality. Like
He's
or
not in
God.
reality nothing. No, he created. When the Bible says God created the heavens and the earth, he created reality. Because before then, there was no reality, just God.
So God created something out of nothing.
Ex nihilo. And that's what the
So there
Bible
was,
says.
so it was like, do you think God is outside of space and time, and God like snapped his fingers and like reality poofed into existence?
Not poof. He didn't need to do that. Like he's rushing. He's got to catch the morning train.
Okay, well, however he did it, 6 days, however
No,
long. But
no. I believe in evolution. I believe God created everything slow as molasses because he has all the time, not in the world, but he has all. He's not rushing. It's time is a concept that only belongs to us. We are
did
stuck
did
in
God like
infinite time.
you said something? When it comes to evolution, do you believe God guided the process, or do you believe in the basically theistic evolution,
No,
which is basically
he
he
created
cre-
all things. His plan. You got to know that the Bible talks about somebody messing things up, right? So that means that God's original plan was interrupted. God's original plan was what you see in science
and
is
and
evolution,
what
millions and millions and millions of years, because to God it doesn't mean anything.
But let me ask you this: do you accept the idea that things just kind of mutated and natural selection selected them over time, or did God like was God kind of like guiding the process and making sure that when you start with a fish, God wanted to create an amphibian, and God was like, "All right, I'm going to kind of guide this process. I'm going to guide the mutate." Like, how does it work for you?
No, because you are trying again. You have a concept of God that is limited.
I'm asking for your view. I'm asking your opinion.
No, I'm talking about the way you're framing it, because other people think the same way. I'm not attacking you. I'm just pointing out that the way you're thinking is shared by many, many, many folks. The problem with it is that God doesn't need to guide anything because he created all things. They are already the way he wants it. It is a perfect creation. God creates perfectly, meaning that it doesn't need anything else. It is doing what it's supposed to do when it's supposed to do it, period. God doesn't have to do anything else. See, so that evolution would have produced mankind anyway. If it wasn't for somebody messing things up, which we do have scientific evidences that something happened, right? Then he didn't. Then you have Genesis 1 verses 2 and beyond, the rest of the Bible. But if you notice that Genesis 1 says that in the beginning, God created the heavens, that means he put everything in motion. Something happened that verse 2 says everything was a mess. It was all upside down, chaotic, without form. Like nowhere else in the Bible do you see God doing anything that's without form. It's all perfect except for there. Because again, the narration is about God setting things up for modern man. It isn't about a full detail of millions and millions of years of his original plan.
I would say if you take the Bible literally, it does say in one day God formed man out of the dust of the earth.
It does not. It does not.
It does. But
No, it
that's
doesn't. The Bible wasn't.
What I'm
Listen,
trying to say is
the
there are
Bible
people who
wasn't
accept it
written in English. You're saying that the Bible says that.
What language was it written in?
It was written in ancient Aramaic and Hebrew, and in the Hebrew, the word is yom, and the word yom it doesn't mean a day. You use it for a day only because it is the context makes it a day, but the word itself does not mean a day. It means a period of time.
Well, it can mean a day. It has a semantic domain, and one of the possible definitions is a 24-hour day.
Right. It
does say in a very short period of time, God created man. God literally intervened in space and time and created man out of the dust of the earth. It does say that.
It does
now you
not.
can allegorize that. You can spiritualize
that. You don't need to.
If you want to be very literal, that's what the book says.
No, literally is the way I'm saying it. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Yeah, and then a little bit later, like in that same chapter, it talks about how God created mankind out of the dust of the earth. And took his rib and formed Eve out of the man's ribs.
That I don't disagree with. But the question is, did God create evolution? Was God creating hominids through evolution, through millions and millions of years?
I don't see any evidence of that.
I do. And if you look at Genesis, look at that, and I'll give you scientific evidence for the way the Bible says it. Scientific evidence for the way the Bible says it. Well, if you want to hear it. The thing is this. Remember, you have to pay attention. The Bible doesn't say day. It says period of time. Look at the fascinating thing that science has taught us. That there are 7 geologic time periods that include where modern man showed up. Fascinatingly, in the 6th to 7th day, or period of time, period of time. So, if you look and you let the Bible speak for itself, it says period of time, not day. You will realize that the period of time is like the geologic timetable. It is exact. And the Bible is describing the 7 periods of time that God created the modern man. Of course, because he had to do it again. He had to replace modern man because that was his plan, which was interrupted. Go to science. Verse 2, catastrophe, destruction. You guys will know it as the war in heaven. It was interrupted. And then if you read the chapter 1 of the Genesis, you'll see that God brings out every herb and grass from the earth. He's not creating it. He's bringing out what was there already. And then he creates other things. He brings forth the creatures of the sea. And he makes the big whale and all that. The Bible's giving you 2 things, which science calls the speciation gap. It's bringing out past life forms, plus creating new ones.
So let me ask you this. So basically, things evolved according to a naturalistic process, and then God saw them and decided to use them in some way to accomplish some
No,
plan?
you're separating God from nature. It's the problem. If God
I'm
created,
not.
no,
I'm
okay.
not. I'm not doing anything. I'm just asking
No,
you
what
to
you're
clarify your
explaining, what
perspective.
you're describing is that nature is separate from God's plan. What I'm
No,
telling
I
you
never
is that
said that.
there's no separation. There's not an inch of separation between nature or the natural order and what God.
Well, you just said that the grass was already there, so I have to
Right.
ask, how did the grass get there? Because
Because
the only
verse 1, I just explained that. Verse 1, God creates everything. He
okay,
creates.
so God created the grass.
He creates all life forms.
Okay,
Now
so
it was creating, it was getting there when you know who, somebody, according to the Bible, and I don't want to make it a Sunday school lesson, but the Bible is interesting that the Bible talks about an interruption in God's earth with the what we call the enemy, the devil, Satan, Lucifer. So that created a reason for the destruction of the earth and then the reformation. What you find in Genesis verse 2 and on is a reformation of the earth, not creation, reforming the creation. The creation happened in Genesis verse 1. That's where the creation happened. And that creation was evolutionary because who's rushing? Simply, if you're a God with all the power and all the time, time doesn't have anything to do with it. Why wouldn't he do within time perfection? What you have to conceptualize is realize that evolution is perfection in time. It's creating
the problem
perfect
is
in
no, it
time.
isn't,
Right.
because
Right.
evolution has no teleological purpose or end, so it can't aim towards anything. It's just creating based on like interactions of molecules in space. So it can't conceive of a human being and work towards that end. There has to be a mind directing it towards that end. So
that's right.
okay,
Science.
so science that is not the
discloses
scientific.
the mind of God.
No,
Science
in
is
science, there's
disclosing.
no mind guiding the process. It's all materialistic.
It's the way God
processes and
made it.
chemical.
Yeah, this is all following God's.
Well, no, you can't. Well, you can't say God made it that way, and when God has to guide the process.
No, when he creates it, it's already inherent. I can make a machine that makes other things. I was a printer. I printed sheets of paper that make people go to the store and buy shoes. You know, you're not understanding how things work. When God, you know, people create a movie, they write a book, makes people feel happy, sad, or whatever. They have power even with words. Words have power. So it's not to separate God, assuming there is. I'm not saying that this is proof of God. I'm saying that if God creates, everything is in line with his creative intent. It follows his intent. It doesn't go off on its own. Like you said, it doesn't have a mind of its own. Exactly. Everything follows a pattern. It follows laws. It follows nature. But see, these are the things that God said in play. If there is a God and the claims of the Bible are as they are, then that's what he did. So you can't separate the two.
Well, I know Scott's been waiting for a while. I don't want to. I know he seems like he's been patient.
I'm sorry?
I didn't want to just keep.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Lou loves this stuff.
Yeah, no, I wanted to bring on my friend Scott.
Okay, Scott.
My friend Scott. He's a guy I talk to all the time. I respect Scott a lot.
Yeah.
Very good.
Come
nice
on
to
in.
see you guys. I've been listening for about an hour, I guess.
And you're still awake?
Still awake, man. I'm like Lou. I love this stuff, you know. And what is your name again?
Gilbert. I'm sorry.
Gilbert.
He has my email. Gilbert Rosado. Yes.
Gilbert. Okay. Yeah. So I thought, you know, just listening to the views, I thought this is refreshing. This is different, you know, because a lot of Christians, Lou will tell you, we talk to a lot of different Christians that have a totally different viewpoint. But I
No,
guess
no.
it
I
led,
grew up among them. I fight with them today.
yeah, I used to be one of them.
Okay.
But yeah, I heard. I was just kind of curious how you would answer this, but I know you were saying that people can go to heaven. I guess this concept of heaven, the afterlife, positive afterlife, whatever their religion is, or whatever their not religion is, whatever they label themselves, identify. That makes sense. But so what would be the purpose or need to maybe read the Bible or follow the Bible? Like, what does that add to anyone if they can go to heaven and still be a good person? Or I don't know if how you understand that. I think you said that actually going to heaven wasn't based on your behavior or your choices in life or anything like that, but your conscience, that you did the right things according to your conscience, I think.
Yeah,
Yep.
you did the best you can do, that you understood. I do foster care here and do therapeutic foster care. How can this child I have here, autistic, how is he going to hell?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, so again, God is not without a brain. So I guess it's religion that makes people say stupid things, and they make God look stupid. I'm sorry, he isn't. And so
Some religions do. Not all. I mean, there is theoretically a possible
Well, yeah,
super religion.
it's very subjective. I mean, like in my opinion, I would agree with Gilbert that it sounds stupid to me. But when I read the Bible, depending on how I read the Bible, I could say the same thing about that text, that it sounds cartoonish. It sounds comic in a lot of places, not everywhere.
right.
On the other hand, I could approach it more allegorically or deeper, with a deeper sort of interpretation. Maybe start taking some liberties to sort of look deeper within the text to kind of see, what it could mean outside of a literal comic book sort of story in these particular places. Not that there's a lot of that in the Bible, but there's enough in it, and it's enough that makes skeptics and religious people talk foolish about
Wait,
that they're arguing over comic books.
Right,
you don't believe in talking donkeys? What's wrong with you?
Right.
But understand that if there is a God, he can make a donkey to speak. You
That's
have to
true.
understand that. It's a concept. If there is a God, that donkey was speaking. Okay, so that's the point that I'm trying to make.
Or God
Well-
could have made you think you were hearing a donkey talk, but something like that. I mean,
Right.
that's another
That's it.
possibility.
I would accept that. That's not a problem. But the God who created the whole all reality, he can create a different reality for a moment in
Well,
time.
there's
Because
nothing
it's really up
impossible.
to his will, his
There's
whim.
nothing impossible in the magical kingdom. Everything's possible.
Right. Except that there may be, in fact, a God who creates heaven and earth. And
Yeah.
that's the only thing. And again, I'm not saying that this is proof. No.
Right.
I'm
And I
just
like
saying
what
that
you said about existence, because I've always had that sort of conversation with a lot of people, and they don't understand what I mean by certain things don't exist. Like, I'd say consciousness, for example. I'd say consciousness doesn't really exist because it's not a thing that can be, it doesn't have depth, it doesn't have length, it doesn't have weight, height. It isn't something that you can, measure in that way. So in that strict sense, it doesn't exist like the trees outside.
No.
But I would say that consciousness is real because it's the primary mode that we use to interface with this outside world,
Because
supposedly.
you experience it, right?
Right, directly, right.
That's the point. Now,
Yep.
God asks you to do the same. It's not an issue of belief or this. It's an issue to experience for yourself, to have interaction with Him. If it doesn't
Well, on
exist,
your view, we're already having direct access to God, because if I understand you correctly, our experience, our direct, everyday, mundane to crazy paranormal experiences and everything in between, is just an appearance for us. In other words, it seems like what you're saying is that this is the manifestation of God. And every time you open your eyes, you interact with the world, do science, whatever. Anytime you interact with something that exists, you're already interacting with God. So it seems like God in your concept is just baked into the concept of the appearance of reality, right?
Right. There would be no reality if it wasn't for God. So yes, so you are living in God's mind, in God's head. This is what it is. So it's the same thing. It's the same insistence or the same paradigm that you have about reality. If there is a God, he is the one, the originator, and it's his to imagine us. Ours is the fake reality. His is the real one. So that what we call real and existence is fake to him. He doesn't call it that. To him, this is death. This is
Now,
not.
all of these claims that you're saying about the God, is this something that you know, or is this something you're sort of inferring or believing?
I don't know how to take that word knowing. I mean, these are things that are in the Bible. So,
Yeah, like experiential knowledge. Like, you know, the only, like for me, just speaking for myself, the only thing I think we really know is what we experience directly, which is a conscious experience. Now, the attributions, the stories, the narrative we place around those experiences,
labels.
those can be questionable, and they are. You know, everybody questions what we attribute these experiences to, or what the nature of these experiences are, or what the substance is behind the experiences. Those things can be questioned because those are products of a limited mind. You know, the brain. You know, the brain doesn't. We didn't evolve to necessarily, you know, figure out the truth ontologically. We just evolved in order to, you know, gain fitness advantages in a rough environment or a changing environment. You know, and so I just wonder, are you inferring with your limited mind these things, or does this come from a deeper place with you?
It comes from an interactive personal relationship with God. And that was tested. I don't know how early you came on.
Yeah. I caught the last end of that story.
Yeah. So I explained why the scientific mind that I have and the testing that I went through. The testing wasn't just my own, realize. It was also God's, his. So there was a give and take. For example, he asked me, what do you want for me to show you, to prove? And so I gave him 1, 2, 3 things. Fine. He did 1, 2, 3. Then he says, now I will do this. And I will show you, you know, that I am who I am.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the things that you see in the Bible. And he did a complex proof, even more complex than I could have even thought about. Multi-steps to prove that, you know, we're having a conversation here.
Right.
And he did that. He did. There is no
For you, it was clear. It was very, very clear. Very, yeah. So I respect that. So let me ask you, based on what you just told me, why does God seem to be hidden from most of us, would you say?
Because, no, I don't have to say. The Bible tells you why. It shows you quite clearly. Remember, the Bible talks about the devil. Lucifer, the devil, his former name was Lucifer, Satan. But his name given by God was Lucifer. Now, the angels in heaven, they know God. They see God. But look at what Lucifer and his group of fallen angels did, even seeing God. So there is a good reason for God to stay hidden. And that is because you think that by seeing God, you're going to believe. But that test has already been done, and it fails.
Well, well, I mean, from where I'm sitting, and I'm sure I represent a lot of people.
Good. Yes.
The Bible may not be a good foundation to prove your point in any kind of way. And in fact,
Yeah,
it can be a
but that.
stumbling block.
But if the Bible says 2 + 2 = 4, isn't that something?
Sure, but where it's
Okay.
wrong is wrong. And
Yeah, I
so
know, but
so
that.
so like
I,
for example, you had mentioned Lucifer in the story you
yeah,
told, right?
yeah.
Well, we know in history that, especially in the context of that writing, it, the prophet was referring to a king, a fallen king, right?
Right. Yeah.
And
Real life.
right,
Real life.
and yeah, and then it was when the King James writers came along, and they kind of wrote the Lucifer. They kind of wanted to make their theology or their ideas come to life in the Bible. So they sort of did a very clear mistranslation. So the whole Lucifer, when you're referring to Lucifer, it's based on a mistranslation in the King James Bible. Now, not a lot of people know that, and I'm not saying it's even a really big deal, but I'm saying it can be enough for a lot of us to think this is not trustworthy. I'm not really sure why we should listen to that. So I guess I'm looking for enough for you to make that same point outside of the Bible. Like, is there some way you can point, or something you can point to in nature as a
Well,
revelation of that? I'm sure you
well,
can.
if the Bible says that this so-called Lucifer, which you say it's a king or whatnot, but the Bible says that Lucifer and his angels warred with the angels of God in heaven.
Well, that's the
And
theology, right?
no, but the Bible says that. And then you see that the Bible also says that the angels in Revelation, the Bible says that the angels control natural forces. And if angels go to war with each other, you can put 2 and 2 together. What would happen to a universe that God had created for his own projects? So you can put 2 to 2 together, and then you go to science to see if there's any evidence of fighting using natural things, like throwing things like suns and asteroids, planets, blowing them up and throwing them and destroying things and throwing planets into the other. Because if there's a God, none of that should be happening. There shouldn't be any disorder. God would have made everything perfect. There's no disorder, no disruption. So if science finds disruption in the universe, and we don't have to go far to go and see the asteroid belt in our own solar system, and we do know there's pieces of rock flying all around, coming back to visit home after millions and millions of years flying around. Something blew up. Something went wrong. So we find enough scientific evidence to suggest that what the Bible is talking about is possible, that it had to do with the way the Bible is describing as a war in heaven, where the angels abandon their responsibilities and attack the other angels, doing their responsibilities with the natural things of the universe. And there is evidence, a scarring, if you will, in the natural universe of something that went horribly wrong.
Is that really evidence though? I mean, it sounds like that's kind of post hoc rationalization. You learn about something, and then you apply it to your favorite story. I mean, that's kind of
No,
a post hoc
no,
rationalization, right?
no. We're trying to see if there's any conceptual validity, which is an acceptable form of evidence.
Right.
To
That's
what?
what I'm questioning. Is what you're saying, those two factors, does that constitute an evidence?
Well, like what I'm telling you, if the let's make it into a non-biblical story.
Hmm.
If the Bible or the books tells you that at a certain time there was the train derailed and destroyed the train tracks and whatnot, right? So how would you go about seeing if that story has any validity? Well, you'll go to see if there's any damages, any evidence of any damage to those train tracks at any time. So all I'm saying, that doesn't prove that it was a train accident. All this shows that there is some evidence of something that went on.
Well,
So,
yeah,
and
there's evidence that the Kuiper belt or whatever you're referring to is a result of collision. That's all it's really evidence for. To go
that the
farther than that and say, well,
well,
actually,
how can you
the
say
reason
then?
why this, well, hold on. I would say a lot of people take an extra step and become less parsimonious, and then what they'll do is they'll say, well, the reason why these planets collided and made the Kuiper belt was because Zeus had a argument with his wife. They had a big falling out, and she threw something at Zeus. Zeus ducked, and the big object hit the planet and bumped into the other ones, and then boom, we have the Kuiper belt. Isn't that evidence for that? I mean, it makes conceptual sense. There's no contradiction in that. So why shouldn't we just believe that then as well?
Because it's not claimed. Number one, there's no claim of that. Zeus never made a claim like that. The only one that makes that claim is the God of the Bible. It's in the Bible. So it's
but that's called what, the napkin God fallacy. The fact that it's written, yeah, it's called the napkin God fallacy. It's when
it's not a fallacy.
A lot of
let me suggest something. Listen, I'm not trying to prove God.
I know you're not. I know you're not. I'm trying to gently.
You're confusing.
I'm trying to challenge you with your permission.
About concept. This is about conceptual validity.
Yeah, I understand. I get it.
You and I agree because
I'm just firing back my concepts. And mine are no more true than yours. Mine are no more valid than yours.
No more, but it is far less than mine. Because mine is the only claim. It's not even that's the only valid claim. It's the only claim.
Okay, so there's another claim.
None of the claim to be. None of them.
Well,
and they
let's say let's look at an alternative view. Okay. It could be a product of the Big Bang and gravity and how that works and how it interacts with all the matter in the universe that spawned from the Big Bang. And that's why we have Kuiper belts and things like that. Could that be a reasonable, rational explanation?
We would be seeing it all the time. And that's scientific method. Mm-hmm. So it's simply a matter of seeing it all the time.
Mm-hmm. So we see that, and we know that that's a probable explanation. Some people
we see the evidence of that, but
that's what I'm saying. Some people, depending on like you said, with your epistemic bias is for only natural things can cause other natural things to come into existence. It comes out of something. And so these things are natural. And so people are biased towards that observation. Where other people, and I have my own, where they go a little deeper with
science, but let me make a correction. Science disproved what you just said. Because in quantum physics, that is not what's happening.
I didn't say that's what I believed. I'm saying that's how people, this is what I'm saying. Listen, check out what I'm saying, Gilbert. All I'm saying is that some people would look at an explanation only so far as it pertains to what exists in nature. And that's as far as they're willing to go because of parsimony and maybe other principles. Falsification, if it's falsifiable. And that's as far as they're gonna be willing to go conceptually with explaining reality, right? Yeah, whereas other people like you and maybe even me may go a little deeper and have metaphysical explanations that kind of ride under the physics, that ride under what we observe directly like that. But what I would just say in my humility is whatever metaphysic you're going to go towards, whatever you lean towards epistemically as a metaphysic, you should be humble about it, because after all, it's an inference at that point. It's just the hypothesis at best, right?
Well, so that's if you're saying that I'm not being humble,
No, you are.
And
You are. You're being very.
you're
I meant to
taking
tell you that
my
you're being very humble. I'm
my
just explaining
insistence
the.
on meanings and on concepts, because that's just what we need to be talking about. The issue with the structure of things, we have to accept the fact, and atheists and those who think whatever need to accept the fact that they have epistemic bias. And that
Yes.
epistemic bias says that whatever is real exists, and whatever exists is real, and that's it. That's
Yep.
the
And I don't. I
epistemic
don't
bias.
believe that either. I don't.
Right,
I don't. I don't lean that way at
right,
all.
right.
So I have
Okay.
my own metaphysic, but
Right.
so I do feel like you're pretty humble. I think you're pretty honest. And the thing that I think fuels your speech, the way that you speak, with the confidence that you speak in, is because you had that direct experience. That's where it's rooted in. That's why people who are sitting on the outside who haven't had that experience find it even more hard to understand maybe some of the concepts that you, or maybe even I, can talk about. So I mean, that's just inherent in humanity, in human nature, you know.
Right.
And so I'm just asking you questions just to kind of gently challenge you, kind of just find out, you know, for clarity's sake, where you're falling on all this stuff. Is it literal? Is it, are you using this analogously? Is this your understanding? Because I know it seems like you are also sort of driving at a sort of perennialistic philosophy that everybody's actually worshiping the same God. It's just that they're describing their opinions different about the God, right? But everybody's worshiping or looking at the same object conceptually, right?
And interpreting it differently, and not attributing the God of the Bible with its, with being simply. And if you look at the Bible, what is God insisting all the time? That these pagans are not serving true God, and they do not recognize me. It's all an issue of recognizing the true God, and that's what it's all about. And even I did a study on atheism, where it came from, and it went down to Israel not being faithful to God at a pivotal moment in human history. Because if Israel had done what God had instructed them to do faithfully, you wouldn't have had atheism today. It would not be a thing. Truly.
Why
Um,
does God demand worship, would you say? How would you answer that?
that does God demand worship?
Or why does God demand glorification, worship, love?
All of that was in relation to worship of false, non-existing gods, right? Or not
Well,
real gods.
no God exists.
Right. Well, no God exists. Exactly. So the fact is that God, though, He is the only God that is. So everything you see in the Bible that God is telling, instructing, or telling, the whole issue with God and men is that men are not coming to Him. They're not recognizing Him. And why is that important? It's only important for what is described in Revelation. That's it. Because in actuality, if you're alive, you are worshiping God. Because if this is the life that God made, then you staying alive is praising God for what He has done. That's it. Your own existence is a praise to God. Every atheist, every person is in fact worshiping God, because we are His creations. Like God said, hey, they are. The fish ignore me, but I made this fish now. So it's always a worship. It's always a something to show. Men are alive. They are they're living the life I made. And
But
not only
doesn't
that, go ahead.
does God punish people who don't glorify Him?
I think that when you don't do that, you punish yourself.
Oh, okay.
Because when you're not doing the right things, it hurts. It hurts.
So yeah, so okay, so
God doesn't have
you're
to make you pain. You do it yourself. See,
okay.
and I say that to Christians too. The devil didn't do nothing to you. You do that yourself. Yeah, I have a lot of people say, "Oh, the devil did this. The devil's attacking." No, brother, you're
You
just simply not doing the right thing.
you know, a lot of evangelical fundamental Christian friends of mine would call you a phony, fake, weak-kneed Christian. You teach the feel-good gospel.
I
Well,
don't.
How do you respond to folks like that?
I don't. They've also called me a prosperity preacher. Just because I say the facts are what they are. And there's multiplicity, there's production. Yeah, I just harvested a few pumpkins from one seed. That's not prosperity teaching. That's nature.
Hmm.
It's simply the way God made things. That's all. So, so they everyone likes to label people to better understand them or to frame them.
Yeah,
But
you're
really,
just a
I
flag
know.
waver. You're just a flag waver. That's what they'd say. But but it's good to hear diversity of viewpoints even within the religion, especially when it's cohesive, when it's designed to bring people together rather than separate people because of differences. um I value that concept a lot.
mhm. By the way, I do too. I think you know that, Scott.
Yep.
And
Hmm.
Reverend Doctor, I value that when people can relate to one another and come together and not hurt each other. I love that.
No need for that. There's really no need.
No, but I found it very interesting. I'm going to shut this down. I've been on here for over 6 hours,
Yeah, I know.
and that's the only time I've ever been on so long.
I appreciate you guys
You know,
giving the time to me as a guest. I appreciate your welcome and the way you've treated me. You didn't troll me to death like some others do. But
I bet you would get trolled more by the Christian community
yes,
Yep.
yes, I'm
than
sure.
than
I'm
you
sure.
are right now.
But I got
Oh,
enough to whip them up good, just like Jesus
yeah.
whipped them. But listen, whenever you need, another talk on any other subject, I'm available. Just send me an email. But
One
give me
day
a week
I'd
ahead
love
notice, and I'm really busy. So,
one day I would love to talk to you about morality.
aha.
Would love that.
Okay, we can do that.
I've got a channel too called The Discussion. I'd like to have you on my channel too and
Fantastic. Just
talk a little bit. So I'll reach out to you.
if Lou has your email or something, you guys communicate,
Yeah, we sure do.
Yeah.
or you have my channel. I don't know if you have my channel name or TSPCI, but
Well, I
just,
see sheepfoldchurch at yahoo.com.
yeah, okay, you can use that. Just email that.
Okay.
And give me a day, an hour, and give me a week ahead and the topic.
Ahead of time. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because I'm very busy. I do farming, I do counseling, I'm very, very, very busy. So
I understand.
yeah, so let me know. All right.
Cool, man. All
Take
right.
care. God bless you
Thanks
all.
thanks for coming by. I really
Remember,
appreciate it.
God loves all of you. You're not left the church. God has not abandoned you. I know
Thank
the
you.
church did a lot of bad and a lot of evil religion has done to a lot of you. But you're not
Yeah.
offending God when you say he doesn't exist. You're angry. And I understand. I can't do I haven't suffered what y'all suffer, right? But you have a right to be angry. But don't hold it against God. Take
No
care.
way. All
I'm
right.
leaving you with that last word.
That's it.
Yes.
God bless you.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Take
Yep.
care.
All right.
So that was great. I love that. That was
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
That was different.
Oh,
A lot
totally
different.
different. And I like different and different type of understanding of God.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And when you're talking to me, that was made as much sense as anything I've heard from
Yeah.
the Christian, side
Right.
of it.
Right.
No,
Anything
I
that
still,
anything that promotes good behavior rather than bad.
yeah,
I'm with
and
it.
I still obviously have disagreement, but
Yeah, of course.
I don't think that was bad.
No, it's not even a big deal, really. But
No, it's safe. His belief is safe.
it's safe. Right. That's the whole thing. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Good
Anyway,
night, man. I'm gonna head on out. Thanks for
yeah,
having me.
I'll see you and everyone in the chat. Thank you for bearing with that long, long chat, and appreciate everyone. And just love having everyone that comes in expressing their viewpoints. So have a good night and hope to see you again soon. Bye.